I've been painting landscapes for over 20 years and I've been a full-time artist for 6 years. In 2017 I started this YouTube channel and I've helped thousands of artists to improve their painting techniques. Now what you're about to watch is over 7 hours of my best landscape painting tutorials arranged into a complete course. So first of all, we'll cover the basics, the foundations of landscape painting, which includes composition, what brushes to use, some mistakes that you need to avoid in landscape painting, colour mixing, sketching, and then there's over 25 painting tutorials that cover various aspects of landscape painting, including how to paint trees, autumn scenes, seascapes, mountains, hills, grass, water, and so much more. By the end of this course, you'll have everything you need to create landscape paintings that you're genuinely proud of. So let's get started. If you struggle with composition in your landscape paintings, then I'm about to show you 3 simple formulas that I use for most of my paintings. Hi, I'm Sam and I've been painting landscapes for over 20 years. Now composition, it sounds complicated, right? Well, it doesn't need to be. In fact, I use 3 basic composition formulas for most of my landscape paintings. And by the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to use them as well. Now first of all, let's start with what I think is one of the most simple compositions and one that I use frequently in my paintings, and that's the S composition, also known as a compound curve composition. Now the way this works is it uses something like a path, a river, a road, or something like that that leads the eye into the scene. So this is great for creating movement and a feeling of rhythm and motion within your painting, especially works well with rivers. Now if we take a look at this painting here, you might recognize this from one of my previous videos, but when I was designing the composition for this painting, I purposefully incorporated the S composition by having this river in the foreground, and it's leading the eye into the landscape and to the mountain in the background, which is what the painting is about. So this is a perfect example of how the S composition can help to convey a sense of motion and rhythm within your paintings, and it's a great way of leading the eye towards your focal area or area of interest in your painting. Now the S composition doesn't only just create visual interest, but it also helps to create a sense of depth and distance as well. Now then, just to give you some examples, if you look at this painting here, this was a autumn woodland scene that I created, and I used the S composition with the pathway to lead the eye into the scene and to the willow trees that are in the midground. And this composition works really well with coastal scenes as well. If we look at this painting here, again I made another video on this, but I used the S composition just to subtly lead the eye towards the breaking wave, and I was able to create the S composition with some of these foam patterns that are in the foreground here. The beauty of the S or compound curve composition is that it helps to create depth and movement and rhythm within your paintings, and when you look around in nature you can see them everywhere. So next time you create a painting, think about this and see where you can incorporate the S composition into your paintings. Now then, the second composition, and this is one of my favourites, and this is the steel yard composition. Now this composition was popularised by the great artist Edgar Plein, who incorporated it into many of his paintings, and it works on the idea of unequal balance in the painting, just like an old steel yard scale. Now here's how the steel yard composition works. Basically you have a large mass in the painting, and it's counterbalanced by a smaller mass that's further away on a theoretical fulcrum. So this composition works really well with trees. For example, in this painting here, if we look at this one, we have the willow tree here, which is the large mass, and it's counterbalanced by the smaller mass of trees which are in the distance, so the willow trees and the pines behind it. And what this composition does is it helps to convey balance overall, even though there may not be a specific focal area within it. This composition's especially good if you're outdoors plein air painting and you want to paint things like trees, and it's an easy composition to remember. Now let me just give you another couple of examples of the Steelyard composition. This one here, the snow scene, again another recent YouTube video of mine, but here the pine tree is the large mass, and then it's counterbalanced by the smaller willow tree that's further away in the midground. So again, it's just implying balance within the painting. And here's another example. So what we've got here is a gum tree that's in the very foreground, which is the large mass, and it's counterbalanced by the pine tree that's in the midground, so forming the Steelyard composition there. So the key thing to remember with this Steelyard composition is to have a heavy element at one side of the painting and then have it counterbalanced by a smaller mass that's further away. As I say, this composition works really well with trees. Now then, the third composition, and again I think is another simple composition, and that's the O or circle composition. And the idea of this composition is to have a circular shape or opening within your painting, often an oval shape. Now I'll give you some examples here. So if we look at this painting, it's of the Bay of Islands in New Zealand, and the water here in the distance is what's creating that opening and that O composition. The composition can also be used with things like light. For example, this landscape I painted where there's a spotlighting effect in the midground, and I left an opening there so that the fields can be shown with the direct sunlight shining on them, and then there's trees around in the background and to the sides of the field, so it's creating an opening in a kind of oval shape. Now another example is this winter scene. So we've got some Lombardy poplars in the foreground and some black poplars in the background that have all lost their leaves. But I create this composition where there's an opening in the middle that's forming the O or circle composition. And it doesn't have to be complicated at all. For example, these two paintings here, again just rural landscapes, have got ponds in the midground, and the pond is forming the O or circle composition, and it's just drawing the eye to this specific area of the painting. Now then, here's the thing, it doesn't need to be a perfect circle or an oval shape, it's more just like an opening in the landscape that's going to draw the eye towards it. Alrighty, so let's recap on these compositions. So first of all, the first composition that I mainly use is the S or compound curve composition. I think this is one of the easiest ones to use. We also have the Steelyard composition with the large mass counterbalanced by the smaller mass. Works really well with trees. And then the third composition is the O or circle composition, which will be an opening in your painting. Could be a body of water, could be an area of grass, for example, fields, but an opening where the eye is drawn towards. Now then, here's what I want you to do next time you do a painting, is to start thinking about one of these three compositions that you can then incorporate into your paintings. Now the way I do my paintings is I like to do planning first, so I don't just get straight into a painting, but I think about composition right from the get-go. Now the way I do it is I start off with my sketchbook. Now these thumbnail sketches are something that I did recently in my art mentorship program with my students, and this particular painting is of a river scene in the South Island of New Zealand, and it's a perfect example of an S composition. Now I was even demonstrating it here in these thumbnail sketches of how the composition was working and leading the eye along the river and to the mountain in the background. Now the thing about doing thumbnail sketches is you can design loads of quick compositions. It may only take about 5 to 10 minutes to do them. I probably wouldn't spend any longer than about 10 minutes on each. But it's a way of getting some quick compositions down, some composition ideas without investing too much time in it. Then once you've decided on your composition, what I do next is I'll then do a final master sketch, and this is going to be the blueprint for my painting. So I'm not going straight into a painting without having done any prior planning. So this way I can create an engaging composition and see the road ahead before I start the painting. Now in this case, once we've done that final sketch, we then created the painting itself. We painted this over a few sessions, but this was the end result. We've got a nice landscape here where the river is the main feature of the painting and it's leading the eye towards the mountain in the distance. And then there's also some other supporting elements as well in the scene that's helping to, again, lead the eye towards the mountains in the background. So when it comes to composition, and especially if you're learning about it, decide on one of these types of compositions to begin with. You can change the rules later on, but decide on one of these compositions and then start building your painting around it. You don't have to copy photos either. You can change things around in the photos and use multiple different photos as well. Remember, you're trying to create a painting and not a photograph. Do you want to know that one of the biggest secrets to landscape painting? You don't need a huge fancy brush collection. So today in this video I'm going to show you the only 5 brushes that you need to paint beautiful landscapes like this one or this one. So the first brush on the list is the bristle flat brush, and for me this is the workhorse of my landscape paintings. It's probably one of the most useful brushes in landscape painting, and if you're a beginner as well, it can be very easy to get overwhelmed with all the different brushes out there. So the bristle flat brush is an easy brush to use. It's ideal for loose gestural brush marks, especially when you're blocking in a painting, but also if you want to loosen up your brushwork as well. It's really great for painting grass, clouds, trees, and really anything in a landscape painting. Now I mainly use these brushes in the initial stages when I'm blocking in a painting. Then later on as I work my painting, I can then start moving to different brushes in order to create the different effects that I want in my paintings and starting to build up the details. Now then, on to the second most useful brush for painting landscapes, and that's the synthetic flat brush. So again, that flat brush shape, which is ideal for loose gestural brush marks, but also you can start getting in some details with this brush because of the synthetic hairs on the end of the brush. It meets to a nice fine point, so you can make some nice edges with it. Ideal for painting things such as rocks, buildings, mountains, anything where there's a more defined edge, but also things like tree trunks and branches as well. So this I use later on in my paintings when I'm starting to add in fine details, especially good for when you're painting things such as mountains and rocks, stones and boulders. Very good for getting some finer detail in there. Now then, the third brush on my list is the synthetic filbert brush. So in some ways this is similar to the synthetic flat brush, but it has a nice rounded edge which you can use for creating fine marks, such as painting cracks in the side of rocks, for example. It's also really good for painting some details on things such as tree foliage and also stems, tree trunks and branches. So this is another really useful brush to add in your collection for painting landscapes. Now the fourth most useful brush to use in landscape painting is the bristle dagger brush. Now I don't tend to use this as much as the flat brush, but it still produces some really nice marks and is ideal, I've found, for painting things such as tree foliage and also grass as well. You can use it for all sorts of other things as well, and the useful thing about this is you've got a nice pointed edge there, but you can also again use the broad end of the bristles for some nice gestural brush marks. Now if you're struggling with your landscape paintings, perhaps you are having difficulty creating the artworks that you'd imagined, or you're just having difficulty with creating depth and distance in your painting, perhaps they look flat, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint. Inside I give you loads of tips for painting landscapes. I show you my whole process and it will really help you with understanding composition, tonal values, creating the lights and darks in the landscape, creating depth and distance, and also color mixing, and much more. So as I say, it's totally free. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Now then, the last brush on my list, and that is the synthetic rigger brush. Now, I don't use this brush that much, but it's really good for adding a few final details at the end of my painting. So these could be things like the suggestion of blades of grass or sparkles in the water, perhaps a few little details to some rocks and boulders in a stream, for example. It's just a useful detail brush. As I say, I don't really use this that much. It's more towards the end of a painting where I just want to add some finishing touches that's going to make the whole painting come to life. So that concludes the 5 most useful brushes that you can use in landscape painting, in my opinion. I believe you can use this for any type of painting, including urban landscapes, painting animals, painting portraits or still lifes. They're really useful. Now, I'd like to know, what brushes do you use? Do you find the flat brushes useful? Or is there any brushes that I missed out that you think should be on that list? Let me know in the comment section below. Now,
I've been painting landscapes for over 20 years now. I've sold dozens of paintings and I've helped hundreds of students to improve their artworks. And in my time painting landscapes, I see 5 common mistakes that beginner artists often make, and these mistakes often end up with them ruining their paintings. So in this video, I'm going to explain to you what these 5 mistakes are and how that you can avoid them so that you can create beautiful, balanced, natural looking paintings that you can be proud of. So my name's Samuel Earp and I'm a landscape artist, and we're going to go over these 5 common mistakes that I've seen many times through teaching my students. Now, the first mistake that I see most landscape artists making, in fact general realism artists, is that they don't do any planning at all before they start their paintings. They just get straight into a painting and then oftentimes end up running into trouble with it. And you know what, I used to do the exact same thing, the exact same problem. I just used to want to get straight into a painting, wasn't thinking about sketching or any kind of painting design. I just thought, oh, you know, who wants to do that? I just want to get into the painting. And whenever I did this, many of my paintings, I'd run into trouble with them. Either the compositions weren't working or the tonal arrangement just wasn't working. And there was many times where I'd just end up giving up on the painting altogether. And that's a very frustrating experience because you can end up spending a lot of time on something and then not get the results that you want with your painting. So how can we avoid this and be able to create repeatable results with our artworks? Well, it starts with the planning stage, and this means sketching. So what I normally do is I do either pencil sketches, or just recently I've been doing sketches with marker pens of different values, so different grey pens ranging from very dark, almost black, to very light. And what I do is create thumbnail sketches. So these are just quick 10-minute sketches just to get some composition ideas down on the paper, and they're very small as well. So perhaps when I do sketching on an A4 piece of paper, I'll get about 6 little sketches in there, and it's just getting some composition ideas down there quickly. Now, when I got back into painting 16 years ago, I never did this. I just got straight into the painting, and after 5 years of trial and error and trying to figure it out for myself, I got an art mentor that he asked me, "Are you doing any sketching at all?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "Well, you got to start sketching because that's why your compositions look terrible." And I knew he was right. And ever since then, I started sketching. So starting off with thumbnail sketches, and then I'll do a master sketch. So this will be like the blueprint for my painting. Now, the sketching also serves loads of other benefits, as well as improving your drawing skills, which is going to transfer into your painting. But it also helps you to understand the tonal values in the landscape. So values are how light or dark your subject is, and it's going to give you a better understanding of that. Now, whenever I do a studio painting, I'll always design it first in my sketchbook. That's a non-negotiable, that has to be done. Then when you start your painting, you've got a clear plan of your overall design, the value arrangement as well, and it means you're much more likely to have a successful painting. Now this leads on to mistake number 2, and that is not having an understanding of tonal values. So as I just said, tonal values are how light or dark your subject is. There's some general rules in landscape paintings. We'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground. Then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So I think this is a really easy rule to remember, and we can start getting an understanding of the tonal values in the landscape just by sketching. So as I said, doing thumbnail sketches, perhaps using the value marker pens, the grey pens for example, to give you an idea of the lights and darks in the scene. And then when you do pencil sketching, you want to use a range of pencils, say from 4H to 8B for example, to get that tonal range. Now in your paintings, you'll have a better understanding of where the lights and darks are. So a lot of artists are having trouble with colour mixing, which we'll talk about in a moment, but the tonal values in the landscape are the key to creating that depth and distance. Without this, you're just going to end up with flat looking paintings, and many artists that say to me they're struggling with colour mixing are often, without realising it, struggling with understanding tonal values as well. Now, believe it or not, I had this exact same problem. So for 5 years, when I got back into painting, which was in 2009, shortly before I moved to New Zealand, I was trying to see if I can figure it out for myself. In fact, I was even a bit arrogant, thinking, you know what, I don't need any help, I can just figure this out for myself. And I was trying it through trial and error, and I painted all these landscapes and seascapes that, in my opinion, didn't have any real strong depth because I just didn't understand how tonal values worked. And once I understood this, it made everything a lot easier. So there's some general rules in landscape painting, and this is simplified in John Carlson's book, Carlson's Guide to Landscape Painting, which I'd recommend. But he simplified the landscapes into 4 main zones of value. So the arch of the sky are some of the lightest values. The ground planes of the grass are also pretty light in value. The slanting planes of the mountains are getting darker in value, and the upright planes of the trees are some of the darkest values in the landscape. And I think this is really easy to remember. So I always have this in mind when I'm painting, and when I'm painting, I'm always thinking about tonal values. If you get your tonal values correct, it doesn't matter so much if your colors aren't on point. You can still create the depth and distance with good painting tonality. So mistake number 3, and that's using overly saturated color in your paintings. I've seen this a lot with my students. It often coincides with just general beginner mistakes and not understanding tonal values either. So the key with color is we're more likely to find our most saturated colors in the foreground. This is also referred to as chroma. Then there are many colors that drop out as you go into the distance, i.e. they lose their intensity and become desaturated. This is especially the case with greens and yellows, and also reds as well. They tend to drop out as you go into the distance. So this is one of the mistakes that beginner artists are making, is they're using colours that are just too saturated, and this is partly because they don't know how to desaturate those colours. And there are a couple of ways you can do this. You can either mix its colour opposite. So say for example, if I wanted to desaturate a green, I could mix in a colour that contains red, and that's just going to knock down the intensity of the green. And then also you could mix in white, and white will desaturate your colour. However, it will also lighten the value of your colour. So that's something that you need to keep in mind as well. So just having a basic knowledge of colour theory and how colours work can really help with that, and it also coincides with tonal values as well. Now, a little tip for painting distant colours: use lower chroma colours such as yellow ochre, burnt sienna, ultramarine blue and titanium white. You can mix a lot of colours in the landscape in the distance using these colours as well. Now, mistake number 4 that I see many artists make is you're just using too many colours on their palette, and what this results in is a disharmonious painting where there's no colour harmony in it, there's no cohesion in the painting. So straight off the bat, we can achieve colour harmony in the painting by using common colours throughout the painting. So basically, colour harmony is where you'll look at a painting and it just looks nice, it looks pleasing, the colours look clean, and the viewer might not even know why this painting looks so nice, but it's often due to the colour harmony. Now, many artists use too many colours, and I also I'm guilty of this as well in the past, where I was just using too many colours, and my paintings, the colours just look rough, they looked acidic, they didn't look natural, and just not a pleasing painting at all. And as I say, I've seen many students that have had the same problem. Often there's many artists that think that they can't mix the colour that they want with fewer colours, that they've got to try and buy the exact colour from the art store. And there are many colours out there as well, so this can make things a bit more confusing, but really half the colours that are for sale in art stores, I don't think you really need them. So I use a simple palette. There's literally 9 colours on my palette, and that includes titanium white as well. And one of those colours on there as well isn't really that necessary, I could eliminate it. But generally, when you use fewer colours, your painting is going to look much more harmonious, and you're more likely to use the colours that you do have on your palette throughout the painting. So that's going to connect everything in the scene that you're painting, resulting in nice colour harmony in your paintings. Now, I've helped many artists to improve their colour mixing in this way. I can remember one in particular. When she came to me, her colours just didn't look good at all. She was using too many, and with my instructions, she was able to correct that very quickly, and her paintings really massively improved and looked much more harmonious. Now, the final mistake I see many artists using is using brushes that are way too small for the size of the painting that you're doing, and they're getting bogged down in detail. This ends up basically having a painting that's just overwhelming, and then just loads of detail, just too much detail. You're giving away too much information, and it actually can end up just looking confusing on the eye. It makes the whole painting look stiff and unnatural, like there's a displeasing static in the whole painting. So this is what you don't want. So the thing to do here is to use the biggest brushes that you can get away with, at least when you start a painting. Don't get caught up in the detail at all. Use big brushes. I like using flat brushes, and I'll give you an example. On the day that I recorded this video, I started a painting this morning, doing a live painting class, and I was painting on an 11-inch by 14-inch linen canvas panel, and I was using number 10 bristle flat brushes. That's all I used for the painting when I started it. So when you block in a painting, use the biggest brushes that you can get away with. There's going to be no detail, and you're going to get a nice looseness to your brushwork, which is going to create an aliveness in your painting. It's going to create mystique in it, and it's ultimately going to make your painting pop in the long run. It's going to have a nice vitality to it. Now then, once you've blocked in your painting, if you want to add detail, then you can do that, and then work down to smaller brushes. I only use smaller brushes usually right at the end, and it will just be to add a few little details. It might be some sparkles on some water, for example, or perhaps some shimmering leaves on a tree. But you don't want to be painting from the get-go with tiny brushes. Apart from anything else, it will just mean that the painting will take ages and it will just be a nightmare. My recommendation here is use big brushes. Then once your painting's dry, then you can start using smaller brushes for detail. So then, those are my 5 beginner mistakes that I see artists making and how you can fix them. Just to recap, you should always start planning your paintings by doing pencil sketches and a final sketch. There's also lots of ways that you can do this as well. You don't have to use pencils. You could even do a sketch using an iPad and Procreate, for example, but just so long as you're doing some kind of planning for your painting. Then really one of the next key things is to understand tonal values, the lights and darks in the scene, because this is going to help you to create the depth and distance in your paintings. So try and avoid using colour that's really saturated where it's not appropriate to do so in the scene that you're painting, and also don't use too many colours on your palette. Try and simplify things. And then lastly, don't use small brushes, at least not to begin with. Start with big brushes and then work your way down to the smaller brushes for those last details. In this video, I'm going to show you some basic colour mixing principles made easy, and how I painted this landscape using only red, yellow, blue and white. Stick around, this video is going to be fun. Hi, Sam here, thanks for tuning in. Now, the subject of colour theory. It can seem a bit daunting and a bit of a dry subject, but trust me, just learning a couple of principles about colour and value can really help improve your artwork.
And to be honest, I wish I'd learnt this right from the get-go, because I honestly think I'd be much more ahead of the game. But hey, it's all good. So in this video, I'm just going to show you a couple of basic principles about colour mixing and value, and this is particularly suitable for beginners. But even if you're an experienced painter, you're still going to enjoy this video, I reckon, because for the rest of it, I'm going to show you how I created this landscape using only 3 colours: red, yellow, blue and white. It's actually the same scene that I painted in my previous video on mixing greens, and I wanted to see if I could recreate that painting again, but just using 3 primary colours and white.
So here I've got a simplified colour wheel which I've mixed on my palette, and it consists of 3 primary colours, red, blue and yellow, and 3 secondary colours, so green, orange and violet. So when we mix blue and yellow together we get green, when we mix yellow and red together we get orange, and when we mix blue and red together we get violet. When these colours are arranged in the colour wheel, the primary colours are opposite the secondary colours. And these colours that are across from each other are known as complements or complementary opposites. So blue is opposite to orange, red is opposite to green, and yellow is opposite to violet. So why is this important to know? Well, for one main reason, when you're mixing a colour on your palette and you need to desaturate the colour, you can do this by mixing its complementary opposite. When you mix 2 complementary opposites together, you can create some browns or neutral greys, especially when combined with white. So for example, when I combine ultramarine blue with cadmium orange, its colour opposite, it creates a very dark brown. And when I add some titanium white to the mix, it creates a bluish grey colour. So this is very useful for creating some of those neutral colours that you find in nature, such as in rocks for example. Complementary opposites can look good next to each other in a painting if done correctly. And if you look closely in nature, you'll see colour complements everywhere. So for example, in this painting, I've added a bit of a red element into the grass, which adds some harmony to the painting. Next, I'd just like to briefly talk about value. And value is how light or dark a colour is, and is probably one of the most important things in creating a successful painting. Value is often represented on a value scale, with light at one end and dark at the other, and then the rest in the middle are midtones. Getting your values right is especially important in landscape painting in order to achieve atmospheric depth. In general, you'll find your darkest darks and your lightest lights in the foreground, as the full range of the value scale is used. But as landforms recede into the distance, darks are not quite dark and lights are not quite light, as the value scale narrows. If you're painting from photos and you're unsure where your lights and darks are, just take your photo and switch it to black and white. Then you'll clearly be able to see where your dark and light values are. Remember that colours have values too, and it will influence the lights and darks in your painting depending on what colours you mix together. For example, if we take this simplified colour wheel and switch it to black and white, you'll see that yellow is the lightest value, whilst the violet and blue are the darkest values. Anyway, that's some basic colour theory out the way, and hopefully you're not too bored and haven't switched on to the next video. So for the rest of the video, we're going to kick it up a notch and put some of that colour theory into practice. Now for those of you that watched my previous YouTube video on mixing greens, will see that I painted a landscape that featured some trees and lots of green rolling hills. And for this painting I used my normal palette. But after I published the video, I thought, Why don't I see if I can recreate the same painting again using only 3 primary colours, red, yellow and blue, and titanium white? Can it be done? Well, let's find out what happened. So here is my paint palette, and the row of colours along the top are the colours that I normally use at the moment. So the colours I use include titanium white, burnt sienna, yellow oxide, cadmium yellow, cadmium orange, quinacridone crimson, ultramarine blue and phthalo green. Aside from the yellow and blue, I'm going to see if I can mix the rest of the colours using cadmium yellow, cadmium red, ultramarine blue and titanium white. Let's see how we go. I'll start with an easy colour first, orange, which is yellow and red mixed together. If it's still looking a bit too yellow, I can add some more red into the mix. The next colour I make is crimson, which I mix using ultramarine blue and cadmium red. This colour's a bit tricky to make as you have to get the balance just right. My homemade crimson isn't quite the same, but close enough. It also doesn't pack the same punch that the quinacridone crimson does, but it's still going to be good enough to use in the painting. Right, next, let's see if I can make a phthalo green. Phthalo green is a dark emerald green, and in order to mix this, I start with ultramarine blue and I mix in a little cadmium yellow. I'm trying to keep the value of the green darker by using more ultramarine blue. And whilst it's not exact, I reckon it's pretty close. So that's the easy colours out the way, now for the tricky ones. Mixing yellow oxide and burnt sienna. Yellow oxide is similar to yellow ochre, but just a tiny bit punchier. I start to make this colour by mixing cadmium yellow and ultramarine blue, which makes green. And then I add some cadmium red. The red, which is the complementary opposite to green on the colour wheel, has neutralised it and made a brown. So this is already a good base to work from. I can see that the colour needs some more yellow in the mixture, so I add in some more cadmium yellow. And this also lightens the value of the colour. The value is still looking a bit dark and it's still a little bit too saturated, so I mix in some titanium white, which further desaturates the colour. Now I accidentally added in a bit too much white, so then I added some more cadmium yellow and cadmium red just to bring that colour back up. So again, not quite the same, but pretty darn close. And now finally the last colour on my palette, burnt sienna, which was a little tricky to make. I start by using cadmium red and then I mix some ultramarine blue. The colour is already similar to the crimson that I made earlier. But in order to achieve that more rusty tone, I add in a little cadmium yellow. Now as I was mixing this, I added in a bit too much cadmium yellow, which lightened the value, so I had to readjust the mixture by adding in some more ultramarine blue and cadmium red. But as with all the other colours I've made, whilst it's not quite the same, it's pretty close. And these are all colours I can work with to start my painting. I'm painting on an 8x10 linen panel, and these are great for small paintings and for plein air paintings. They're made by a company in the USA and I've put a link in the description below. I've sketched out my composition and then I start the painting by adding in my darkest values and shadows first. I'm using a number 6 brush and I start by painting the cloud shadows. I mix a combination of ultramarine blue and homemade burnt sienna which desaturates the blue. I then also mix in a little homemade crimson and some titanium white. Then next I paint the distant trees on the hill, and I'm using the same colour combination but with less titanium white, so the value is darker. I start blocking in the trees in the midground, and as they're closer to the viewer, and also the fact that I'm painting the background in shadow, it's going to be darker in value. So I mix a combination of ultramarine blue and homemade yellow ochre, which creates a green, and then I desaturate the colour and darken the value by adding in some burnt sienna. The red in the burnt sienna being opposite to the green that I've just made. I also add a small amount of titanium white in the mix just to make the value lighter. The shadows in the pine trees are the darkest values in the painting as they are closest to the viewer. And again, I use the same colour that I used for the trees in the midground but with no titanium white. Then next I start painting the shadows in the grass, which is a combination of ultramarine blue with yellow ochre and a little crimson and titanium white to lighten the value. As the distant fields are in shadow, I paint these also before I paint anything that's in light. Grass is naturally lighter in value than trees, so this must be communicated in the painting. I mix the colours for the grass with a combination of ultramarine blue and some yellow ochre, then I mix in a little bit of crimson and titanium white to make the value lighter. As the grass is in shadow, I want to keep that green cooler, so I don't use too much yellow ochre in the mix. So now I have all my dark values and shadows in place. Personally, I prefer to paint this way as I find it much easier to then add the areas in light, and it also makes it easier to get the saturation of the colour correct. Now, I'm not saying that this is the only way to do it. Many other artists paint in a different manner, but this is what works for me. I think by establishing all your dark values first, that you create a solid base to work from, and it makes it much easier to establish a tonal dynamic in your painting to create that atmospheric depth. Now that I've roughly established all my shadows, I'm going to start painting the areas in light. And I start with the clouds. I paint the cloud highlights with a combination of titanium white mixed with homemade burnt sienna. I also mix some of this white into the cloud shadows to create texture within the clouds. I paint the sky using a combination of titanium white, ultramarine blue and a bit of homemade phthalo green. I then start adding more of my cloud shadow mix to the clouds, blending the colours and starting to form their shapes. I make a start on painting the foliage in the pine trees. Pine tree foliage is quite dark in value, so I need to mix a dark green. And I do this by mixing ultramarine blue and yellow ochre to start with. But then I lighten the value and increase the saturation of the colour a little by adding in some cadmium yellow. I then harmonise that green and make it look more natural by adding in some colours that contain its colour complement, which is red. So in this case, I add in some homemade orange and some homemade crimson into the mix. I use my cloud shadow mix to mix the water in the pond by the trees. I use the same colours for the grass as I did in the pine trees, but I use much more cadmium yellow, which not only lightens the value but it increases the saturation. I also add titanium white in order to make the value lighter. I can green up the grass a little by adding some homemade phthalo green, but if the green's looking a bit too cold, I can warm it up by adding in some orange and crimson. I also find that adding in a little yellow ochre helps to make that grass softer. The blocking in stage of this painting is nearly complete. Now, when you're creating a painting, I always think it's best to try and get the blocking in stage done in one go. And that way you can quickly assess whether your colours and values and tonal dynamic in general is going to work in the painting. It's much easier to make changes and colour and tonal adjustments at this stage than having to rework a painting later on when you've added a load of detail. That can be pretty frustrating. So the blocking in stage should provide sufficient information to let you know whether your painting reads well and whether you've created a solid base to work from where you can start adding detail. Now for the remainder of the painting I'm adding detail, and I'll just briefly talk about my approach towards this and also some advantages and disadvantages of using a limited palette. Don't forget you can check out my previous video on mixing greens to see how I painted this artwork in more detail, and of course using my normal palette. Whenever I block in a painting, I always keep the values a little darker, so I've got plenty of room to add lighter tone later on in the painting. And then I'll be saving my lightest values until the end of the painting. As I start adding more detail to the painting, I make value adjustments along the way. So for example here, I made the trees in the distance lighter as well as the grass. I also added some more saturated green to the mid-ground trees, but making sure that the value was still the same as the previous layer. When it comes to painting the trees and the grass, I'm adding lighter layers with each pass to build up that three-dimensional form. So now let's talk about the advantages of just using red, yellow, blue and white. So one of the obvious things is that just using three colours will help you to improve your colour mixing skills and give you a better understanding of how colour works. But the other main advantage to using such a limited palette is you're more likely to achieve colour harmony in your painting. Paintings are more harmonious when there's common elements throughout. So if you're just using three colours, there's a strong chance you're going to be using those three colours all the way through the painting. Whereas if you're using lots of different pre-mixed colours, there is a risk that those colours won't be so cohesive and your painting might just look a little off all round. Some artists throughout history and even to the modern day have used a limited palette. And one of the most famous historical painters to use such a palette was the Swedish painter Anders Zorn. He's known for his figurative paintings and portraits, and he only used 4 colours on his palette, which included yellow ochre, vermilion, ivory black and titanium white. This is referred to as the Zorn palette. The disadvantage of just using these 3 colours is that you may miss out on beneficial attributes of certain tube colours. For example, phthalo green has a high tinting strength, whereas my homemade phthalo green just didn't have the same covering power. After adding the final details to my painting, it was time to put it to the test and compare it to the original one. I think they look pretty close. Can you tell the difference between the two?
In this video, I'm going to show you how to draw a coastal scene. Now, I tried something different this time. I always do sketches before a painting, but this time I sketched it on some grey paper, which added a whole new dimension to my drawing, especially when I added highlights.
This is beautiful Taupo Bay, and it's located in far north New Zealand. It's a really stunning location, and I took this video footage and these photos on a plein air painting trip there. The reference photos that I've used for this drawing were ones that I'd taken in the morning when there was more shadows on the cliffs. I'm working on a piece of grey card, and what I've done here is I've taped it to a board with some masking tape. Now, the linen stretcher that I want to do my final painting on roughly measures 30 centimetres by 60 centimetres. So what I've done here is I've made my sketch proportional to the linen stretcher that I'm going to paint on later. So my sketch measures 18 centimetres by 36 centimetres, and I measured this out with a ruler. When I begin to sketch out my composition, I'm using a 4H pencil, which is a hard pencil and produces a very light mark. I want to keep my pencil marks light to start with, just in case I need to erase them. I use my ruler just to roughly work out a few dimensions, and then I start sketching the outline of the various forms that are in the composition. So it's here I'll just quickly go over the design behind this drawing. This coastal scene incorporates an S composition where the stream's meandering towards the sea and leading the eye towards the headland, which is the main focal area in this drawing. There's quite a lot of weight in the cliffs, so I've attempted to balance the composition by adding some heavy cloud on the left side of the drawing, and then the rock on the very left side helps to anchor the whole composition. Remember, you should never have your horizon line in the centre of the composition. So in this case I've opted for a low horizon. Overall, the S composition is going to add some rhythm to this coastal scene. Don't be afraid to move things around if it's going to improve your composition. For example, this rock was right in front of the cliffs and would have been a bit of an obstruction. So I just moved this rock to the left, and overall it helps to anchor the composition. Now, if you click the link in the description box below, I've written a blog post on this particular drawing, including all the pencils I'm using and how to sharpen them, and all the other materials that I'm using for this drawing. Once I've finished outlining the composition, I begin shading in the clouds using a hatching technique, which is basically like parallel lines that are very close together. Now, the beauty of doing pencil sketches, because it's essentially black and white, it helps you to get your head around values, which is how light or dark a subject is. Value is represented on a scale, with the lightest being at one end and the darkest values at the other, and everything in the middle are midtones. In general, the sky and clouds tend to be some of the lightest values within the landscape. So this is why I was using a 4H pencil, as it produces a light mark. And now that I'm shading in the headland, I'm using a 2H pencil, as I want that value to be darker than the clouds. In general, we'll find our darkest and lightest values in the foreground, as the whole value scale is used. But then as landforms recede into the distance, darks are not quite dark and lights are not quite light. So the value scale narrows, and in general we'll find mid to light values. And we can use this to help create atmospheric depth in our drawings and paintings. So next I move on to the main focal area of the drawing, the headland, and I want it to look like it's further away and also as if it's in shadow. So I still want to keep the value relatively light, and it's going to be a half tone. So for this I use a 2H pencil, and again I'm using that hatching technique. Now just like my paintings, I'm mainly focusing on the dark values first, and leaving gaps and areas for the midtones and for my lightest values, which I'll add at the end of the drawing. Due to the fact that the card is a light value, there are many areas of this drawing that I'm going to be able to just leave it as it is, for example the beach. So for now at the moment I'm mainly concentrating on those cliff shadows, and as we move further to the right in the composition, those cliffs are getting nearer to the viewer, so those shadows are getting darker as our value scale widens. So for this I'm using a 2B pencil, which produces a much darker mark. I'm marking in the shadows and outlining the foliage that's on the cliffs. Having my pencil sharpened at an angle really helps to shade in those areas quickly and give some texture to those cliff faces and plants. Here, moving forward in the drawing, I'm now using a 4B pencil which produces a darker mark than the 2B. I'm using this to create some darker shadows for the next tier of cliffs and rock faces within this composition. And for the cliffs on the very right side of the drawing, I'm using a 6B pencil as I want those shadows even darker. However, as the cliff is still in the midground, I don't want those shadows too dark, as I'm preserving my darkest shadows for those rocks in the very foreground. Now what I'm doing here is I'm marking a few suggestions of details, such as rock cracks and fissures, and the trees and foliage that's growing on the cliffs. But I'm mostly using a hatching technique to shade in those large areas and dark masses within the cliff. I'm conscious to leave some gaps where the canopies of the treetops and some of the other plants are illuminated in the full sunlight. And this sharp contrast between light and shadow is really going to add to the effects and drama of the whole drawing, and when I come to do the painting. I've finished with the cliffs for now, and I'm going to be coming back to them later on to add the final highlights and details. So now I move on to the sea. And this is much lighter in value than the cliffs, so I've gone back to using a 2H pencil. I don't spend too much time on it, but I'll just mark in some of those shadows within the breaking waves. It's here that I move on to the rocks in the foreground, and the shadows in these rocks are the darkest values in the whole drawing. So for this I'm using an 8B pencil and also an 8B Mars Lumograph black pencil, which, as the name suggests, produces a black mark. I have to be a little bit careful not to apply too much pressure when I'm shading in the areas, just because as they're softer pencils, the graphite can break easily. So it's here that I sketch in my shadows in the rocks and in the sandbank along the edge of the stream. You may have noticed that I'm resting my hand on this scrap of paper. Well, this is just to help minimise smudging my drawing. I shade in the rock on the left that's in the sea with a 6B pencil, and this is quite an important part of the composition as it's helping to lead the eye towards the headland. Once I've worked on all the major shadow areas within the drawing and added a few more details, I prepare the drawing for adding my lightest values and the final highlights. I'm now at the stage of my drawing where I'm ready to add the final highlights, and for this I'm using a white pastel pencil. Now I really enjoyed this part of the sketching process because just within a few marks just adds a whole new dimension to the drawing. I also think that it gives the drawing an ethereal quality. I'm only using this pencil for the lightest values within the drawing. So next I mark in the white water in the sea and the crests of the waves as they barrel over. I can even use this pencil to create some sea mist. I work on the clouds and mark in where that bright sunshine is shining through the edges of the clouds. I'm marking some sparkles within the stream in the foreground, and I want to add a few highlights in the cliff faces and ridges. But prior to that, I use an eraser pen to help define the canopies of the trees and some of the plants and shrubs on the cliff. I can also use it to clean up some of those graphite marks that I made earlier, so I can add some highlights with the white pastel pencil. The eraser pen has a 2.3mm eraser at the end of it, which you can use like a pencil. You can rub out previous graphite marks, but you can also use it to create highlights and three-dimensional forms. It's also really useful to have just to tidy up marks and areas within your drawing. I finish up the drawing by just adding a few refinements and tidying up areas. And I also use a paper wiper to smooth out some of those marks within the clouds. Now, I've got to say, I've really enjoyed drawing this. I think using the grey paper and then the white pencil at the end has really added a whole new dimension to the drawing. And I've actually since done some more of these types of drawings. If you've not tried this yet, I'd definitely recommend you give it a try. It's really good fun and a great way to get fired up and inspired on whatever painting project you're working on.
If you've ever struggled with making the mountains in your paintings look distant and majestic, then this video will change everything for you, because I'm going to show you the secrets of creating realistic mountains that have depth and distance and really pop off your canvas with this painting here that's inspired by the South Island of New Zealand. So to begin with, I'm painting on an 11" by 14" linen canvas panel made by Seascape, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. And I'm sketching out my composition with burnt sienna and a little bit of pale drying gel as I'm using oil paints. The brand of oil paints I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and again, if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. Now, creating distance and depth in your mountain landscape starts right at the beginning by painting the dark values and shadows first. Now, what this does is it allows us to create a tonal range that we can work towards, making it easier to paint the areas in light. So the general rule in landscapes is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and yet as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So with this in mind, I start painting the darkest darks, which are in these rocks and boulders by the stream here, and I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna, which pretty much creates black, and then there's also a little bit of alizarin crimson as well. Now, I'm using large brushes here compared with the size of the canvas, number 6 bristle flat brushes, because I want to get some loose painterly marks and not get bogged down in detail, at least not to begin with. So if you're struggling with painting too much detail in your paintings, start the blocking stage with the biggest brushes that you feel comfortable with. Now on to the next tier of depth here in the midground. So as we're going further away, those shadows are starting to get lighter. So what I've done is I've used the same colours that I used for the boulders in the foreground, but then I mixed in some titanium white and also keep the mixture more on the blue side, as many of these shadows have a blue cast to them, especially here in New Zealand. Now by making the shadows slightly lighter, it's going to start and push it away into the midground compared to the shadows in the foreground. And then for the mountain in the background, which is the main focal area of the painting, those shadows have to be even lighter. So again, I've used the same colours but with a lot more titanium white and ultramarine blue. So again, the shadows have a nice blue cast to them. We want to keep our colours clean as well. This is one of the reasons I paint on a white canvas,
but also I try and use as fewer colours as possible when I'm mixing them together. Sometimes it's a little difficult, especially if you're mixing greens, but for these mountain shadows you don't need many colours. So by painting my darks first, I've already set up a tonal framework for the whole painting, and this is one of the key things to creating depth and distance in your landscapes, especially mountain landscapes. And it's really easy to do as well. So as you can see there, I've started to paint the areas in light, and it's made it a lot easier to get the values and the saturation of the colour correct when it's painted next to the shadow areas. Following this, I started painting the sky. I kept the sky simple as it was a crisp sunny morning. For the sky I used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little cobalt teal and some titanium white. And again I used a large bristle flat brush and just painted it with downwards brush marks to create texture in the sky. Now working my way forward in the painting, I started to add the variety of greens that are in the landscape. Now it's important that the greens are not too saturated where the distant mountain is, and then I increase the saturation as I come forward in the landscape, and I've used combinations of yellow ochre, cadmium yellow medium and ultramarine blue to start with, along with titanium white. Then I adjust the mixtures by adding colours such as cobalt teal or phthalo green, and having a red element in there such as alizarin crimson, burnt sienna or cadmium red light. I generally use cadmium red light for greens that are in the foreground. The red is going to help bring harmony to the greens, make them look more organic and natural, but they also help to desaturate your greens as well if they're looking too vibrant. Now then, on to the foreground here, and I'm painting the water, and for this I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little yellow ochre, some titanium white and a little phthalo green. So one of the other things about painting landscapes in general is I'm keeping an eye on the colour harmony, and this is where your painting will just look nice, it will read well to the viewer, and you've just got nice natural but vibrant looking colours. And the way we can do this is by using common colours throughout the painting. So for example, I've used a lot of ultramarine blue and titanium white throughout the painting, as well as burnt sienna, which I've used in the rock faces and the faces of the mountain. All the while I'm keeping an eye on the value. Value is the most important thing, as you can get away with perhaps not mixing the exact right colour, but so long as your values are working, that's what's going to create the illusion of distance in your landscapes. Now at this point in the painting I've almost finished blocking it in, and it's all about getting the main colours and values down there, especially establishing the tonal values and being able to create that depth and distance, which started right at the beginning by painting my dark values first. And here I'm able to go and restate the dark values and just start introducing some of the cracks in the side of the mountains. Now the next important secret to creating depth and distance in your mountains, and indeed any landscape, is to keep the whole thing tonally darker to start with, at least during the blocking in stage, and then you've got plenty of room throughout the painting to add lighter layers on top, which is really going to build out the depth and sense of realism in your painting. So even the snow here in the mountains, I've made the value a little bit darker by adding some burnt sienna, ultramarine blue and alizarin crimson, just the tiniest amount, but it's enough to darken that layer of white so that it sits back in the landscape. And then later on, once the painting's dry, we can start building up our lighter tones and save our lightest lights until last. And this is going to give the whole painting depth and a feeling of realism. Now if you'd like to learn more about creating depth and distance in your landscapes, as well as mixing colour and creating a sense of realism, getting the tonal values correct, as well as composition, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. As I say, it's completely free. Enjoy. So at this point we're well into the painting, into the modelling stage, where we're working on individual zones within the painting, such as the mountain in the background, or in this case now the midground and foreground. And I'm working on the vegetation here, just adding lighter layers of paint than the previous layer, and that's what's going to help to build up the depth. Now some of those yellow tones in there are from some of the mountain grass that's growing along the side of the bank, and for this I've used a mix of yellow ochre with a little alizarin crimson and some titanium white. I also allow it to mix in with the green a little as well, so that the colours look more harmonious. Now as part of the modelling stage here, I'm adding more details and building them up, especially here in the foreground with the rocks, restating some of those dark shadows, adding in cracks. And I'm switching up my brushes and using more synthetic brushes which have a much more defined edge to them for those finer details. I'm keeping in mind as well, I'm going to find my darkest darks in the foreground. So with starting off with the painting with loose brushwork, we can add as much detail as we like afterwards, and the painting's still going to have a looseness and vibrancy to it. Now it's here that I'm starting to build up those lighter layers. If you remember, I said I keep the painting tonally darker to start with, and it means that when we build up the lighter layers we can start creating a lot more depth within the painting, and it's just going to add to the overall realism. So you can see that the lights in the rocks here are darker at this stage, and now I can start adding some highlights to them, and that's really bringing out the three-dimensional form of the rocks. Now I'd like to quickly introduce the sponsor of this video, which is Craft Geek. Craft Geek make artist tripod easels as well as phone tripods, music stands and projector stands. Now I was looking for a tripod easel that would fit into my small studio, and that's when Craft Geek reached out to me. Pure coincidence, but they sent me one of these and I absolutely love it. And I generally don't promote anything on my channel that I wouldn't use myself, so I've been using this for my paintings. It's really easy to set up, it's lightweight, and you can even use it for plein air painting as well. Now I was so impressed with this artist easel that I even ordered the phone tripod as well, which I've been using to make Instagram reels to show off my art. Now if you'd like to get yourself a tripod easel or a phone tripod or any of the other products that Craft Geek make, right now they're giving away a 15% discount. Just type in the code SamuelArt at the checkout to get 15% off your order. Now then, back to the painting, and I'm really getting into a lot more fine detail now, especially working on the rocks and boulders in the foreground as well as the vegetation, and I'm using a lot smaller brushes and mainly synthetic brushes, for example these synthetic flat brushes. So as I said earlier, the key to building up realism in a mountain landscape or any landscape is to start everything off darker and then start building up those lighter tones as each layer dries. Then the other thing you can do as well is to start adding things such as reflected light, which is what I've done in the side of the rocks here. And also working in the midground here, just adding more lighter tone to the vegetation, which is adding to the realism of the trees. So as I said, modelling is where we're working on individual zones in the painting and just bringing out the forms, so things like the rocks, the rivers, the trees, and especially of course the mountains. And I'm just building up lighter tones and letting it dry, and then saving the lightest layers until the very end. So really what I'm doing at this point is I'm just preparing the painting now to be able to add those lightest lights right at the end of the painting, which is when the whole painting will really start to pop. Before I do that, there's still more details to be added. For example, this mountain here that's in the midground that's just peeking through the edge of the canvas. Now another way we can add realism to the scene is to add more shadows. So for example, I was adding more shadows to some of the trees and vegetation that's in the midground, and that again helps to make them look more three-dimensional. Generally landscapes are easier to paint when there's strong shadows in them, especially mountain landscapes. Now here I'm thinking about getting this painting finished, and we're back to the mountain, and this is where I'm adding lighter layers of paint, which is really going to bring out that mountain face. I'm also going more sparingly with the paint here, just gently building up some more of those details. and it's adding more of a three-dimensional effect to the mountains. For this I use a mix of titanium white with some burnt sienna, a little bit of ultramarine blue and a little bit of alizarin crimson, so it's a very low chroma colour, chroma being another word for saturation. And I'm applying the paint here with a small 1/8 of an inch dagger brush. Now here we move on to another secret to painting realistic mountains, and that's painting the snow, and more importantly getting the snow to look like it's real and that it's going to pop off the canvas. So this is where I'm saving my lightest values right at the very end, and to paint the snow here I just used a mix of titanium white with just a tiny amount of yellow ochre, and the yellow ochre is just going to warm up the paint a little bit. Now I'm then able to use that same mixture to add the highlights and sparkles to the water. So I'm just painting little dots that are going to be sparkles using the same mix of titanium white with a little bit of yellow ochre, and I'm applying the paint here with a number 0 rigger brush. This is a really useful brush to use for some fine detail at the end of your painting. Now before we end the video, I'll just recap on the things you need to do to make your mountain landscapes look realistic and have depth and distance within them. So the first thing, and this goes for any landscape painting, is to paint your dark values and shadows first, because this sets up a tonal framework that makes it a lot easier afterwards to paint the areas in light and get the saturation of your colours correct. The next thing is to use loose brushwork to start with. This is just going to add a nice vitality to your paintings. You can then add some detail later on. And the other thing is keep your paintings tonally darker to start with, and then you've got plenty of room to add your lighter values as you work through the painting. Then when you work on the modelling stage, working on individual zones, just take your time with it and just build up the details, going as detailed or as loose as you like, and just building up those lighter layers of paint. Then last of all, you want to save your lightest values until the end of the painting. So in this case, painting the snow on top of the mountains and the sparkles in the water, and adding a few highlights to the foliage and vegetation as well as the rocks. This is what is going to make your painting pop and create that convincing sense of depth and distance. Many artists struggle with painting reflections in water. They either overcomplicate it or end up with muddy looking colours. So in this video, I'm going to show you an expressive and simple way of painting reflections in water, and also give you some tips on painting trees, as this is a feature of the painting. By the end of this video, you'll know a technique for painting landscapes that feel realistic, but surprisingly easy to pull off. This painting is intended to be a study, and it measures 8 inches by 8 inches, and I'm painting this on a linen panel that's made by Seascape, and if you want to get some, I'll put a link in the description box below. Now with a small study like this, I could use it as a study, as reference for a larger painting, so I really enjoy painting these small little artworks. But I'm sketching out my composition using burnt sienna mixed with a little bit of pale drying gel, which is the medium I'm using. As I'm using oil paint, so this medium just helps to speed up the drying time. So I've sketched out the composition using burnt sienna, and the brand of oil paint I'm using is Blue Ridge oils, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. So when painting trees, it's best to treat them as masses, and I start off all of my paintings by painting the dark values and shadows first, as this makes it much easier to create a whole tonal framework, i.e. the lights and darks in the scene. And then afterwards, once you got your shadows in, it just makes it so much easier to paint your areas in light. So I'm using a flat brush here, and I've used a mix of mainly ultramarine blue with a little yellow ochre for the trees. And this is a really good default colour mix to use for painting vegetation, because you can get a really dark tone, but also it has a nice green undertone to it, and if you add more yellow ochre, it's going to be even more green. but it's also a lower chroma green as well. Helps to take the saturation out of the blue. Now once those shadows were established, I then created a variety of different greens to paint the different tree species that are growing along the side of the lake here. I've been using varying mixes of yellow ochre, cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue and titanium white. They serve as the base of my greens. And then I've added in colours such as burnt sienna, which helps to make the green look more natural because it contains red, and red is opposite to green on the colour wheel. I can increase the saturation of the green and shift the hue to some of those more emerald tones by mixing in a little phthalo green, and this is a really good colour for just boosting the saturation of your green. Really, it's a colour that you'll probably mainly just need for foreground greens because it can easily overpower your mixture, so you've got to be careful with this. So as I said, I just treated the trees as masses. I don't worry about leaves at all. In fact, in a scene like this, there's no individual leaves painted. A lot of artists struggle with painting trees because they try and paint every single leaf to begin with. So it's better to just treat them as masses to begin with, as real solid shapes. And then if you want to add things like leaves, you can do that later on, but it doesn't really work so well with a painting as small as this one. Now once the main body of the trees was established, the next thing to do was to paint the reflections in the water. Now the water itself is going to have an influence on the colour of the reflections, especially if the water is a little bit muddy. So what I did here was I mixed a low chroma, olive, muddy looking green using a simple colour mix of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue, titanium white and a little bit of burnt sienna. Now the thing is I've used these colours in the trees already, so actually it's creating a nice colour harmony, so it's going to just look nice in the painting. Now colour harmony is where your painting just reads well to the viewer and looks nice. Now then, one of the ways to paint convincing looking reflections in the water is to drag your paint marks, your brushwork downwards. So downwards brush marks, and that's going to help to convey the reflective water. Then you can go across with some horizontal brush marks, for example like what I've done here to convey some of the darker shadows. Now there's a couple of things that I've observed with painting water reflections, in that the darks tend to be lighter than the darks that you'll see above the surface of the water, for example the trees here. But then also the lights tend to be a little darker, so it's like the value range seems to be a bit narrower with reflections, so darks aren't quite as dark and lights aren't quite as light, so something to keep in mind. Now once I'd gotten the bulk of those reflections, the next thing I did was started painting the sky, and this also helps to shape the trees as well because you're painting around the negative spaces, painting in the negative spaces. So you can actually form the trees as well, and this can look really awesome. For the sky I've used a mix of ultramarine blue, titanium white and a little bit of phthalo green. Now when it comes to value, which is how light or dark your subject is, skies are generally some of the lightest values to be found in the landscape, whereas trees are some of the darkest values in the landscape, so something to keep in mind. The ground planes of the grass are usually much lighter than the trees. They're definitely one of the more lighter values in the landscape, so also something to consider when you're painting trees in the landscape and painting grass, if you want to make those trees stand out. Now for my sky mix in the reflective water, I made it a little bit darker than the sky above, but still used the same colours, ultramarine blue with titanium white and a little bit of phthalo green. I decided to add some of that murkiness to the water in the foreground using a mix of ultramarine blue, yellow ochre, titanium white and a little burnt sienna. So the same colours that I'd use for the reflections of the trees in the water. And then I just carried on with some horizontal brush marks there just to convey some of the reflections and just mixing in some of that paint whilst it's still wet on the canvas. Now at this point in the painting I'd pretty much got the canvas covered, and the next thing to do was just to start tidying up the painting and adding things like restating the dark values, so to really define some of those shapes and forms a bit more. Adding things like sky holes to the trees here, so this is where the sky is visible through the tree's canopy. you're painting negative spaces again, and it's a really cool effect that you can do when you're painting trees because it helps to make them look a lot more natural. And then I started working on the trees that are in the background, softening the edges of their canopies and also adding some lighter layers of paint to those initial layers that I began with. So whilst I'm blocking in the painting, I'm just trying to get as much paint and just information down as possible on the canvas so that it makes it easier for me when once it's dry I can start the modelling stage of this painting and just adding a bit of detail. As it's such a small painting anyway, there's not a whole lot of detail in this, but I was trying to get as much done in the blocking stage as I could. Now, one of the things I love to do as an artist is inspire people to paint and help them with their own painting techniques. So if you're struggling with painting, you're struggling with creating depth and distance and realism in your paintings, you're struggling with understanding tonal values, the lights and darks, colour mixing, then come and join me at my art school. The aim of this is to make you a much better painter so that you've got paintings that you'd be proud to hang on your wall or even sell. That's the whole aim of the group. As well as the vibrant community, a lot of the students in the group are sharing their artworks and chatting with each other. And I also have live painting classes every week where I show you everything in real time so you can just see how the process is done in a really structured way. A lot of the reason people struggle with painting in general is because they don't have a process to follow or just a set way of doing things. And I found that by having a process and following it, that I've been able to create repeatable results with my paintings and serve my students as well. So, as I say, come and join me at my art school and improve your painting, take it to the next level. Just click the link below to join. Now then, back to the painting, and I'd let it dry. So this is where I'm now just adding details to it. And as I say, it's a small painting, so I didn't spend a whole lot of time on it and I didn't go too detailed either. I still wanted to maintain the looseness in the brushwork, but really one of the main things I was doing was I was adding lighter layers of paint to the foliage using the same colours that I'd used for the greens that I'd mixed earlier, but also restating the shadows in some of these trees. The shadows were quite a bit darker, but I started off with thinner layers of paint, so once that had dried, even though I used the same colours, ultramarine blue and yellow ochre, it now looks a lot darker. And having those darker tones, like in this tree in the foreground, it's actually bringing the tree forward. So I purposely made the shadows here darker and the shadows in the background just a little lighter to push the trees that are in the midground a little bit into the distance. So that's helping to create that atmospheric perspective in the painting. So now it was just a case of restating dark values and then also adding lighter layers of paint to help build out the tree canopies here that are in the midground. In general with my paintings, I save the lightest values until last. So I start my paintings off darker and then I slowly build up lighter tones and then save my lightest values until the end. So I was adding more details to the trees here, just concentrating on the shadows, painting some reflected light in the side of the tree canopy and the halftones and then the highlights. Now with the water and the reflections, I had a look at the shapes of the tree canopies that are in the midground and then painted some of them in a downwards direction and then also so it's mirroring what's above it. And then there was lots of horizontal brush marks as well to create the effect of ripples. By this point in the painting, it was getting close to having it finished, and this is normally where I just add the sort of last tidy up details where I just make adjustments, even little tonal adjustments like I did with the sky here. I decided that the sky needed to be a little bit darker, and of course I had to reflect that in the water as well, so with some of the sky that's reflecting in the water I made that a little darker. Then to really emphasize the water, I painted some more reflections in the midground. This helps to solidify the edges of the water as well and adds a really nice effect. It helps to make the water look more realistic. Then I was adding my lightest values, for example the grass and just a few light tones in the trees. Also painting a suggestion of a network of branches. And for this I was using some synthetic brushes here rather than the bristle brushes, just to get some finer detail. And at that point the painting was complete. So I had a lot of fun painting this. I love doing these little studies, and they're really useful because if you want to do a larger painting afterwards, they're a great reference to have, and they help you to see the road ahead with a bigger painting. You know what's crazy? I spent many years painting landscapes completely backwards. Sure, my paintings looked okay, but they were missing that wow factor. And then I discovered this one technique that changed everything. Instead of starting with painting the skyline or the main features, I now begin with the darkest shadows first. And this might sound counterintuitive, right? But watch what happens when I mark in the dark values and shadows first. It makes painting the rest of the artwork, getting your tonal values correct, your colour mixing, painting the areas in light, it makes it so much easier to paint. And I'm going to teach you how to do this in this painting demonstration, which features some mountains in the South Island of New Zealand. These are a great way of learning how to paint depth and distance because there's lots of shadows and lots of areas of the mountains that are in light. So I'm starting off here by painting the distant shadows. Now, since making this video, as I actually painted this last year at the time of making this video, I actually now start by painting literally my darkest darks first of all, but this way still works. So I'm painting the distant shadows here, which are actually quite a bit lighter than these shadows that I'm painting now in the midground. And I've used a combination of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna to desaturate the blue, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. And I'm marking the paint in here with a number 5 bristle flat brush. Now the general rule with landscape painting is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So with this in mind, if we mark in the shadows first, then it's going to make it much easier for us to paint the areas in light afterwards. And that way you can create much more depth and distance in your painting. So if you're having flat looking paintings, then try painting your darks first. You'll find things much easier. So we've painted all the dark values first, which is mainly all the shadows in the mountains, and also there's some shadows in the trees and bushes in the foreground. And that's set up the whole structure of the painting. I'm using Blue Ridge oil paint here, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. And now that these darks are in place, it means that I can start off next with the furthest zone away, which is the sky in this case. And for the sky I used a mix of ultramarine blue with titanium white and just a little bit of phthalo green. So the phthalo green is just going to add a slight green element to the sky here. I'm also painting the sky with these downwards brush marks, and it just adds texture to the sky overall, so just making it look more painterly. Now the next thing to do is to begin painting the mountains here and painting the parts of the rocky faces that are in the full sunlight. And I've actually used the same colours that I've used for the shadows. So again, it's a mix of titanium white with some burnt sienna, which are the dominant colours in the mix, but also a little bit of ultramarine blue and a little bit of alizarin crimson. So the value of the colour has got to be lighter than the shadow areas in order for it to stand out. Now value is how light or dark your subject is, and as I said earlier, we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground. Then as landforms recede, darks are not as dark and lights are not as light. And actually when I'm painting, I more think in terms of value rather than the colours that I'm mixing. It's also important to make sure that the colours are the correct chroma for where they are in the painting. So chroma is another word for saturation, or the intensity of the colours. So as these landforms recede into the distance, and especially these mountain landscapes, we're generally dealing with more lower chroma or desaturated colour. This mountain in the midground has lots of tussock grass growing on it, which is a pale low chroma straw colour grass that grows in New Zealand, and for this I used a mix of yellow ochre with some ultramarine blue, some titanium white and some alizarin crimson. Now another thing about painting the shadows first is that it's going to make it much easier to get the saturation of the colours correct and the value, and value is how light or dark your subject is, but it's going to make it much easier to get all those correct. You'll be able to see straight away whether your colour is too saturated or if the value is too dark or too light when you have the colours next to the shadows like they are here in the midground. Now as I work towards the foreground here, I'm starting to paint some of the trees. Now trees are some of the darkest values to be found in the landscape, so this is something I always keep in mind. Generally with trees there's often a lot of occlusion shadows, especially when they're growing as stands of trees or forests, but also things like conifer trees naturally have dark coloured foliage, so they're often going to stand out in the landscape. In contrast to that, the grass is usually much lighter in value. So the ground planes of the grass, as said in Carlson's Guide to Landscape Painting, John Carlson, he said that the ground planes are some of the more lighter values to be found in the landscape. Now some of these rules here about values in the landscape are quite easy to remember, and it's good to keep thinking about those as you're painting. So when I paint, I'm always more thinking in terms of value. Of course the colour mixing is important. Now for the grass, I'm using more saturated colour here in the foreground, but it's important not to go overboard. So I normally add some kind of red to my greens just to help balance it out, because red is opposite to green on the colour wheel. For my general grass mix, I've used yellow ochre with ultramarine blue and some cadmium yellow medium as my base greens. And then I mix in titanium white, and this is going to help to desaturate it and lighten the value. And then I'll always mix in some kind of red, so it's some greens in the foreground, it could be some cadmium red light, or perhaps I could use some burnt sienna or alizarin crimson. Both colours contain red. I'm also varying up my greens as well, so perhaps adding some more ultramarine blue to make the value darker, perhaps some more yellow ochre to give it some more of those earthy looking greens, and just communicate a variety of vegetation. So I'm still in the blocking in part of the painting here, and this is where I just want to establish the main colours, tones and values so that it serves as a base to work from, so that once the painting's dry I can then begin the next stage of the painting, which is modelling. So this is where I'm starting to refine zones in the painting and add more detail and start to bring out those landforms that are in the landscape and give it that more three-dimensional appearance. So I started with the sky and clouds again once they were dry, and just lightened the sky a bit more, and that's allowed the mountain to further stand out. And then adding some details to the mountain itself, such as things like the shadows here, just to further define the shape of the mountains, and then adding areas in light. Now painting in these shadows is really going to help to further define the shape of the mountains. Another thing about painting things like mountains is you either want them more in light or more in shadow, not half and half. So here they're more in light, but these little shadows here are going to help to communicate that three-dimensional form of these hills and mountains. Now, as I said before, we're going to find our lightest lights at the distance, so you'll see that the darks in the distant mountains there are quite a bit lighter than the darks in the foreground that I'm painting here. And of course, as I said, the trees and vegetation are some of the darkest values to be found in the landscape. I'm now focusing on individual zones in the painting, such as the mountain in the background, and this is where I started to paint things such as the remnants of the snow that's on the mountain. So even though the reference photo I used for this was taken in the summer, there was still a little bit of snow left on those mountain peaks, and it's just going to add that little bit of extra detail and interest to the painting overall. Now, I wasn't always able to paint artworks like this. In fact, my paintings really lacked depth. I had no structure to them. I was struggling with colour mixing especially, and my paintings just looked flat, my colours looked garish and oversaturated, and I was really struggling. And one of the things that helped me when I got an art mentor was having a system in place for my paintings. So this starts with thumbnail sketches and a main sketch to design the composition. Then sometimes I'll do a value study where I'm just focusing on the lights and darks in the painting. And then I'd either do a colour study if I was going to do a larger painting, but in general use my main sketch as reference for my main painting, like my blueprint. And what I've done is I've detailed my whole painting process in my free landscape painting blueprint. So it shows you everything that I do from start to finish and gives you the basics of landscape painting. So if you want to take your painting to the next level and you're struggling with creating depth and distance in your painting, you're struggling with composition and colour mixing, then my landscape painting blueprint is for you. As I say, it's totally free. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Now then, back to the painting, and you can really see how those shadows that I've added are really starting to bring out the form of the background mountain here and the mountain in the midground. So this is where our tonal values are really going to help to create depth in the painting overall, also keeping an eye on the saturation of the colours. As you can see in the background mountains, I've used really low chroma colours, mainly mixes of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson, which is perfect for shadows but perfect for painting these rock faces that are in light. Of course, I've used more titanium white and burnt sienna in the mix for the areas that are in the full sunlight, but we're just dealing with low chroma earth colours. I can even mix in things like yellow ochre as well for some of those more golden and yellow tones in the background. So we're just slowly dialing up the saturation of the colour as we move forward into the painting. And then when we start painting things like the grass and these trees here, we can go a little more saturated with our greens. Now greens are a colour that a lot of artists have problems with and find it tricky, and I've made quite a few YouTube videos on painting greens, so check those out. What I'm doing now is I'm working on this vegetation that's in the foreground, and I'm just restating the darks here. So if you remember, we'll find our darkest darks in the foreground. So the shadows here are going to be pretty dark. And I've mainly used combinations of ultramarine blue and yellow ochre, and this is a good mix for painting foliage because the yellow ochre helps to desaturate the blue, but you can also create some really dark greens with it that aren't high in chroma or saturation. So perfect for some of these shadows in the foreground. Overall with my paintings, I like to keep my brushwork relatively loose. I don't like going overly detailed, as I think it causes the painting to lose its vitality and energy. So I do like a bit of looseness. So more I'm painting the suggestion of things like vegetation and some of the rocks and boulders that are strewn across the foreground here, just to communicate that rugged mountain landscape. Now one of the things I do last in my painting is I save my lightest values until the end of the painting, so this is really what's going to make it pop. And the lightest values in this case are the snow at the top of the mountain here. So I painted some snow underneath and made the value of the snow a little bit darker by adding in ultramarine blue, burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson. But then for the snow highlights I just used titanium white with just a dash of yellow ochre to warm it up a little bit. And those snow highlights are really making that mountain pop. One of the last things I did was I just lightened the sky a little bit around the mountain. I just felt it was a little bit too dark. And I'm applying the paint here with vertical brush marks. It just adds some texture and interest to the sky as well, especially as there's no clouds there. So it's a nice effect that you can do in paintings. Do you struggle with painting water? Well, I used to find painting water quite difficult. Many years ago, when I used to try painting water, it looked stiff and fake and just nothing like the reference photos. Then, over time, I discovered this way of painting water that made everything so much easier. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how I painted this commissioned New Zealand landscape, but more importantly, I'll show you the river painting technique that's going to make your life so much easier. So I'm painting on some loose medium weave oil primed Belgian linen, and the reason for this is because the client that I was painting this for lived in the United States and I'm in New Zealand, so I wanted to be able to easily send this painting through the post overseas. What I did was I rolled it up in a tube and then the client was able to get it stretched and framed afterwards. The painting itself measures 16 inches by 16 inches and I also left a 2-inch border all the way round. Now I'm painting in oils here and the brand of paint I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and if you want to get some I've put a link in the description box below. And what I did was I sketched out the composition with burnt sienna mixed with some oleo gel, which helps to improve the flow of the paint. Now the first thing I do whenever I paint a landscape, and for those of you that have been watching my videos for a while will know that I do this, but I always start with the darkest values first. So I want to establish a tonal framework to begin with, and it's going to make it much easier to paint the areas in light afterwards. So I've started off with the shadows in the riverbank here, and I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, a little bit of alizarin crimson and a small amount of titanium white. I've also used these colours for the bushes that are in the midground and the same colours for the mountains and clouds in the background, only I've added more titanium white to make the value lighter. I've also made sure that the colour mixture has more of a blue cast in it as well. So once I'd established the main areas of shadows in the painting, I then got to work on painting the mountains in the background first of all, and then I began working my way forward. So the mountains in the background contain low chroma colours, so I was using varying combinations of yellow ochre with ultramarine blue, titanium white, alizarin crimson and even a little burnt sienna. And I was getting some of those pale straw coloured tones in there that you find in mountain landscapes, and also just communicating some greens in there for the vegetation. Now the thing with green is it's a colour that drops out quite quickly as it goes into the distance, so I mustn't use any kind of saturated green for the mountain in the distance, otherwise it's just going to bring it forward and we'll lose that distance in the painting. So we really got to keep an eye on our tones and also the saturation of our colours when we paint landscapes such as this one. So all the while as I'm painting, I'm always thinking about tonal values, and values more so than colour, because this is what's really going to create the depth and distance in the painting. Although the colour mixing is important as well. But mainly I'm thinking in terms of value. Now next I was painting the sky and cloud, so I painted the cloud highlights using a mix of titanium white and a little burnt sienna, and then allowing some of the shadow mix of the clouds to mix in with the highlight mix. And then I painted the sky using a mix of ultramarine blue with a little phthalo green and some titanium white. Then following this I was just working my way forward in the painting, so painting this vegetation. There's lots of trees and shrubs growing along here. It's really quite a harsh, rugged landscape, and for this I was using a mix of yellow ochre with ultramarine blue, a little bit of cadmium yellow medium, titanium white, and then colours such as burnt sienna and alizarin crimson, which adds a red element to it. So it's not a very bright green at all, but reasonably dark in value. And then moving forward I was painting the straw coloured grass that's in the foreground. So I worked off a reference photo that the client gave to me, and unfortunately I don't know what I've done with it, so I wasn't able to post it on the screen, but I hope that doesn't take away from your enjoyment of this painting. For the straw coloured grass, I was mostly using a mix of yellow ochre with a little alizarin crimson, some titanium white, and if I needed to desaturate the colour I used a little bit of ultramarine blue. And then also mixing some greens in there as well. So you might be wondering, what's that little painting doing in the corner of the screen there? Well, this was my colour study, because whenever I do a painting I always do some prior planning first of all. So this painting started off with some sketches, and then I painted a little colour study which you can see in the corner here. So now you must be wondering, what's the deal here with painting the water? What am I doing that's making it so much easier? Well, I'm going to show you right now, and it starts off in the blocking in stage. And first of all, the thing you need to do when you're painting water is don't focus on the detail at all. In fact, keep your brushwork loose, and really this applies to anywhere in the painting. So what I did with the water was I identified where the darker tones were and the general movement of the water, so the ripples and the small little waves. Part of the river's flowing faster, some of it's moving more slowly, but in general I was just identifying where the main darker areas of the water are using a number 8 bristle flat brush. So we're getting some nice broad marks here. Now the colours I was using for the water was mainly ultramarine blue with yellow ochre, just a little phthalo green, titanium white and burnt sienna. The burnt sienna I used more in the foreground, where you could see the clear water and the submerged rocks and stones beneath. So I'm applying the marks here with some relatively big bristle flat brushes, and actually in general when I block in a painting I try and use the biggest brushes that I can get away with, because I'm not focusing on detail but I want that painterliness and vibrancy and vitality in the painting that you get with loose brushwork. There'll be plenty of time to add detail later on. Now after I'd identified where the darker tones were in the water, I then painted the more stiller and calmer areas of the water that are reflecting the sky. Also there's some movement and a few waves and ripples and things like that, and they're also reflecting the sky as well. So this is going to be a lighter tone. To mix this colour, I used a similar colour to what I've used in the skies, so ultramarine blue with a little phthalo green and titanium white, and also just a dash of yellow ochre as well, just to add another green element to it and just to warm up the colour a bit. So once the basic areas of the water were blocked in, so the darker tones and then the lighter areas that are reflecting the sky, I then started to work in a little bit more detail and starting to form the ripples within the water. Now one of the things that I've found with painting water, and this applies to painting seascapes as well, is generally that troughs between the waves seem to be lighter in value, and I think this is often because they're reflecting the sky. And then where you get the actual waves themselves, I almost think of them as little hills, but they're often darker in value. So I keep this in mind when I'm painting the water. Now here in the foreground, as I say, the water is clear, so I've added a few extra colours here right in the foreground to communicate the clear water and the rocks and stones beneath. And I'm painting things like shadows using a dark tone of ultramarine blue, some burnt sienna and a little titanium white and alizarin crimson, and then other varying mixes of yellow ochre, burnt sienna, titanium white and ultramarine blue to communicate some of the different coloured stones that are at the bed of the river. Then once these are painted, I then take my lighter mix that's reflecting the sky, and with a smaller flat brush I just do some sweeping motions to communicate the ripples within the water. And this will give the illusion that the reflected light is on the surface of the water and we're still able to see the submerged stones beneath the clear water. Now, it's taken me a while to learn how to paint water, and I was struggling with my painting for a very long time. But in the end, I was able to get an art mentor, and what he showed me was to have a system in place for my painting process. And once I started implementing this system, my paintings very quickly improved. And I'd like to help you with your painting, especially if you're struggling with composition, getting the tonal values and depth and distance right in your paintings, and colour mixing. So, as I say, I'd like to help you, and I'm giving away a free landscape painting blueprint that details my painting process, and you can copy this and apply it to your own artwork. And I believe this will really help you to improve your painting skills. So if you'd like to get my free landscape painting blueprint, just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Now then, back to the painting, and at this point I was letting the work that I'd done on the river dry. One of the other things I did with the river was I painted some shadows along the left side of the river bank, and also some shadows beneath the water, again to communicate that still clear water. Whenever I paint an artwork, I always start off with loose brushwork. And I think this is the best way to approach a painting, because then you're going to have a nice vitality and energy and painterliness to your artwork. And then you can add as little or as much detail as you like afterwards, and it's still going to have much more vibrancy to it because you've got that loose underpainting. Now, as my painting style evolves, I'm actually trying to loosen up my brushwork a bit more and perhaps not be so detailed. I think you can say a lot with a painting that's impressionistic, and often these types of paintings that don't have so much detail can often look more detailed when you stand back and look at them. So I consider myself a realism painter, but not necessarily a detail painter. So keep your brushwork loose to start with, and then you can add details later on. Another thing with my painting is I tend to keep it tonally darker as I work through the painting, and then add lighter layers. And then finally I'll be saving my lightest values until the very end of the painting. And these will be the final highlights, usually things like sparkles on the water in this case, that's just going to make the whole thing pop. At this point in the painting it was well underway, and I was thinking about starting to get it finished. Really all that was left to do now was to finish painting the water. And I was actually really enjoying painting this scene. I kind of go into this meditative state when I'm painting, and I just love painting landscapes so much. There's just so much beauty in the world, especially in New Zealand. The landscape is stunning, and I just feel absolutely compelled to just recreate it on a canvas. So it's almost very difficult to put it into words about why I love painting landscapes so much, but it's absolutely my jam for sure, and I'm going to be painting landscapes till the day I die. Now at this point in the painting I was starting to add lighter tone to the reflective surfaces of the water, so this is really going to communicate the ripples a lot more and just that movement in the water. So I was starting to use some smaller bristle flat brushes here and go a bit more sparingly with some of the highlights, and this just helps to build out more three-dimensional form within the water here. I then also continue to just add a little bit more details within the grass as well, and just some of the other areas of the river, especially on the right side of the painting at the river bank there. I started to paint the suggestions of stones and rocks at the edge of the river bank. Then once I'd added these last details, the very last thing to do was to add the highlights to the water. So these are little sparkles that just communicate shimmering water, and I was using a small number 0 synthetic pointed round brush, using a mix of titanium white with just a dash of yellow ochre. These dots of paint help to make the river look like it's sparkling in the sun. And with that, the painting was complete. I then peeled off the masking tape to reveal the painting. Have you ever wondered how to paint clear and reflective water as well as trees and rolling hills within a landscape that conveys depth and distance? Perhaps you're struggling with all of these things in your painting. So in this video I'm going to show you how to do this, how to paint clear glassy water with reflections in it, and also how to paint trees and hills that look realistic so you can create a painting that has lots of depth and distance within it. Now the scene we're going to paint here is a New Zealand landscape, and New Zealand is full of rolling hills, mountains, lots of streams and rivers, and it's just an amazing place to be a landscape painter. And this particular place I actually painted outdoors on plein air, so I thought it was a really beautiful place and I decided to do a studio painting of it. Now here I'm sketching out the composition using burnt sienna mixed with a little pale drying gel, which is the medium that I'm using. I'm painting it with oils, and the brand of oil paint I'm using is Blue Ridge oils, and if you want to get some I've put a link in the description box below. Now prior to starting this painting I did a series of sketches to design the composition. This is really important before you get into your painting so you're not running into compositional errors when you've started. Now I began the painting by painting my shadow areas and the darks first of all. Now since painting this, I painted this quite a while ago, I've actually changed the way I paint my artworks, and I start with the darkest darks first, but when I painted this one I started with the background shadows. However, I still painted the darks first. Now as I took the photos that I used for this in the early morning, the sun was just coming through and creating a glow over the background mountains. For the background mountains I used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little burnt sienna, some titanium white and alizarin crimson, and then I added in a little bit of yellow ochre as well to communicate that light coming through. Now in order to make those background mountains look like they're in the distance, I've made sure that the value of the colour is not too dark. So we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, but as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So as I'm starting to come forward in the painting here, I'm starting to make the shadows darker. Now on the left side of this painting it looks a little bit lighter because of the light I was using, and it was reflecting off the wet paint, but it is darker than the mountain in the background. Now as I come forward in the painting, those values are getting darker, so we're getting some quite dark shadows, and we're going to find our darkest shadows in the very foreground, and that was in these rocks. So again I'm using similar colours, just combinations of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson for the dark shadows in these rocks here, and then at the bank of the river I've added in a little bit of titanium white to lighten the value. Now there's going to be plenty of room to add lighter value colours later on in the painting and add more detail, but at this stage of the painting I just want to establish a tonal range. By painting my darks first, it makes it way easier to paint the areas in light. So painting the reflective, clear, glassy water, painting the trees and the landforms, it all starts in the blocking in stage and starts by beginning with your dark values and shadows first. So paint the darks first. For the trees here, the tree shadows, I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little bit of yellow ochre, so this creates a dark low chroma green, chroma being another word for saturation. So we're going to find our most saturated colours in the foreground as well. A lot of colours drop out as you go into the distance, so we need to desaturate them. Now here I'm just painting in some of the reflections from the shadows of these trees. And this is how we paint the reflective water. It starts in the block-in stage. Now one thing I've noticed about painting water, especially from painting outdoors, is often dark reflections can be a little bit lighter, but then the lights can be a little bit darker. So it's almost like the tonal range is a bit narrower than it would be normally when we're just looking at the landscape. But this all starts in the beginning, in the blocking stage. And the colours that I'm painting in the water are generally the colours that are in the background mountains and the tree shadows. And then a bit later on, when I start painting the grass in the midground and some of the other foliage and vegetation, then I'll be able to incorporate that into the water a bit later on. So you can see already that by painting the darks first, I'm already starting to get a bit of depth into this painting before I've started painting in any kind of details or painting the areas in light. And the next thing to do now is to start painting the areas in light. So this is the fields in the midground, those hills there, and this grass that's in the foreground by the banks of the river. Now I know we've already spent a little bit of time looking at how to start a painting, but this is one of the most important aspects, I reckon, is setting up that whole tonal structure in the painting. So getting our darks in first, that's going to make it easier to create the depth and distance in the painting when we start adding the areas in light. So now that I'm starting to paint the hills and the grass and the vegetation, I can also then start dragging that paint into the reflections of the water, so creating reflective water here. The other thing I'm starting to do is to paint the sunlit areas of the trees and other vegetation in this painting. So I'm not going with my lightest lights yet either. I'm keeping the greens tonally darker so that I've got plenty of room to add lighter layers later on in the painting. One thing to consider with trees is they're some of the darkest values in the landscape, especially pine trees. So that's something to think about. Now back to the water, and one of the things that we can do to create the illusion of clear water is to paint the submerged rocks underneath. So what I did was I mixed up similar colours to what I used in the rocks that are above the water, but edged the mixture more on the blue side and then painted some shadows in those rocks, making sure that the shadows are lighter in value compared with the shadows of the rocks that are above the water. So painting realistic submerged rocks and communicating the clear transparent water all starts in the blocking in stage. Now at this point in the painting, the blocking stage was complete and I let it dry. Now whilst the painting was drying, I started to notice there's a couple of things that I wasn't happy with in the composition. So once dry, I made those changes and just outlined the changes I wanted to make with burnt sienna. So I decided to raise the hill in the midground, just make it a bit higher, and then rework those mountains in the distance. I wasn't happy with the way the light was glowing in the left side of that mountain, so decided to change that a bit. Also, just add some more layers to that mountain. Generally, the value of the mountain was fine, but the mountain on the left definitely needed to be darker. Now, just as I paint this, a note on some of the paintbrushes I've been using. Generally, when I block in a painting, I try and use the biggest brushes that I can get away with, and mostly use brittle flat brushes. These brushes are made by Rosemary & Co, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. But then once I have finished the blocking in stage and I'm working in more detail into the painting, then I usually switch up my brushes a bit and will start using smaller brushes and also synthetic brushes as well, which give a more defined edge. So what I was doing here was I was just working on the background, making sure that that was working well in the painting, and then painting in the hills as I've made them higher. Now for the greens here, I've used a combination of yellow ochre with ultramarine blue and some cadmium yellow medium and titanium white, and this serves as the base of my greens. Then I've mixed in colours such as phthalo green just to shift the hue of the colour and give it some more emerald tones. And I've also mixed in some alizarin crimson. Now the red in the alizarin crimson is opposite to green on the colour wheel, so it helps to balance out that green and desaturate it a bit so it's not jumping too far forward in the painting. It's really important to keep our greens in check. Now if you remember earlier I said trees are some of the darkest values in the landscape. whereas grass tends to be a much lighter value colour. So it's kind of like a light to mid-tone. So the ground planes, as John Carlson said in his book Carlson's Guide to Landscape Painting, are some of the more lighter values in the landscape. So the grass has got to be lighter than the trees. So the trees stand out, and also that the grass and the fields are clearly defined. Now, as I'd already painted the areas in light on the trees, the next thing I did was to restate some of those dark values and start building up the form of those tree canopies there. And I was still using a mix of mostly yellow ochre with ultramarine blue, a little titanium white, but then I could also mix in some other colours in there too, such as a little phthalo green, also some alizarin crimson as well, and just help to define the tree canopies there and just make them look more rounded and three-dimensional. And then what I was doing here was I was just working my way forward, so working on the grass at the side of the riverbank there, and also the grass in the foreground. Now when I paint grass, I'm not someone that likes to paint every single blade of grass. I prefer to imply it, and I use a bristle flat brush for this and generally move the paint in the direction that the grass is growing. Now, I hope you're enjoying this video so far, and if you'd like to learn more about painting landscapes, especially if you're really struggling to create depth and distance in your landscapes, and perhaps you're struggling with colour mixing and composition, then what you need is a process, a set process that's going to help you with every painting that you do, so you've got a clear plan to start and finish your landscape paintings. So I'm giving away a free landscape painting blueprint, and this details my whole process, right from selecting reference photos all the way to sketching and to painting as well. And there's a painting demonstration at the end of the blueprint. If you'd like to get my free landscape painting blueprint, just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Back to the painting, and I was adding more detail to the banks of the river, especially on the left side, and starting to paint in more of those reflections. So the reflections there, I was using similar colours to what I'd used in the trees in the midground and the field that's also in the midground, and dragging the paint downwards. Then following that, I was creating a transition zone between the foreground water, which is where we can see that clear water. I did more work to the submerged stones. And the key thing to remember here is that the shadows in these stones are lighter in value than the shadows of the stones that are above the water. And also the surface of those stones that are in the sunlight beneath the water, they're not going to be as high chroma colours as they would be above the surface of the water. In fact, if anything, they're going to have more of a blue cast to them because of the influence of the water above it. With the shadows in the rocks and stones above the water, I started painting some reflected light in there, generally using combinations of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, alizarin crimson and titanium white, and even a little yellow ochre to create some heat in some of those rocks. And at this point in the painting, I was starting to think about getting it finished, so there was some faster moving water as it snakes round the corner, and I was using my sky mix to convey the moving water. Now, painting some of these ripples here as I moved further forward into the foreground, this is going to help to communicate more reflective and glassy looking water. So this is a real cool effect that you can do. And generally I save this more towards the end of the painting when I'm adding the last details. One of the things that I do with my paintings in general is to save my lightest value colour until the end. So this is where we're adding the last highlights that's really going to make it pop. So for example, adding some more highlights to the rocks and stones in the foreground, and that's really making them stand out. I also added a few sparkles around some of the base of the rocks that are poking out of the water. So I hope you enjoyed this landscape paintings, and remember, it's all about the tonal values. That's really what's going to create the depth and distance in your paintings. Many artists really struggle with composition, and some artists just don't know where to begin with it. Well, in this video, I'm going to show you a simple composition that's really effective that you can incorporate into loads of landscape paintings. And I'm going to also give you some tips on painting landscapes in general. I'm going to demonstrate this composition along with this painting with this scene of the Shotover River in southern New Zealand. So right off the bat, to begin with, let's talk about the actual composition in this painting. So the river is the main feature of this painting, and it's forming an S composition because it's forming an S shape, curving around, bending and snaking off into the distance. It allows the viewer to be drawn into the composition and keeping the viewer's eye within the painting. And that's what I love about these compositions so much, is they're so easy to create. It works really well with rivers, roads, pathways, anything that could form a pattern in a S shape that's going to lead the eye into the scene. So we'll talk more about this as we work through the painting, but first of all, I've just blocked in the composition using burnt sienna with a bit of pale drying gel medium as I'm using oil paints. The brand of paints I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. So now that the composition is marked down on the canvas, the first thing I do is paint the darks first, so the darkest values first, and the shadows. I also include cloud shadows in this even though they're lighter. But the reason for painting the darks first is we're going to be able to quickly create a whole tonal framework for the painting. It's going to make it much easier to paint the areas in light. So this is a good little trick you can do with painting landscapes. So let's talk about some rules quickly. So value is how light or dark your subject is, and we'll find the darkest darks and the lightest lights in the foreground. Then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So by having this tonal framework to begin with, we can get the saturation of our color correct, we can get the tonality of the areas in light a lot better, and then we can create those colors that allow for those receding landforms in the distance. So we can create a whole sense of atmospheric perspective and depth and distance in the painting. So let's just talk a bit about brushwork and the colours that I've used so far. So I'm using the biggest brushes that I can get away with. Here I'm using a number 8 bristle flat brush. And the reason for using bigger brushes is that I'm able to cover ground a lot more quickly. Plus it's going to create some really nice gestural painterly marks. So if you've been struggling with having too much detail in your paintings and you feel like your paintings just look stiff and they've got no life and vitality in them, start off by using big brushes and get those loose brush marks in. You can always then later on go for smaller brushes with detail. So the shadow colours I've mainly been using so far are combinations of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, a little titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. So this is a really good go-to colour combination for rocks, shadows, tree shadows, distant mountain shadows and even cloud shadows. What I'm doing each time is just adding more titanium white in the mix and then readjusting with ultramarine blue. Generally I have my shadows on the cool blue side of things and with less burnt sienna so that they don't look too muddy. I'm able to use these colours for the rocks, so even when I start painting the areas of these rocks that are along the side of the river, I've actually used the same colours but with much more titanium white in the mix and more burnt sienna. So we're getting a kind of warm muddy grey here. For the tree shadows I've been using combinations of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue for those really dark shadows in the foreground, and then for the vegetation that's in the distance I've just started introducing a little bit of titanium white to make the value lighter. But this is another really good go-to tree canopy shadow mix, ideal for just painting leaves and vegetation in general, because you can still get a dark green with it but the colour isn't too saturated. So now to paint those areas in light on the side of the distant mountain. Now there's a lot of mountain vegetation growing on there, mainly a type of grass that grows in New Zealand, and it's a straw colour and quite low in chroma. So for this I used a mix of yellow ochre with a bit of ultramarine blue, some alizarin crimson and titanium white, and it's really important that the colour is low chroma or saturation, because if the colour is too intense, it's going to bring it forward in the painting and then we'll just lose that sense of distance. So this distant mountain is the main focal area of the painting, where the river is leading the eye towards it. So again, this is why I love this composition so much. It's so simple. It just provides rhythm and motion within the painting and gives the painting energy, life and vitality. Now, value is super important when you're painting, and it's something that I think about all the time, more so than the colours. So for example, sky and clouds are some of the lightest values in the landscape, and what I did here after I painted those cloud shadows was I painted the areas of the clouds that were in light using a mix of just titanium white with a little burnt sienna. And then for the sky itself, I used a mix of ultramarine blue with some cobalt teal and titanium white. So as I work through the painting, I'm just thinking of the elements in the scene, such as the trees, some of the rocks. I just think of them as masses. So just blocking in their main shapes. I'm not focusing on details like trying to paint every single leaf at this stage. In fact, when I paint trees, I don't focus on detail at all. I more focus on the shapes of their tree canopies. Now, to paint the river itself here, it's actually quite a pale colour, a low chroma colour, and that's probably because we'd had a load of rain the day before when I took the reference photos for this. So some of the mud and grit and debris had been churned up from the river and it created this muddy looking water. However, we can make this look really nice in a painting. And what I did to paint this was I used a mix of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue, titanium white and some burnt sienna. Now the value of the water here is quite light, so I used quite a lot of titanium white in the mix. So even though it's a muddy looking river, we can still make this colour look really nice in a painting. Then the other thing I was thinking about was where the light source was coming from, which is on the right side of the painting. And this is creating some deep shadows within the trees that are along the riverbank, but also those trees are casting shadows on the water. So for the shadows here on the water, I use a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna, titanium white and some alizarin crimson. So it's just such a good versatile colour to mix, because you can use it for all sorts of things in the landscape. Now, if you'd like to learn more about painting landscapes, especially composition, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint. Just click the link in the description box below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Back to the painting, and at this point I'd blocked in the whole thing and I'd let it dry. So during the blocking in stage of a painting, which is really the initial stages of it, we don't want to worry about detail. Instead, we just want to focus on getting the colours down and establishing the whole tonality of the painting. The other important thing to do as well is to keep everything tonally darker, and then we're going to have plenty of room to add the areas in light as we work through the painting, and then we're going to be saving our lightest values until the very end. So now at this point we can begin the modelling stage of the painting. So this is where we're starting to add some details, adding a bit more depth to it and taking our time with these individual zones in the painting. So here I was working on the rocks, just starting to build up those rock shadows, the cracks and fissures within the side of it. And I was using a synthetic flat brush here. So the brushes I've been using are made by Rosemary & Co, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. But I've been using these brushes for years and they're fantastic for painting landscapes. These flat brushes are just ideal for painting rocks. So what I'm doing here is I'm also adding lighter value paint. Even though I've pretty much been using the same colours as what I used in the block-in stage. If you remember, it was a combination of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. I can even add some warmer tones in there by mixing in a small amount of yellow ochre. But as I say, I just wanted to convey just some jagged looking rocks that are at the side of the river here. And then I was working my way back into the painting, so that large rock that's in the midground and painting the highlights on there. The next thing I started to do here was to work on the foliage, so the trees and bushes that are in the midground. Now to begin with, in the blocking in stage, I mixed up a series of greens mostly a mix of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue and titanium white to serve as the base of my green, and then increase the saturation with some cadmium yellow medium and some cobalt teal. There was also a little bit of alizarin crimson in the mix to provide a red element, and this helps to make the greens look more natural, as red's the colour opposite to green. Although alizarin crimson is technically a violet, it contains red. For some of those yellows in there, I just used a mix of yellow ochre with some cadmium yellow medium, a little bit of cadmium red light and some titanium white. So this is perfect for some of those autumn colours there, as the trees were just beginning to turn colour. Now when I applied the paint for these bushes and the trees, during the blocking in stage, again I made the value of it darker so that when it came to adding more detail to it, as I'm doing here for the modelling part, I was able to add lighter layers of paint, which is just going to build out the depth and convey the three-dimensional form of these trees and bushes. So really that's what I'm doing now in this painting, is just generally building up layers and adding details, making a lot of those layers lighter than the previous ones. And that's what's going to help to add depth and distance to your paintings. Now, as I said, one of the things I do is save my lightest values until last. So here I was working on the sky and clouds and adding those lighter tones within the clouds, because this was the last time I was spending on the sky. So I was finishing up the sky and clouds here. And for this I was using titanium white with a little yellow ochre, and going a lot more sparingly with the paint. So just sparingly adding some of those highlights on the clouds so that the layers of paint underneath are still coming through. So now what I'm thinking about with a lot of this painting is adding lighter layers of paint to the existing elements that I've painted in the scene, such as these trees. So I was adding some half tones and lighter layers to the tree canopies, and also just implying some leaves, but then also restating some dark values as well, so really emphasizing the occlusion shadows in the trees on the right side of the painting. Now back to the water, and I haven't actually touched this since the blocking stage, so I wanted to start getting a bit of detail and convey some movement in it. So I was adding some light layers of paint here using combinations of titanium white with a little yellow ochre, some ultramarine blue, bit of burnt sienna and a bit of cobalt teal as well, and I was applying the paint here with a number 8 bristle flat brush. So I just wanted to convey some of the ripples in the water where it's moving a bit faster. So I was able to paint some of those ripples by just adding a slightly darker tone and using a synthetic flat brush to create some ripples, and then just going back over it again with some lighter value paint so that again I could carry on conveying this moving water. So using combinations of lights and darks, but generally the value of the water is pretty light. Now at this point I'm getting close to having this painting finished, and as I said earlier, I saved my lightest values until the end. So I was painting some of these highlights on the rocks, again using the same colours that I was using initially, mixes of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, a lot of titanium white, a bit of alizarin crimson and even some yellow ochre. But as I say, the value has to be pretty light, and I was just sparingly adding some of these highlights. Also some of these exposed rock faces on the mountain slopes here. They're also covered in that mountain grass, and for this I use combinations of yellow ochre, alizarin crimson, ultramarine blue and titanium white. Now you might also notice some similarities in a lot of these colour mixes, and that's in general because I keep my colour palette simple. I found that when I was adding too many colours that I wasn't getting colour harmony in my paintings, and it was just making the whole thing confusing. Whereas using simple colour mixes allows for cleaner colour, and also it means you're more likely to use them throughout your painting, and it creates colour harmony, which means the painting looks nice to the viewer. At this point now I was wrapping up the painting, adding my lightest layers, my lightest highlights, some of these sparkles on the river here, and just adding a few highlights to the trees. And with that the painting was complete. And there is my painting with the river with the S composition leading the eye to the mountain in the distance. If painting coastal scenes feels overwhelming with all that light, shadow and water movement, I get it. In this video I'll show you my simple process for breaking it all down step by step. We'll start with the dark shapes, then build up those warm sea stacks and then the cool blues of the water. So by the end you'll see exactly how to turn a complex view like this of the 12 apostles in Australia into a calm, believable seascape. Now I'm painting in oils here and I'm using Blue Ridge oils, and if you want to get some I've put a link in the description box below. And I'm painting on a 11-inch by 14-inch linen canvas panel, and if you want to get some of those I've put a link in the description box below. So I'm sketching out my composition here with some burnt sienna and just outlining the scene. Now prior to this I did some planning, I did some sketching. I sketched a load of thumbnail sketches and a master sketch for this so that I've got a blueprint for the painting. Now I made a YouTube video on this already, so if you want just go back and look for that. I've also linked it in the description box below. But anyway, once it's all sketched out, the first thing that I do is identify where all the darks are in the scene that I'm painting, because it's actually easier to paint the dark values and shadows first of all. And then that way it sets a whole tonal framework for the painting that makes it easier to then paint the areas in light afterwards. So the general rule for landscapes is we'll find our darkest darks in the foreground as well as our lightest lights, and then as the landforms recede, darks aren't as dark and lights aren't as light. So I keep this in mind. It makes things a lot easier painting your darks first, and then it makes it easier to paint all the lights afterwards. So just looking at the various tones in the cliffs here in shadow, they're pretty dark, but there's also some reflected light in there. And also, interestingly, the tones are quite warm. So I've been using combinations of yellow ochre with burnt sienna, ultramarine blue, even a little alizarin crimson and a small amount of titanium white. But as those shadows recede into the distance, they are getting cooler. A lot of shadows fade out into a blue-violet cast. It depends on the atmospheric conditions as well, of course, but in general I found that this works in paintings. So as those cliffs recede into the distance, and you can even see the distant landforms, you can see the values, which is how light or dark your subject is. You can see them getting lighter. So when I got to this part of the painting I was using combinations of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. Now once I'd established my darks here, it makes it easier to paint the areas in light, and this is where I was painting the warm tones in these sea stacks, and I was generally using mixes of yellow ochre, burnt sienna, titanium white, a little ultramarine blue and alizarin crimson, and just mixing up different tones. Perhaps in some mixes I'd add a bit more yellow ochre, perhaps a bit more burnt sienna, and just painting those in there. The other thing you might notice is that I'm using pretty big brushes for the size of the painting. Now I seem to recall I was using size 10 bristle flat brushes, which is quite big for an 11 by 14-inch painting, but the reason I use big brushes to begin with when I block in a painting is because I get nice painterly brush marks, so the whole painting looks artistic and natural, and also it gives it a nice vitality to the painting. You don't want to worry about detail when you start a landscape painting, and using big brushes will help to solve this. If you're an artist that's painting way too detailed or you're getting caught up in detail, then try this. Use the biggest brushes that you can get away with and just start off by blocking in the big shapes and don't worry about detail, and then when it dries then you can switch down to using the smaller brushes and adding some detail, but your painting will have this nice vitality to it. So anyway, what I was doing here was I was painting the rock tones and the sand, still mainly using combinations of these earth colours such as yellow ochre and burnt sienna, just some of these lower chroma colours to create these different tones in the sides of the rocks and the sea stacks and the sand. The colours I used for the sand was mainly a combination of yellow ochre, some alizarin crimson, titanium white and a little ultramarine blue. Now the next thing, once I'd marked in the shadows and the sea stacks, I worked on the ocean itself. For this I was keeping the colours mixes pretty simple. I was just using combinations of ultramarine blue with titanium white, a little yellow ochre and a little bit of phthalo green. So the phthalo green's just going to give it that subtle turquoise tone to it. If you've ever been having difficulty with mixing colours for seascapes, then this colour combination works really well with most ocean scenes. So I was continuing to use bold brush marks here as I marked in the main body of the ocean. There's also some white water in the foreground which I added to later on, but right now I was just getting in those main sea tones and just getting the canvas covered. Now the other thing is, as I'm painting the sea, I can actually use it to mark in or fill in the negative spaces around the sea stack. So it's actually helping to further shape them. And we can add refinements to the painting a bit later on. But we just want to get the main colours and the tonality of the painting established during the blocking phase. Now the other thing about blocking in a painting is we want to keep all the colours tonally darker to begin with, just a little bit darker. And this is going to allow us plenty of room to build up lighter layers of paint as we work through the painting. So this is the real key as well to creating more three-dimensional paintings. We don't want to go too light to begin with, because we risk not having anywhere to go with our values if they're too light. So keep everything tonally darker to begin with, and then work on building up those lighter layers of paint as you work through the painting. Now then, having marked in those main sea tones there, the next thing I did was to just mark the general areas where the white water is in the breaking waves. And for this I just used a simple mix of titanium white with a little bit of burnt sienna, a little bit of ultramarine blue and a little bit of alizarin crimson. Ever such a tiny amount, but it's just enough to darken the value of the white there. And this will allow me to then build up lighter layers of paint on top so that I can save my lightest lights, the highlights in the waves, until right the very end. And that's just going to add more depth to the painting, and it's going to make the painting more striking, especially when it's under gallery lighting as well. It should really stand out. So once I'd marked in the sea, the next thing I did was just paint the sky here. Now normally when I paint landscapes or seascapes I normally add some clouds, but in this case I pretty much copied the photo as it was without the clouds because I felt that it worked pretty well. But nonetheless I wanted to get some texture in the sky anyway, and the way I do this is I just do big bold downwards vertical brush marks so that you can see the brush mark texture in the sky. Now at this point in the painting it was dry and I was starting to build up the detail in the side of the cliffs here. So this was adding lighter layers of paint. You can also see that my paintbrushes are starting to get a bit smaller as well. But I was painting these warm tones in the side of the cliffs using the same colours that I was using earlier, but just making the value lighter. In some of these sea stacks I even added a tiny bit of cadmium yellow as well, just to increase the saturation a little bit. Now if you're an artist and your paintings are looking flat, or you've just been struggling to create depth and distance in your painting, then I have a free video that you might like that's going to help you to create depth and distance in your next painting and get over those hurdles that you might be experiencing. So if you'd like to watch the free video that's going to help you create depth and distance in your painting, just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Back to the painting, and I'm now in the modelling stage. So this is where I'm starting to add more layers of paint, starting to build up a bit of detail and begin adding some refinement. So you can see those lighter layers, those lighter tones in the sea stacks here, but I'm still letting the colour from underneath, from that initial blocking stage, come through. Then once I'd added those layers of paint on the sunlit side of these sea stacks and cliffs, I then do something that I always do in my paintings,
a bit later on, and that's restating the dark values, so re-establishing some of these shadows, which helps to define the cliff edges a lot more, and it really helps to give more of a three-dimensional form and effect in your paintings. Shadows really go a long way in landscape paintings to making them look more realistic. Now, that's not to say you can't paint landscapes that don't have shadows in it, but generally they are easier to paint with a few shadows. The other thing I did was paint reflected light in the side of the cliffs here and spent a bit of time working on those. And then I got to the point here in the painting where I was restating more of the shadows, so really getting into the detail phase here, especially painting those last details and adding more shadows, but also I was saving my lightest lights until the very end. I completed the painting by finishing up the sky and adding the last highlights to the breaking waves. So this is where I really was saving my lightest lights until the end, and for the breaking waves here I was just using a mix of titanium white with just a little bit of yellow ochre that's going to give it a nice warm glow to the white there. I was also adding things like ripples as well in the sea and just other things to finish it up.
I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting much from this acrylic painting. As an oil painter, I've always been a bit skeptical about acrylics, but what happened next has completely changed my perspective. So maybe it's time to give acrylic painting a second chance. So what I'm doing here is I decided that I would paint this river scene here. I really like the greens in the scene, and especially that transparent water where you can see the submerged rocks underneath. I was going to paint this in oils, but I thought, do you know what, let's try it in acrylics. A lot of my audience paint with acrylics, and whilst I mostly paint with oils, I did think maybe it's time to revisit acrylics and see what results I get. So what I'm doing here is I'm sketching out my composition, and I'm painting on a 12" by 16" wooden panel. I primed it with a few layers of acrylic gesso as well. I've painted on canvas in the past with acrylics and was never really that happy with the results. But I thought this time I would try painting on wood and see what it looks like. So what I'm doing here is I'm using burnt sienna to sketch out my composition using a number 5 Shiraz flat brush, and this is a synthetic brush. The main thing to do here is to outline my composition. I designed this in my sketchbook, and in fact here is the original sketch. This is something I'd always recommend you do. But the landscape here was already naturally forming a pretty good composition, so I didn't really change much. Once I'd outlined my composition, I began my painting. Now whenever I paint a landscape, I always start by painting the dark values first, and this sets a whole tonal structure for the scene and makes it a lot easier to paint the areas in light. So when looking at my reference photos, I was identifying where are the darkest shadows. Well, they're mainly in the rocks here with these occlusion shadows, and there's also some shadows along the banks of the river and in the trees. Now the inspiration for this painting came from a place in the lower North Island in New Zealand, and I took these photos in the morning when the sun was lower in the sky. Now to paint these darks here, I was using combinations of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson. And then for those lighter blues, I added a little titanium white to lighten the value. Now I'll just quickly go over the rules of the values that you'll see in the landscape. So value is how light or dark your subject is, and we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground. Then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So as I say, I'm just marking in where my main shadows are in this scene. Now this scene is mostly in light, so there's only just a few shadows, but having those few shadows is really important to creating a sense of depth and distance in this landscape painting. This works for any landscape paintings. Just having some shadows just helps to convey the depth within the scene, and I think makes it easier to paint. Now for this distant mountain here, I used a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. Now, one of the things that I've had issues with acrylics is the fact that they dry really quickly. But moving forward with these acrylic paintings, I decided to change the way I do a couple of things compared with the way I paint oils. Firstly, I decided I'm not going to use real strong detail in my paintings. I'm going to opt for more loose gestural brush marks. I keep in mind, obviously, that the paint dries quickly and dries darker, so I account for that as well. So I'm going to go for more loose, painterly brush marks. The other thing I've been using is a wet palette, and that's made quite a significant difference because I don't have to worry about my paint drying on my palette really quickly, and that's helped with this painting here. So now that I got my darks in, I started with the vegetation and the grass in the background. I was using combinations of yellow ochre, cadmium yellow, ultramarine blue and titanium white as my base green, and then I was adding colours to it such as phthalo green or burnt sienna to help harmonise the green, as burnt sienna contains red and red is opposite to green on the colour wheel, and titanium white. I'm also keeping the values tonally darker at this stage, and then once dry I can add lighter colour to it. So we're going to find our most saturated colours in the foreground, so that's where our most saturated greens are going to be. So for this I use more cadmium yellow and phthalo green in my mix, but for those more distant greens I use less of these colours but then more of the yellow ochre and titanium white. The other thing I do when I mix colour is I use broken colour, so I don't mix them all together thoroughly because I like to see some of those individual hues coming through on the paint. Now when painting the sky here I use a mix of ultramarine blue with some titanium white and a little bit of phthalo green. And I'm making the value of the sky lighter near the horizon and darker as I move up the painting. Now I have to admit the paint was drying pretty quickly here, but I was just doing my best making solid bold brush marks in a downwards direction so you can still see the texture of the paint in the actual painting, the texture of my brush marks. I just think it makes it look more painterly and impressionistic, and as I say, that's what I'm going to go for moving forward with my acrylic paintings, because I do intend to do some more acrylics. However, I intend to make my acrylics more loose and gestural than compared with my oil paintings. Now whilst I was letting the background dry here, I was working on the reflective water. So what I've done already was to paint the vegetation that's being reflected using the same colours that I used for the vegetation. And then after that I painted the sky reflections using downwards brush marks. The next thing to do was to paint these submerged stones in the water. Now painting these isn't as difficult as you'd think. You just need to keep in mind that the value of these submerged stones and rocks is going to be darker than the stones that are above the water. So I used combinations of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, titanium white, alizarin crimson and even a little yellow ochre, but generally keeping the mixes on the blue side. I then transitioned the stones more towards the tone of the water and the reflections where the sky is. It's not that difficult to do. For the stones that are above the water, I used a mix of yellow ochre, titanium white, a little burnt sienna and a little ultramarine blue. Then following this, I just decided to let them dry and begin working on the background again now that this is dry, just adding more details to those distant trees. And then also beginning to add some highlights to the vegetation that's in the foreground. And I was using a similar green mix that I was using in the beginning stages. So a mix of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue, cadmium yellow and titanium white as my base, and then using that phthalo green to really increase the saturation. I also used a little bit of cadmium red light as well, just to add a red element to the mix and make those greens look a lot more organic. Now then, everything was dry again at this point, so it was time to start building up the details, especially in the rocks here. So I was painting the submerged stones, just restating some of the shadows there. And again, mostly using mixes of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white and alizarin crimson. It's really important to keep the shadows of the submerged stones more on the blue side as they're in water. Now then, I hope you're enjoying this video so far, and if you've been struggling with your landscape painting and would like a process so that you can accelerate your painting skills with my proven system, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Back to the painting, and I'm getting well into the adding detail phase, although as I said, this isn't going to be an overly detailed painting. It's more about just expressive brushwork and capturing the colours and the tonal values that are in the landscape. One of the things I did with the rocks that are on the side of the riverbank was to start painting in some of those halftones, again using ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. Now you may notice some of these common colour mixes that I've been using, and the main reason for this is when we're using common colours throughout the painting, it means we're much more likely to get a nice harmonious looking painting in terms of colour, which means your painting will just read well to the viewer and it will look really nice. I find it easier to use fewer colours, and to paint this artwork here I only had 8 colours on my palette, including titanium white. Now that everything was dry again, I started to paint lighter tones on the rocks by the side of the riverbank here. So just like with my oil paintings, I start off with my paintings tonally darker so that I have plenty of room to build up the lighter tones as I work through the painting, and this is just going to convey much more depth in your painting and make it look more realistic, more three-dimensional. If we go too light to start with, we're just going to have nowhere else to go if we wanted to go even lighter, because the lightest we can go is white, and you may end up with a flat looking painting. So best to keep everything tonally darker to start with, even when you're painting in acrylics, and then build up those lighter layers of paint. Now at this point in the painting I was starting to work on various zones and just tidy up forms, re-emphasize some of these reflections from the trees that are in the midground, tidy up some of the shadows, restate some dark values, and I have to say I was having quite a lot of fun painting this. I have been very pleasantly surprised, as some of the acrylic paintings that I did last year I found a little tricky. However, I found that painting on a wooden panel and using a wet palette has made a huge difference. So I think I will be doing a few more of these acrylic paintings on this channel. So what I'm doing here is I'm now adding lighter tone to some of these distant trees, painting reflected light in the bank of this river here, and generally adding more detail. So for example, there's some rocks here in the midground, and now that everything's dry I was able to just quickly paint those in with a number 3 synthetic Shiraz brush, a flat brush. I've just used flat brushes for this whole painting, apart from some of the foliage where I used a rigger brush. And I'm definitely in the fun part of the painting here, where I can just add little bits of detail here and there. And because of the quick drying time, it doesn't take long for me to paint some of these details, just quickly let it dry and then be able to go back to it. That is one of the advantages of painting with acrylics, as they dry very quickly. So the next thing I needed to do here was just define more where the river sort of moves into the distance, and there was a little bit of more rapid moving water, so I just painted some white tones on there, mainly just titanium white with a little bit of yellow ochre, just to convey some more rapidly moving water. And then once again it was to the dry foreground, and where I was just restating some of these occlusion shadows in the rocks, just adding more definition to some of them. I actually found in some ways the rocks were a little easier to paint with acrylics than with oils, so that was interesting. And here I was just painting some highlights on these distant rocks. By this point the painting was pretty much finished. So I have to say I really did enjoy painting this, and it's making me rethink acrylics altogether. Have you ever started painting trees and then you begin your painting and you just feel completely overwhelmed? The endless leaves, the complexity of the branches, the interplay of the light. Trees are the #1 element that artists struggle with in landscape paintings. But what if I told you there's a systematic approach that breaks down this challenge down to simple, manageable steps?
Well, today I'm going to show you how to transform that intimidating mass of green into a convincing, expressive tree in 7 steps.
So step number 1 is to paint the dark values and shadows first, and this applies to the whole landscape painting. Now when you're painting trees, the last thing you want to do is get bogged down with all the intricacies of the tree canopy, all the leaves, that kind of thing. You'll just get overwhelmed with all the detail and it will make everything quite difficult to do. So what you want to do with your trees is just treat them as masses and then just simplify it into where are the darks, where are the midtones and where are the lights. So the thing I'm doing here is to paint the shadows first of all, and I'm using a mix of ultramarine blue with a little bit of yellow ochre, so it's like a very dark low chroma green. Now when I talk about values, I'm referring to the lightness or darkness of the element in the landscape, and trees are some of the darkest values in the landscape. So this is where we're likely to find our darkest darks, and also because this tree is almost in the foreground, this is where the darkest darks are going to be. Now we'll find our darkest darks as well as our lightest lights in the foreground. Then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. Now one of the things I've done with this tree as well, as I said, I'm treating it as masses, so I'm using big brushes, mainly number 5 and number 6 bristle flat brushes, so just getting some broad, bold marks there, and that's going to add a nice painterliness to the artwork. Now I'm painting the cloud shadows here, and even though clouds and skies are generally much lighter in value and some of the lighter values in the landscape, I include the cloud shadows amongst the darks in the scene. Now step number 2 here is to use loose brushwork when you start the painting. So this is called the blocking in stage, and as I said, I'm using number 5 and number 6 bristle flat brushes. The size of this linen panel is 11 by 14 inches and it's made by Seascape, and if you want to get some of those, I'll put a link in the description box below. I'm painting with Blue Ridge oil paints, and again if you want to get some of those, I'll put a link in the description box below. Now what I'm doing with the tree canopy here is I'm painting the areas of it that are in light, so there's a lot of half tones in there. And I'll be saving my lightest lights until the end of the painting. But for now I'm just mixing some general greens for the tree's canopy, which includes ultramarine blue with yellow ochre, some cadmium yellow, and then a little bit of burnt sienna and some phthalo green and titanium white to get a nice rich green. Again, I'm not thinking about painting individual leaves here, I just want to block in masses and just get the overall tree's shape. Now I'm able to use a similar colour but with more titanium white added to paint the grass that's in the midground, and this is in the full sunlight. I've painted the background as if it's in cloud shadow, just to add a bit of contrast in the painting overall. And I'm also painting around some of the negative spaces in the trees. And that's what I'm doing now. So step number 3 is to work around the negative spaces of the tree. So using the cloud mix, I can also use the cloud mix to paint sky holes, and these are little gaps through the tree's canopy, but also the grass mix as well to help define the shape of the tree's crown. So right now it's just loose general shapes, we can add detail later on. And then what I was doing then was painting the sky and clouds using a mix of ultramarine blue with a little cobalt teal and titanium white for the sky, and then some titanium white with some burnt sienna for the cloud highlights. And then I just added some half tones, some loose brush marks in the main tree there. Following this, I started painting the suggestion of some branches in the tree that's in the distance. Now one of the things that's helped me to paint landscapes like this is having a process or a structure, a way that I can approach my paintings. And I have a process, so this includes thumbnail sketching and then doing a final sketch to plan my composition. Sometimes I'll do a value study where I'll just do the painting in black and white, and then I'll work on the final painting. And I found that having this approach has made my landscape painting a lot easier, and it's really skyrocketed my painting skills. Now if you're struggling with your painting, perhaps you're just creating flat looking paintings and you're not able to create the paintings that you'd imagined, you're struggling with colour mixing, or struggling with creating depth and distance in your painting, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint where I detail my process and you can apply this to your own paintings. As I say, the landscape painting blueprint is free. All you need to do is just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Now back to the painting, and what I was doing here was I was just working on the foreground. So I was using similar colours to what I was using in the tree canopy, so mainly combinations of yellow ochre with cadmium yellow medium, some ultramarine blue. This forms the base of my green for the grass. Then mixing in colours such as titanium white to adjust the value. A little bit of cadmium red light, so this just helps to harmonise the green as red is opposite to green on the colour wheel. And then I can add in other colours such as cobalt teal or phthalo green just to create some different hues within the grass there. Now then, on to step number 4, and this is where I'm building up the structure of the tree's canopy here. So starting to get a little bit of detail onto the tree here, and at this point the painting was dry as well, so I was able to reinforce some of those dark values in there, just add another layer that's just going to darken it some more and really start to define the tree's shape from the areas of shadow to the areas of light. Mainly I'm just focusing on painting the half tones in the tree, and then I can build up those lighter layers. So one of the things we need to do in our painting is overall keep the painting tonally darker to start with, then we've got plenty of room to add lighter layers of paint as we build up the painting. And this leads on to step number 5, which is the modelling stage. So this is where we're working on individual zones in the painting and just building up that detail. So here, for example, I'm just working more on the clouds, so just really defining those shadows and then adding the highlights in the clouds. Also painting the sky as well. So modelling is where we're adding details to various zones in the painting and just start to refine the various elements within the painting itself. Overall, we're just getting everything prepared so that when we finish the painting we can add those final lightest tones, and that's just going to make the whole thing come alive and just give the whole painting depth overall. Now when I paint landscapes, or indeed any paintings, I always think about everything that I'm doing in terms of values, the lights and darks, because if we can get the tonal values sorted out, that's what's going to create the depth and distance in the painting. So one of the things that I come across with many of my students is often their paintings look flat, and it's because they perhaps don't quite understand the tonal value aspect to it. And actually it's really quite easy to learn about and something I teach, and you'll also find that in the free landscape painting blueprint as well. But really it's the tonal values that are the key to creating the depth and distance, and I think it's actually more important than colour mixing. Of course colour mixing is important as well, but you can get away with perhaps not creating the exact right colour so long as the tonal values are working, so creating the depth and distance with the lights and darks in the scene. So I hope you're enjoying this video so far, and I'd like to introduce to you the sponsor of this video, which is Craft Geek. Now Craft Geek make artist tripod easels as well as projector tripods, music stands and phone tripods. Now I don't often promote these types of companies in my videos, but one of the things I was looking for was just a simple tripod easel that I could use in my small art studio. The thing is, I don't actually have a whole lot of space in my art studio, so it's really important that my easel isn't going to take up too much of that space. So this was something I was looking for anyway, and actually Craft Geek reached out to me. Pure coincidence, but I've tried out their easel and I absolutely love it, and I only promote things on this channel that I use myself. Now this easel is super compact and lightweight and is really easy to set up. As you can see, I'm just unfolding it there, and I actually set this up to test it out on a painting that I'm working on at the moment. In fact, in the end I was able to actually rest the back leg on that table there, again because I don't have a whole lot of space in my studio. So I just tested out this easel on this 20" by 20" mountain landscape painting that I'm working on at the moment, and it was just really easy to use and a pleasure to paint on. So I'm going to be using this easel all the time. Now if you want to get one of these tripod easels, right now Craft Geek are giving my viewers a 15% discount. All you need to do is just type in the discount code Samuel Art and you'll get your 15% discount. Just click the link below. Now then, on to step 6, and this is where I'm restating some of the dark values in the scene. So restating the darks, for example here, the tree shadows, it's just going to help to overall define the tree's canopy more. And then I was able to work on more refinements and more details of the painting. For example, painting these sky holes in the tree's canopy. It's just going to help to define the tree's canopy further and add more shape to it, make it look more realistic. Then there was other things to work on, for example the grass in the foreground. Now when it comes to painting grass, much like painting trees, I don't go overboard with the detail, like trying to paint every single blade of grass. It just makes it look laboured, and actually I find it not really fun to paint when you're trying to work in loads of fine detail. It's not really my thing. I prefer to have my paintings a little bit more loose and imply thick grass, and you can do that with a bristle flat brush quite easily. So just having the suggestion of a few details goes a long way to making it look more detailed than it actually is. Now what I'm doing here is adding some of these lighter tones to the grass here. There's some straw coloured grass, and for this what I was doing was I was using my green mix that was already there and then just adding more titanium white and yellow ochre there so that it mixes in nicely with that existing grass. But all the while I was just adding more details and just getting the painting ready so that I can apply those final highlights and lightest value paint, which is what's going to bring out the whole painting and just make it look realistic and just make it come alive in general. Now with my painting style, I generally don't go overboard with detail, but I do like a little bit of detail, so I'm trying to find that medium between the two of loose expressive brushwork but with a little bit of detail, and it just makes your painting just look like it's got life and vitality and that you're really in the scene. Also just lots of atmosphere as well. So right now I was just adding more details here in the grass, in the midground and in the foreground as well. Also doing things like restating some of the shadows, some of the dark values again, which I do more towards the end of the painting, so restating the darks. Also things like adding some more shadows in the midground here just to communicate that rolling terrain. But then really at this point in the painting I was starting to think about getting it finished. So I was adding a lot more details to areas and just refining the various elements in the painting overall. And then step 7, this is where I was adding my lightest values. So here for example, the tree that's in the midground, I was adding some lighter tone to it. That tree had mostly lost all its leaves at the point that I was painting it. It was the start of autumn when I took the reference photos for this painting. So some of the leaves were starting to turn yellow and some of them had already dropped off some of the trees already. But anyway, what I'm doing is I'm adding the last details and also some of my lightest light. So in the tree canopy here, I've been building up my lighter layers, lighter marks in the tree's canopy. Again, I'm not painting every single leaf either. I'm just perhaps painting the suggestion of a few leaves, but just keeping the whole thing as just a general large mass. Now adding lighter tone to the various elements within the painting is just going to help to build more depth and make it look more three-dimensional. So again, like with the grass for example, I'm just adding a few lighter layers, a few highlights in the grass here. I'm actually using a 1/4 inch bristle dagger brush here to communicate some of that grass, just loading the end of the bristles with thick paint and then just pushing the paint upwards. And then adding other details such as the fence. For example, here I was just adding the suggestion of some of the fence posts. Not too much detail, but just adds more to the scene. And then As you can see with the tree's canopy, I added a few highlights to some of the leaves just to communicate some of those glossy leaves shimmering in the direct sun, and again it just adds more depth to the tree overall. There was also a few highlights as well in the network of stems and branches. And at this point the tree itself was pretty much complete, and it was just adding those last little details to the painting. Forget everything you know about painting mountains, because when I tried this reverse technique a long time ago on a large canvas, the results shocked me. Now watch as I paint this New Zealand inspired landscape and watch how it transforms using this unconventional method that I'm about to show you. And it all starts in the blocking in stage, so I'll explain this in just a moment. But to begin with, what I'm doing here is I'm sketching out my composition on a 20 by 24 inch linen canvas. I'm using oil paint here, a brand called Blue Ridge Oils, and I'm sketching out my composition using burnt sienna mixed with a little bit of oleo gel. And the oleo gel is a non-toxic medium that I'm going to be using to help improve the flow of my paint. This painting is inspired by an area called Glenorchy in southern New Zealand, and I've been painting here many times, especially painting outdoors. In fact, I've even made a couple of YouTube videos of me painting in this area. It's a truly magical place. Now, as you can see, I've got one of my plein air paintings next to me, which is helping with the overall colour, because I did some prior planning for this painting, including pencil sketches and a colour study. Now, as I said at the beginning of the video, what was the technique or the thing that I did that really transformed my paintings? Well, it's painting my dark values first, and I discovered this through plein air painting. It makes it easier to paint the dark values first when you're painting outdoors because the light's always changing. So here I've started off by painting my darkest values, as we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground. Value refers to how light or dark a subject is. Now, as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light, and this is because the tonal range narrows. So what I'm doing here is I'm using varying combinations of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna to create a really dark tone, and then I also mix in a little bit of alizarin crimson and titanium white. So the titanium white is helping with the reflected light in the bank along the river here, and also I'm just painting some of these dark shadows. Now, as we move into the distance, those shadows are going to be getting lighter. So why paint all your darks and shadows first? Well, by doing this, it sets out a whole tonal framework in the painting, and then it makes it easier to paint the areas in light, because you'll be able to gauge the tonality of the colours that you're using and the saturation when you paint it next to the dark values. There are many artists that will start by painting the sky first and then work their way forward, and there's nothing wrong with doing this, but the problem that can happen if you do this method is that your darks can end up becoming too dark by the time you're painting the midground, and then you may not have anywhere to go in terms of tonal value when you come to paint your darks or your lights in the foreground. So that can be a problem. So by starting off with the darks first, i.e. the darkest darks, then we can then work our way back and get the correct tonal value of these shadows. So it means we can start to have a good framework to make the mountains recede into the distance, and it works really well with mountains. Often shadows in the distance, especially in mountain landscapes, can have a blue cast to them. So again, I've still carried on using a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, a little titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. Now, I've also included the clouds in this, even though the clouds are quite light in value. Sky and clouds are some of the lightest values in the landscape. But again, I include this in my shadows, and I've used a similar colour. Now, here's another painting hack which I used, especially for my larger paintings. And it's use big brushes. I try and use the biggest brushes that I can get away with.
And I've had many of my students say to me that they really struggle with being over detailed in their paintings and they just want to loosen up but still have that realistic feel to it. Well, this is the way to do it. It starts off in the blocking stage and we're not worrying about detail here at all, so we can use the biggest brushes that we can get away with. For example, here I'm using number 10 flat brushes. I could probably go even bigger with my brushes if I had some, but the biggest brushes I've got are number 10 bristle flats. So as you can see, by this point in the painting I've got my main areas of darks down, and now it's making it much easier to paint the areas of the mountains that are in light. Now this is some seriously rugged landscape here in New Zealand, and there's lots of different colours in the mountains itself and they're quite difficult to capture. There's a combination of low chroma colours coming from some of the plants that are growing there, especially tussock grass, which is this kind of straw coloured grass. So for the mountain in the background there, I used a mix of mainly yellow ochre with some alizarin crimson, some titanium white and a little ultramarine blue. I have to be really careful that the colour's not too saturated, otherwise it's going to jump forward in the painting. However, another thing that I do in my paintings is I keep my tones and values just a little bit darker to start with, because then I've got plenty of room to add lighter layers of paint as I work through the painting, and I'll be saving my lightest values until the end of the painting, and this will help to make the whole thing pop and just adds a lot more depth into the painting overall. So even painting an artwork like this that's relatively big, at least for me anyway, I don't have that much room to do big paintings in my studio, but I'm trying to cover ground quickly, again, which is why I'm using these large brushes. Now here I'm painting the pine tree, or one of the pine trees in the painting, and I'm going for a reasonably dark green here, but they're still light enough that it shows that it's in full sunlight. It's also reasonably saturated, although pine trees tend to have a lower chroma colour in their foliage. But I used a mix of yellow ochre with a little bit of cadmium yellow medium, some ultramarine blue and titanium white, and then I also mixed in a little bit of burnt sienna and just a small amount of phthalo green. It's really important to make sure that the colour's not too saturated. And also, for those of you that are really struggling with greens, it's important to have a colour opposite in your green. So this is red, so a colour that contains red. It could be a cadmium red light, which I generally reserve for the foreground of a painting, but you could also use alizarin crimson or burnt sienna, and this will just help to knock the saturation out of the green and helps your greens to look more organic and natural. Now here's another tip for mixing greens. When you look at greens in the landscape, the saturation of the green tends to drop out quite quickly, which means the distant greens, they're not intense in colour like they would be in the foreground. And in fact, distant greens are often very low in chroma and barely look green at all, and even our eyes can trick us. So this is really important so that our greens recede into the distance. If I were to use a green that's as saturated as that willow tree or those pine trees in the distance, then there wouldn't be any depth. It would just bring the distant mountain forward. So it's really important that we desaturate our colours as we work into the distance. Now when painting an artwork like this, as I said, I'm trying to use the biggest brushes possible so that I can cover ground quickly. I get the blocking in stage done as quickly as possible. I painted the sky using a mix of ultramarine blue with a little cobalt teal and titanium white, and here I'm now working on the foreground, which is the banks of the river where there's a lot of rocks and stones. And I'm also painting some of these submerged stones that's beneath the water, and the water's relatively calm here. So what I'm doing is I'm just starting off with the shadows of the stones within the water, which are a little bit lighter than when they're above the water. Now at this point the blocking in stage was complete and the painting was dry. So what I was starting to do here is, this is the process called modelling, and where I start to add details, and I'm refining various zones in the painting to start bringing out the details all together. Now, I consider myself a realism painter, but not necessarily a detail painter, so I'm not going to be overly detailed with this painting. But the beauty of starting off with really loose brushwork is once it's dry, you can go as loose or as detailed as you like. And it will still have vibrancy, life and vitality in the painting because of that loose brushwork underneath. Now, I hope you're enjoying this video so far and finding it helpful. And if you're struggling with your landscape paintings, perhaps you're struggling with your compositions, just being able to create depth and distance in your paintings, or just really struggling with the colour mixing, well, what you need is a process to work towards. This really helped me with my paintings, having a set methodology to create my paintings from start to finish. And I detail my methodology in my free landscape painting blueprint. It details my painting process from start to finish, and there's loads of tips on painting landscapes, including a full painting demonstration at the end. Now, if you'd like to get my landscape painting blueprint, as I say, I'm giving it away totally for free. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Now, back to my painting, and at this point I was well into the modelling part of it and building up the details. So adding more details to the side of the mountain here, these exposed rock faces. And all the time that I'm painting, I'm thinking more in terms of value rather than mixing colours. Now, of course, colour mixing is important, but it's really the values that do all the heavy lifting in the painting. In fact, I heard this saying recently that values do all the heavy lifting whilst the colours get all the glory. And I think that's so true. But you can see it now already in the painting, even though I haven't finished it yet, that I'm using my most saturated colours in the foreground along with my darkest and lightest values. And as you can see in the background, my darks aren't as dark and my lights aren't as light, and you can see that the mountain looks like it's in the distance. And this is the effect that we want in our paintings. So by now I'm just adding more details and building up those lighter value colours, and that's really going to add to the depth of the painting and make it look more detailed and realistic, even though I wasn't going too crazy with the detail. When it came to painting things like these rocks here, there's a lot of them, so I was using a synthetic flat brush that's going to have a more defined edge. So these are perfect for painting lots of rocks. Also, I was using them for the snow highlights in the top of this mountain. I absolutely love painting mountains. I also think they're an excellent subject to paint if you're learning to paint, because you really get a full range of tonal values and it will help you to understand how it works in the landscape. And the mountains here in New Zealand where I live are just so beautiful. In fact, I can't describe it in words, so I feel compelled to capture this on canvas, which is one of the reasons I'm a landscape painter. There's so much beauty in the world and I just want to capture it on canvas, which is why I'm inspired to paint landscapes like these. Now, as we wrap up this video, I'd just like to let you know that I do have prints available of this painting. Just click the link below. Now, obviously there was a lot of time and work that went into this painting, and you're only seeing a small snippet of it. But I hope it gives you an idea of how a painting like this can come together. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm saving my last final details here towards the end, so my brushes are a lot smaller. I'm using number 3 synthetic flat brushes, but I've also saved my lightest values until the end, as I said, which are in the rocks here. And this helps to communicate the bright sunlight. And as I said, I also painted the snow highlights as well. This is where also some of the lightest values are in the whole scene. Clouds and mist can really make or break a mountain painting or any type of landscape painting. Today I'm sharing my complete process for creating atmospheric effects that will add depth and drama to your work, and I'm going to demonstrate it with this painting of a New Zealand mountain scene. And it was based on some photos that I took
in the South Island of New Zealand. It was quite early in the morning and there was a lot of low cloud and mist that was shrouding the mountains, and it created this really dramatic effect. Now the foreground was in cloud shadow, but in the background there was some sunlight hitting the side of the mountains. Now I'm painting on a 10" by 12" linen panel made by Source Tech, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. And I'm using Blue Ridge oil paints, and again, if you want to get some of those, I've put a link in the description box below. Now if you've watched any of my other videos, you'll know that I always start my paintings by painting the dark values and shadows first, and there's a reason for this. It helps to set out the whole tonal structure of the painting, and then it makes it much easier to paint the areas in light afterwards. So I've started off here by painting the mountain, and as this is further in the distance, the darks are not going to be quite as dark as if they were in the foreground. So the general rule is we'll find our darkest darks in the foreground as well as our lightest lights, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So this mountain is further in the distance compared with the mountain that's on the right side of the painting, which is a bit closer, so the value of the colour is darker. Now I'm using combinations here of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna and titanium white, and then a little bit of alizarin crimson for a violet tint. And I'm using the same colours in the clouds as well, only a lot more titanium white. Now even though the clouds are quite light in value, I include this in the darks because it's in shadow here. And the misty, cloudy effect that I want to paint in this artwork starts here in the blocking stage, so I'm able to blend in the edges of the clouds with the shadows of the mountains. And because I've been using the same colours so far, it helps with the overall colour harmony. Now the darkest values are in the foreground here, which are in the shadows in the grass and some of these plants, and I've mainly used ultramarine blue with yellow ochre to start with. Perhaps a little bit of titanium white for some of the vegetation that's in the midground. But all the while I'm keeping in mind my tonal values, the lights and darks in the scene, and the colour harmony, and we can achieve colour harmony by using common colours throughout the painting. Now once my main areas of darks are established, I then work back in the painting and start working forward. So I started with the clouds and sky here. So the sky is a mix of ultramarine blue with a little phthalo green and titanium white, and then for the clouds, at this stage I just started using titanium white with a little burnt sienna. Now as I'm in the blocking in stage of the painting, I'm using quite large brushes for the size of the canvas. So these are number 5 bristle flat brushes, and they're made by Rosemary & Co, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. But the reason for using larger brushes is so that I can get loose gestural brush marks down on the canvas early on. So in this stage I'm not worried about detail at all. I just want something nice, loose and painterly, and then I can add some detail later on. Now what I'm doing here is I'm painting some of the sunlight that's hitting the side of the mountain, and this is the only part really of the painting where there's direct sun on the mountain face. So the thing that's really important here is that I get the saturation of the colour correct. If it's too saturated, it will come forward in the landscape. However, if it's not saturated enough or it's too light in value, it's going to look a little strange as well. So it's really important that I'm using some low chroma colour mixes, and I mainly used yellow ochre with some titanium white, a little bit of alizarin crimson and some ultramarine blue to desaturate. Now once I'd finished on the background there, I left it so it could dry, and then I started working my way forward in the painting and painting the water. Now the water here is mostly reflecting the clouds that are in the midground and also the mountains in the background, and also just the sky in general. And this part of the painting was in cloud shadows, so it's going to be a similar colour. So again, I used a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna to desaturate, and then some titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. I've kept the mixture more on the blue side. And then also there's this silt and mud that's in the midground as well, and I was able to use similar colours but with less titanium white and a bit more burnt sienna, just to communicate that darker coloured sand and mud that's in the foreground. Following that, I started painting the straw coloured grass that's growing here, and for this I used a mix of yellow ochre with a little alizarin crimson and titanium white and just a little bit of ultramarine blue to desaturate. And then the other vegetation that's remaining is some other grass and just a few trees and shrubs. And for this I used yellow ochre with some ultramarine blue, a little cadmium yellow medium and titanium white, and then I also added a tiny amount of phthalo green and a little bit of cadmium red light. The cadmium red light is opposite to green on the colour wheel, so it helps to balance out the green and also desaturate it a little bit. Now at this point in the painting, the blocking in stage was complete and I allowed it to dry. And then I started working on the modelling stage of the painting, where I'm beginning to add some more layers of paint to various zones in the painting and just start adding a bit of detail. But overall I still want the painting to have a looseness to it. Now I'm coming in with some lighter tone in many areas compared with the previous layer in the painting. So this is going to help to build up the depth and three-dimensional form in the various zones in the painting. So things like the mountain here, where I started to paint some highlights on the rock face and a bit more reflected light in the snow. Also, I wanted to create a glow in the clouds as well, so I was using some lighter tone there also. With the clouds in general, I was adding lighter layers of paint compared with the previous layer to make the clouds look more full and give them more depth and add a wispiness to them. But at this point in the painting, the background was pretty much complete. There's perhaps a few little extra details that I added, like some highlights. So in general, I save my lightest values more towards the end of the painting, or certainly if there's a zone that I've finished working on, I'll save the lightest tones until the end. And this is often what can make your painting really pop and come alive. So we don't want to go too light early on, because we can end up using our whole tonal range and then we just haven't got anywhere else to go and the painting can end up looking flat. So we want to hold off on our lightest values. Now here I was adding a lot more detail in the foreground, and I was using this bristle dagger brush to create the grass here that's in the foreground. The bristles here work really well for creating the illusion of lots of blades of grass. So I hope you're enjoying this video so far, and if you'd like to watch the full painting tutorial of this video, where I show you how to paint this artwork from start to finish, and I show you how to mix all the colours which I demonstrate on my palette, I'm giving this video away for free, so you can watch the whole video for free. All you got to do is just click the link in the description box below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy! Now then, as I said, I'd finished the background part of the painting, and the last thing to do was to add more details to the foreground here. So I was starting to think about getting this painting finished. So one of the things that I wanted to do was bring out the shapes and forms of the various elements in the foreground, such as these stones that are on the banks of the river here, and then just some more details in the vegetation. And what I've got to do here is add lighter value paint, but making sure that it's not too light in value, that it starts coming forward in the painting. So really I'm just painting reflected light here. So there's a bit of a delicate balance with getting the values correct. I'm using much smaller brushes here as well, such as pointed rounds to paint the suggestion of ripples in the water, and also things like blades of grass and reeds and things like that that are sticking out of the clumps of vegetation. Now overall I wanted this painting to be all about the misty morning atmosphere here in the South Island of New Zealand. It's a pretty harsh but amazingly beautiful landscape, so something that I wanted to capture on canvas. Now, as I said, I saved my lightest values until last, and I'd already painted that in the distant mountain because I finished that earlier on, so for that part of the painting it was the last thing I added. But one of the other things I did in the foreground here was added some darker tones to some of these trees and shrubs as well, just to bring out their forms a little bit more. So this is where I was adding the final details, and then also adding some lighter tone to things like some of the rocks in the foreground just to finish it off, and just adding in general last little bits of detail. And then with that the painting was complete. Many artists can paint landscapes, but until they get to the water, and that's where things fall apart. Now, after 20 plus years of painting and teaching hundreds of students, I've noticed the same struggles over and over. The ripples look stiff, the movement disappears, and the water ends up looking like a solid object instead of something that's alive. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through the exact process I teach at my art school, how to build believable shadows, shapes, how reflections actually behave, and the simple brush techniques to create subtle movements without overworking the paint. Stick with me, because by the end of this video you'll know how to paint water that actually feels like it's moving. And as well as focusing on how to paint the water, I'm going to give you some general tips on painting landscapes as well, as we've got quite a few elements and things going on in this scene here. I painted this artwork in oils, and the brand of paint I'm using is Blue Ridge oil paints. You could also paint this in acrylics as well. And this scene is inspired by a place called the Kawaro River in southern New Zealand, and I actually went plein air painting here. In fact, I made a YouTube video on this, but I actually used my plein air painting as a study for this painting here. So I was really inspired by this scene. There was loads of autumn trees there, and I just loved the water and how blue it was. So the first thing I do whenever I start a painting is I focus on all the dark values and shadows first. So this includes the shadows in the trees and in the water here as well. So with the water, I was looking for where the shadows are in the ripples, which is usually on the face of the ripples. So the water here was reflecting some of the trees in the background, whereas the more flat looking water is reflecting the sky. But I also painted the shadows in the distant mountain there, and I include the cloud shadows in there even though they're quite a bit further away and lighter in value. So once I've marked in the shadows, it makes everything easier when it comes to painting the areas in light, because we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So when I'm painting, I'm always focusing on values, which is how light or dark your subject is. Because if you get your values correct, it doesn't matter so much if you haven't mixed perhaps the right colour, but if your values aren't working, then the whole painting is just going to look flat. So to start with, I worked on the elements that are actually in the background and the midground. So I wasn't working on the water just yet, only so far as just painting the main shadows that are in the ripples. But I focused on getting the colours down in the trees, which were mainly combinations of ultramarine blue, cadmium yellow medium, yellow ochre, titanium white, but then also a little bit of phthalo green and some cadmium red light and burnt sienna. And then some of the trees were turning yellow as it was autumn, so I was using varying mixes of cadmium yellow medium, cadmium red light, titanium white, yellow ochre and alizarin crimson. So these are good colours for creating autumn tones. Then the other thing was to start painting the rocks that are in the foreground, and I generally wanted a kind of neutral warm grey, so not high in chroma or saturation, and for this I was using combinations of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white, alizarin crimson and a little yellow ochre. So next here was to start painting the body of the water. So whenever I paint water, or indeed anything in landscapes, I start breaking it down into simple areas of tone and colour. So for example, I'll look for the darks first, and then I'll look for the areas in light. So a lot of this water is blue, it's reflecting the sky, but also a lot of the water that comes from the mountains tends to have a blue cast to it anyway. So for the blue, I mixed combinations of ultramarine blue, a little phthalo green, yellow ochre and titanium white. Then I left some areas blank where I used the colours that I used for the trees in the midground in the water, so that this is going to convey still areas of water where it's directly reflecting those trees in the background. And then as I was applying the paint, I was doing vertical downwards brush marks, which helps to better convey the reflections. Now at this point in the painting, I'd blocked it in, and once you've blocked in a painting, it's serving as a kind of a map, a base to work from where you can start building up detail. And I typically block in my paintings using loose brushwork, so I start off really loose, I don't worry about detail, and then once it's dry I can then start the modelling process where I'm dropping down a few brush sizes, using smaller brushes and starting to work on individual zones and building up the details, such as what I'm doing here in the background. So starting with the background mountain there, restating some of those shadows. The shadows are lighter compared with the trees in the foreground because that mass of mountains is further away, so the shadows are getting lighter as you go into the distance. And then working on the trees. Now the thing to consider with trees is they're usually some of the darkest values in the landscape, especially conifer trees. In this case it's a bit of a mixed bag because we've got some yellows in the landscape there, and yellow is a lighter value colour, so the shadows for autumn trees are likely to be a bit lighter. But however, I was still painting some of these dark shadows, especially in the conifer trees, and using some synthetic brushes, some synthetic flat brushes, just to convey a little bit more detail. You can get a more sharper, more chiseled edge with them. So just adding those marks to form the shapes of the trees. And then working on the other trees. These are Lombardy poplar trees, and I was mainly using bristle flat brushes just to build out the tree canopies, and then restating the yellow areas where the trees have turned yellow, so some of the more highlight areas of the trees, and just beginning to work in the details. So the trees, I applied quite a few layers to them just to build up the form of the trees, and I was really just working my way forward in the painting, so starting off in the background here and then just working my way forward towards the water. Now, if you're enjoying this video so far and you'd like to take a deeper dive into learning how to paint landscapes, also if you'd like to see the full version of this video, then come and join me at my art school. We do a weekly live painting class, and there's loads of painting tutorial videos there that's to help you improve your painting quickly, so that you've got paintings that you'd be really proud to show, to hang on your wall, and even sell them if you wanted to. So as I say, come and join me at my art school. I've put a link in the description box below. So next let's work on the water again, and I'm painting the reflections of those trees in the background. That's going to create a really nice effect. So I'm looking for where the darker tones are, such as the conifer trees, which are creating darker reflections in the water. Also some of those yellows and greens. And then as I paint them, I then push the brush downwards for some downwards marks to create more reflective water. And then when that's done, I started painting the areas of the light that's reflecting the sky, and was able to just add a few brush marks across the top of that reflective water. And that creates a really nice effect, and quite a simple way of creating reflective looking water. Now the other thing is as well is the water more towards the foreground is shallower but more turbulent as well, so that was going to be a bit more of a tricky part, but I decided to work on that a little bit later. In the meantime, I was just focusing on adding more ripples to the water, and then adding little highlights to it and just forming some of those ripples and little waves. Then as I worked forward in the painting, I was using a synthetic flat brush, a number 3 flat brush, and adding more shadows and just building up the form of the water. So it's usually easiest to form the base of the water to begin with, and then you can start working in shadows. Now the shadows in the water, especially here in the foreground where the ripples are, they're really key to building up the flowing water. Then there's other things going on in the foreground. For example, the water's actually pretty transparent, so you could see some of the rocks below. So I added in a few of those tones in there as well. And then another way to form the body of the water was to paint some of the white water there. So where the water's rapidly flowing over those rocks and stones, that's creating the white water. And that's going to add interest to the water overall. So I just added titanium white with a little bit of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna and alizarin crimson mix in, just to darken the value, because I'll be saving my lightest values towards the end of the painting. And then there was refinements to be added to the water. Now the water was definitely well underway at this point, and then I decided to leave it to let it dry so that I could focus on the other elements in the painting, such as painting these rocks. Starting to add highlights here. So again, I'd started off darker. You can see the darker tones on there, and then I was painting more of the highlights and just building up those layers. So it's going to have more depth and complexity to the rocks without getting too bogged down in the detail. So when you're creating a landscape such as this, we don't want to go too detailed to start with. It's actually a lot easier to start loose and then just build up detail as you work through the painting. So I was starting to add more half tones and shadows to the rocks here. Then also beginning to paint the suggestion of a few cracks. There wasn't that many shadows in the whole scene because the light was actually coming from behind. So there's a few shadows in the trees and a little bit in the mountains in the background and just a few shadows in the rocks. But there's just enough shadows in this scene to add some real kind of depth and realism into this painting. Now that's not to say you can't paint landscapes that are all completely bathed in light, but if that's the case, you've really got to get your tonal values on point. And actually, just with landscapes in general, just having some shadows in there, it's going to go a long way to conveying depth and realism. So generally in all of my landscape paintings, I'll have shadows in there, even if they're just really small ones, such as in this scene. Now, at this point in the painting, I'd had quite a few sessions on it and it was well underway, and I was starting to think about getting it finished. Now, when it comes to finishing up paintings, this is where I begin really adding the last detail, getting a lot more detail in there. And I'll also be saving my lightest values until the end. So it's like we're slowly like building up the lighter layers as we work through the painting, and it's just adding more depth to the painting overall. So I painted things such as the main stems and branches in these poplar and willow trees, painting things like more cracks in the rocks and even little poplar saplings that are poking up as well, and then just refining some areas of the banks of the river there. Then last of all was to add the final details to the water. So here I'm adding more highlights, especially to the waves and ripples, and the way to do this is to have an immediate light area above where the shadow area of the ripple is, and you'll find more of the light areas in the troughs of the ripples, so that helps to convey more realism. Now last of all, I saved my lightest lights until the end, and that was the highlights in the water, and this was just a mix of titanium white with a little bit of yellow ochre. And I was just painting the suggestion of some white water there, also a few little sparkles in that turbulent water in the foreground. If your tree trunks look flat and boring instead of having rich textured bark that pops off the canvas, then you're missing 4 crucial elements that many artists overlook. Today I'm going to be painting these beautiful gum trees to show you the exact lighting and texture techniques that works on any tree species, whether it's oaks, pines, birches, gum trees, you name it. We'll start with understanding how light wraps around cylindrical forms, and then dive into my 4-step bark texture method that works whether you're painting smooth beech trees or gnarly oak trees. Now I'm painting on an 11" by 14" linen canvas panel made by SourceTech, and I'm using Blue Ridge oil paints, and if you want to get either of these, then I've put a link in the description box below. Now the first step for painting realistic cylindrical looking trees is to paint the dark values first, and actually this applies to the whole painting. Painting the dark values first allows you to create the depth and distance. Now value refers to how light or dark your subject is, and we'll find our darkest darks and the lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede, darks aren't as dark and lights aren't as light. So I'm painting these dark textures in the side of the gum trees, now keeping in mind also that there's a lot of light tones in there as well, so I need to keep this in mind. The trees in the landscape in general are some of the darkest values, so for the foliage here I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little yellow ochre. Now the trunks of these gum trees here have a lot going on in them, and there's a lot of different colours. Most of them are relatively low chroma or saturation. Now as I paint this landscape here, I'll give you some
general tips on landscape painting, as well as focusing on the tree trunks. I'm painting the shadows in the distance here, which are getting lighter and much lighter in value than the shadows in the foreground. I'll also just share the idea behind this composition. This composition was a little tricky, and I wanted to capture these gum trees in the foreground with the landscape in the background. So I've used these two gum trees to frame the scene, and then the tree behind it helps to provide a focal area. Now next here I'm painting more of the texture in the bark and more of those shadow areas, but keeping in mind there's some really light yellowy coloured bark here. There's also some warm tones and heat coming in these tree trunks and branches. So I was keeping that in mind, and I was mainly using combinations of yellow ochre, burnt sienna, ultramarine blue to desaturate, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. I even used some cobalt teal in some areas for some cool blue tones in the side of the bark. Now the next stage in painting these cylindrical looking trees was to paint the areas where the direct sunlight is hitting the side of the tree trunks and branches. So the value of the colour is going to be a lot lighter, and keeping in mind that they are relatively low chroma colours. So for this I used warm tones of yellow ochre with titanium white, which form the base of my colour mixes here, and then I also added in a little bit of alizarin crimson. For some of those more pale tones I also mixed in more titanium white with burnt sienna and even a little bit of ultramarine blue. So that was the tree trunks sorted out for the moment, but I'm going to be coming back to them later on in the painting. Generally as well, when I'm blocking in a painting, I keep the whole thing tonally darker, and this is going to allow me to build up lighter layers of paint later on in the painting, and then I'm going to be saving my lightest lights until last, and this will make the whole thing come alive. So I start working into the distance here, painting the grass and the trees in the background, and for these I've used varying combinations of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue, titanium white and cadmium yellow medium as the base of these greens, and then I've mixed in some kind of a red element into it, so it could be a burnt sienna or alizarin crimson, and even a little bit of phthalo green to increase the saturation for some of that grass in the foreground. Now greens are one of those colours that are quite tricky to paint and easy to get out of control. Now if your greens just look too saturated or just nasty looking, then you can desaturate a green by mixing in something that contains its colour opposite, which is red. So this could be a burnt sienna, an alizarin crimson, a cadmium red light, something that contains red that will help to just bring more balance and harmony to your greens and make it look more natural. Now just some more notes here on blocking in a painting and the way to start. I'm using the biggest brushes that I can get away with, or that I feel most comfortable with, and that's just going to help bringing a nice aliveness and looseness to the scene overall. I can then add details later on, so if you're someone that's struggling with painting too many details, then start your painting off this way. Use the biggest brushes that you feel comfortable with. Don't worry about detail at all, just focus on getting in those colours and focus on the tonal values, i.e. the lights and darks, and the colour mixing, and then you can start adding details later on once it's dry. Now then, the third stage of painting these trees, so this is where we're starting to layer on more detail and we're adding now lighter layers of paint. So I'm going back over the areas of the main trunk here and adding lighter tones, so it's lighter than the previous layer. Also, there's another trick with trees that you can do to make them look more cylindrical. Where the area of light is, and where it transitions to the areas of the tree trunk that's in shadow, there's usually a really thin band of really dark shadow. So you can paint this in, and then after that you paint the reflected light in the side of the tree trunk. So again, I've been using similar colours to what I used in the block-in stage. So for the areas in light, mostly yellow ochre, titanium white and a little
alizarin crimson or burnt sienna, depending on which part I was painting. And then for the shadow areas, combinations of yellow ochre, burnt sienna, a little ultramarine blue, alizarin crimson, titanium white and cobalt teal. It all depends on which part of the tree trunk that I'm painting. One of the things I really wanted to convey in this painting was just that bark that's peeling off, that's so characteristic of Australian gum trees. So as part of the third stage of painting these tree trunks is I'm adding lighter layers of paint. So adding lighter layers to the areas that are in the direct sunlight, and also lighter layers painting the reflected light in the shadow areas of the tree trunks. Now, if you're struggling with your landscape painting and you'd like to improve and be able to get your paintings up to a standard that perhaps even you'd be able to start selling your work, or at least be proud to have them hanging on your wall, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint. I detail my whole painting process from the sketching at the very start to a full painting demonstration at the end, but it will give you a process that you can apply to your own artworks. And this will help you to improve your painting skills. So if you'd like to get that, just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Now back to the painting, and I'll give you some tips on just painting trees in general, because they are pretty complex organisms to paint. So I started off the painting with loose gestural brush marks, and when it came to painting the actual tree foliage itself, I just treated them as masses. You don't want to be painting every leaf, it's a nightmare, so just treat them as masses and then just paint the suggestion of leaves. Now back to the tree trunks, and what I'm doing now is I'm just adding a little bit of detail in there. I'm using a synthetic flat brush, so I'm getting a much more defined edge, and I can convey the subtle shadows where there's ridges in the bark, and it's just adding a bit more detail into the painting. There's other ways as well to start defining the shape of the trees. For example, filling in the negative spaces around the tree's canopy, and also the tree trunks and branches itself. So that's just going to help to tidy up the overall shape of the trees. In this case, I'm using my sky mix to do that. And this was a mix of ultramarine blue with titanium white, a little cobalt teal and some yellow ochre to convey that dusty Australian sky. And then with my sky mix, I continue to work on the shape of the tree canopy here by punching in some sky holes, and this is a really nice effect to do, especially if you layer on thicker paint and make those marks look intentional. Now at this point in the painting, I was starting to think about getting it finished. I'd also had several painting sessions on it at this point. So with each progressive layer that I added, I let it dry, and then I was able to add more detail to it. Now in general, I don't like my paintings to be overly detailed, because I still want to maintain an expressiveness and have vitality in my paintings from some loose brush marks. But I do like a little bit of detail, so it's trying to find the balance between the two. Now what I'm doing here is restating some dark values, so re-emphasizing some of the dark values in the tree canopy here. So if you remember, trees are some of the darkest values in the landscape, and when these clumps of foliage are bunched together, it's going to be pretty dark, especially with a tree species such as gum. And by having these dark tones here, it's going to bring that forward in the painting, so we can see that the trees are clearly in the foreground, juxtaposed against those lighter tones that are in the background. Now the next thing I was doing here was starting to add the highlights in the tree's canopy. Some of those gum tree leaves are quite glossy and are reflecting the direct sunlight, so conveying leaves that are shimmering in the direct sunlight. Now then, the last thing to do, or the last stage in painting convincing looking cylindrical tree trunks, is to paint the lightest lights. So we save our lightest lights until last, and I added some light tone to the areas of the tree trunks that are in the full sunlight. So this was just pretty much a mix of
yellow ochre with a lot of titanium white, and we're just sparingly adding highlights to these areas of the tree trunks just to communicate that direct sunlight. And then after that, it was just finishing up the painting and adding the last finishing touches to it overall, such as painting a few subtle highlights to the gum tree forest that's in the background, and then adding some lighter tone to the grass in the midground as well. Grass is one of the more lighter values in the landscape, so it's really important that the grass is lighter in value than the trees, so that the trees in the background stand out. And then following that, I worked my way back to the foreground, just adding last little details, for example this gum tree sapling that's right in the corner here, and then just adding finishing touches overall to the tree canopies. I often find it a little difficult to know when to put my paint brushes down to finish a painting, so I was just fiddling around at this point, adding last little details here and there, bit of leaf litter on the ground, but with that the painting was complete. Are you an artist that's struggling to capture the unique characteristics of tree bark and tree trunks? Well, you're not alone. In this video, I'm going to show you how to paint tree trunks and bark with this gum tree scene here inspired by the Murray River in Australia. And I'll show you my exact 6-step process that transforms ordinary tree paintings into masterpieces. This painting is inspired by a location by the Murray River in Australia, and it's a place that I went plein air painting 10 years ago. And shortly after that trip, I did a large painting of this scene. And I just wanted to see how far I'd progressed in the last 10 years, so decided to paint the scene again, this time with a different composition. The first painting, I removed the main tree that's in this composition and made more of a feature of the river, but in this case I wanted to make more of a feature of the actual tree trunks themselves. Now I'm sketching out my composition using burnt sienna and oleo gel, which helps to thin the paint. I'm painting in oils, and the brand of paint that I'm using is Blue Ridge oils, and if you want to get some, I'll put a link in the description box below. I'm also painting on a 12-inch by 16-inch wooden panel. Now whenever I start a painting, and you will have heard me say this loads if you've watched any of my other videos, but I always start with the darkest darks first, so the dark values first, and values how light or dark your subject is. So if you paint your darks first, it makes it so much easier to paint all the areas in light afterwards. So this is step number 1, paint your dark values and shadows first. So for the darkest darks here, I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson. And then for the shadows in the side of the tree trunks, I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna, some alizarin crimson and some titanium white. Then for the tree foliage, which is also quite dark in value, especially where it's in shadow, I've used combinations of ultramarine blue with yellow ochre, a little titanium white, some cobalt teal and alizarin crimson. Now in my opinion, painting the dark values and shadows first is the key to creating realistic looking landscapes, especially painting trees. Now step number 2 is to use loose brushwork, and you can do this by using big brushes, at least big compared with the size of the canvas or panel in this case that you're painting on. By using big brushes, you're going to cover ground more quickly, but also get nice loose gestural painterly brush marks. You can always add detail later on, so if you're struggling with trying to loosen up your brushwork, or your paintings are just overly detailed and it's making them look stiff and rigid, then using the biggest brushes that you can get away with will help you to loosen up your brushwork and create that nice painterly effect in your artwork. Then once it's dry, you can start adding details and using smaller brushes. Now step number 3 is to paint the areas in light. So in this case, I'm working on the tree foliage, of which it's covering a lot of the painting,
and marking that in again with a number 6 bristle flat brush, so a nice large brush for some gestural painterly brush marks. Now to mix the colours for the tree trunks that are in light, I've used combinations of yellow ochre, a little alizarin crimson, burnt sienna, titanium white and even a little bit of ultramarine blue. We want to make these tree trunks look like they're old and gnarly and that there's bark peeling off it. So I've got lots of textures in there which I've made with my bristle flat brush. For the grass here in the foreground, again I've used combinations of yellow ochre, titanium white, some burnt sienna, some ultramarine blue and a little alizarin crimson. And then for the foliage I've used combinations of yellow ochre with cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue and titanium white, which serves as the base, the foundation of my greens. And then I've been able to add colours such as cadmium red light or burnt sienna to add that red element to the foliage. Gum tree leaves tend to be more dusty looking and often have olive tones in them. Now, as this is a gum tree forest by the Murray River here, I wanted to convey an abundance of trees, so I've marked in lots of stems and branches with my shadow mix, and I've actually found that it's easier to paint stems and branches using a flat brush rather than using a round brush. Now at the moment I'm not going overly detailed with the branches, I just want to paint the suggestion of just a few and then I'll add some more details later on. To paint the sky here, I wanted to convey a hot, dusty looking Australian sky, so I used a mix of titanium white with some ultramarine blue, a little bit of cobalt teal and a little bit of yellow ochre. Now at this point the panel was covered and I went back to adding a bit more detail to the tree before I completed the block-in stage, and I was using some synthetic brushes as well as some bristle brushes as well. So adding more of the texture of that gnarled looking bark and also just increasing the saturation of some of the colour. For example, adding some cadmium red light and some alizarin crimson as well as burnt sienna to the bark of the main gum tree in the scene. And then painting some more of the reflected light in the side of the bark using a combination of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white, alizarin crimson and even a little bit of cobalt teal. Now if you'd like to learn more about painting landscapes, including my whole painting process that you can apply to your own paintings, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy! So now the painting is dry and I'm beginning the next step, which is step number 4, modelling and adding details. So this is where I'm working on individual zones in the painting, and the way I tackle these types of paintings is I usually go for the hardest thing first. So in this case the gum trees, in my opinion the most difficult thing in the painting to paint, so I tackle these first. I'm now using synthetic flat brushes so that I can get a more defined edge, especially for detail work. So I'm trying to build up the texture of the bark. A lot of the bark is peeling off as well, exposing the smooth creamy coloured bark underneath. Now when I started my painting I kept my tones darker, so that allows me to paint the areas in light and just build up those layers, and that's going to convey more depth in the painting. So these lighter layers that I'm adding for the highlights in the trees, I'm using lighter colour. It's always best to keep your painting tonally darker to begin with and then build up those lighter layers, and then we'll be saving our lightest lights until the end of the painting. At this point I'd spent time working on both trees, so adding more details to the bark and the sunlit areas of the tree trunks. I was using varying combinations of burnt sienna, yellow ochre, titanium white, a bit of alizarin crimson, ultramarine blue and cadmium red light, and all the while when I was painting I was just keeping in mind the value, i.e. the lights and darks. I think this is more important than the colour mixing. So I'm always thinking in terms of value when I'm painting. So then I was spending time building up the foliage in the background here, which is really making up a bulk of the scene. So again, using combinations of yellow ochre, cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue, titanium white, and then also cadmium red light and burnt sienna, I was marking in the highlight areas where the leaves are in the full sun, and just building up those lighter layers of paint. So I hope you're enjoying this video so far, and I'd like to introduce to you the sponsor of this video, which is Craft Geek. Now Craft Geek make artist tripod easels as well as projector tripods, music stands and phone tripods. Now I don't often promote these types of companies in my videos, but one of the things I was looking for was just a simple tripod easel that I could use in my small art studio. The thing is, I don't actually have a whole lot of space in my art studio, so it's really important that my easel isn't going to take up too much of that space. So this was something I was looking for anyway, and actually Craft Geek reached out to me. Pure coincidence, but I've tried out their easel and I absolutely love it, and I only promote things on this channel that I use myself. Now this easel is super compact and lightweight and is really easy to set up. As you can see, I'm just unfolding it there, and I actually set this up to test it out on a painting that I'm working on at the moment. In fact, in the end I was able to actually rest the back leg on that table there, again because I don't have a whole lot of space in my studio. So I just tested out this easel on this 20" by 20" mountain landscape painting that I'm working on at the moment, and it was just really easy to use and a pleasure to paint on. So I'm going to be using this easel all the time. Now if you want to get one of these tripod easels, right now Craft Geek are giving my viewers a 15% discount. All you need to do is just type in the discount code SamuelArt and you'll get your 15% discount. Just click the link below. Now as I say, I'm loving this easel, and you might notice that I'm now using it for this painting here. So it's going to be a thing I'm going to be regularly using in my studio. But back to the painting, and I'm doing some more work on the grass here. And this is where I'm getting to step number 5, which is refining the painting. So I've got the core details down and the main body of the landscape in general. So I'm adding more to the individual zones in the painting, so adding more lighter tones, more details. For example, there's more lighter layers to be added to the grass in the foreground. I'm adding more details to the tree stems and trunks, painting more of the network of branches in between the foliage. For this I've mainly been using synthetic flat brushes, as I find that these are best for painting branches and trees. I'm thinking about just building up the paint layers in this artwork. I'm restating dark values if I need to. For example, some of the occlusion shadows in the foliage in the background, restating and painting more of the stems and branches, and then also adding more highlights as well. A lot of this stage of the painting as well is also just painting a lot of the halftones, so this could be in the foliage and also more details in the main tree here in the tree bark. Now whilst we're adding all these details, we do need to be careful not to be mudding up our colours. So if it's not possible to add more details because the layer of paint underneath is wet, then just let it dry and then paint over it. Now at this point in the painting I did let the whole thing dry, and then this comes to the final step, step number 6, and this is where I've saved my lightest values until last. I'm also adding the last final details as well. So we've been building up to this throughout the whole painting, and what I'm doing here at the moment is I'm painting the suggestion of leaves that are catching the full sun. So the foliage I painted in the previous layers I left darker and used a lot of halftones. So now that I'm layering on my lightest tones here within the tree foliage, it's really starting to stand out. Now you don't need to paint every leaf, we can just paint the suggestion of a few leaves, and it goes a long way to making it look realistic. Now part of adding the final details as well as my lightest lights is also restating some dark values if needed. For example, the occlusion shadows in some of these trees in the background. but then just adding more details in these tree canopies overall. But next I'm saving my lightest lights for the tree bark itself, and this is what's really going to make it pop. So adding my lightest lights to that creamy coloured bark, and for this I used a mix of yellow ochre with a lot of titanium white. There's also a tiny amount of burnt sienna in there. But you can see that adding those last highlights to the tree trunk there has really added so much more depth to it and makes it look really realistic. So then after painting the tree trunks, I was adding some highlights to some of the other tree stems and branches in the background. There's also, I painted the suggestion of a few blades of grass sticking up in the foreground with a synthetic rigger brush. When I paint grass, I don't like to go overly detailed. I prefer to just imply dense grass rather than painting every single blade of grass. The other thing I added was some more final details to these trees, such as the reflected light. And again, using the same colours that I used in the blocking stage, mixes of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white, alizarin crimson and cobalt teal to create that nice reflected light in the side of the trunk, but also convey those light tones, at least where the creamy coloured bark is. Now, as we get towards the end of this painting, I'd like to recap on what we've covered in this video, but also how I generally approach my paintings in stages. So I always start off by painting my dark values and shadows first, and I use loose brushwork. Then I paint the areas in light, but overall I keep my paintings tonally darker in the blocking stage so that I have plenty of room to add lighter layers of paint. Then once dry, I begin the modelling and adding details stage. So this is where I'm working on individual zones in the painting. So in this painting, I just tackled what I thought were the hardest things to paint first of all, which was the tree trunks. So I like to get the most difficult parts out of the way. And then what I'm also doing is building up lighter layers of paint. I don't want to go too light to start with, but once I'm at this stage of the painting, I can create more of the half tones in the scene and build up lighter layers. Then once I've added more details and build out more of the structure of the painting, I can then get into the next stage, which is refining the painting. So working on more of the individual zones, tidying up areas and just getting it ready so that I can add those lightest layers of paint, which I save until last. So saving my lightest values and last details until the end. And that's what's going to make the painting pop. This is where you'll save your lightest tones. So at this point of the painting, it was pretty much complete. Sometimes I find it difficult to know when to put my brushes down, but often I'll just leave my painting for a few days, come back to it and just see if it needs any more work doing to it. If you've ever felt frustrated trying to paint waves, watching your seascapes turn into a muddy mess of whites and blues, then you're not alone. Maybe you've struggled getting that realistic foam effect, or your waves look flat and lifeless instead of dynamic and powerful.
Hi, I'm Sam and I've helped thousands of artists to improve their seascape paintings, taking them from flat and lifeless to dynamic and powerful. So in this video I'm going to show you how to paint this scene, and I'm going to show you it in 5 actionable steps.
Now the first thing I do once I've sketched out the composition in my painting is I begin by painting the dark values and shadows first. Now value refers to how light or dark a subject is, and the general rule is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light, and this applies to seascapes as well. So I'm starting off by painting the dark values in the rocks here in the foreground, and I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little burnt sienna and some alizarin crimson to start with. Now I'm painting in oils here, and the brand of oil paint I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. I sketched out the composition on the canvas using burnt sienna mixed with a little pale drying gel. Now, as I said, I start by painting the darks first. So what's the reason for doing this? Well, I've found that it actually makes it easier to create a whole tonal framework in the painting. So it makes it easier to then paint the areas in light afterwards and also get the saturation of the colours correct. So what I was doing here was I was just finding out where the main areas of darks are, which are mostly in the rock shadows, in the cracks in the rocks. But then even some of the rocks in the distance, they're starting to get a little bit lighter. So I've mixed in a little bit of titanium white into the mix. Now, I've also included the cloud shadows here among my darks, even though clouds and skies are generally one of the more lighter values in the landscape. However, these are shadows, and actually you can still get some pretty dark cloud shadows. I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, a little alizarin crimson and titanium white. So actually the same colours that I've used in the rocks. And this is going to help to create the colour harmony in the painting where I'm using common colours throughout the painting. I've also edged the mixture more on the blue side so that the colours don't look muddy. And then I'm able to use a similar cloud colour mix for the shadows in the white water in the foreground. Now the white water is much lighter in value, obviously white, the lightest value that we can go, so it means the shadows in the white water are also going to be pretty light. So that's something to keep in mind. So in this stage of the painting, all the dark values have been established, and then it's time to start painting the areas in light. Now this brings me on to the second step in my painting process, and that's to use loose brushwork during the block-in stage. The block-in stage is where we're just going to mark in the main areas in the painting, get the main lights and darks established, the colours established, and then we've got something that we can work on once the painting is dry. So to begin with, I'm not going to be using any detail at all. It's just going to be loose gestural brushwork. And having this loose painting to start with is just going to add life and vitality to the painting overall and just make it look alive. There's going to be plenty of time to add detail later on. So if one of the things you're struggling with is your work is too detailed, then start off by painting nice and loose first of all. So using the biggest brushes that you can get away with. And that's what I do with my paintings. So here I'm using nice broad gestural brush marks to paint this breaking wave. And I've started off by painting the translucent area using a mix of titanium white with a little yellow ochre and phthalo green. And then as I've worked my way down to the lower part of the breaking wave, I've made the value darker and started adding ultramarine blue to the mix. So we've got a nice turquoised ocean colour here. And then I've used the same colours in the sea in the background as well. So if you're ever unsure of what colours to use to mix a nice turquoise blue ocean colour, then ultramarine blue, phthalo green, a little yellow ochre and titanium white works really well. Now at this point in the painting, the blocking in stage was well underway, and I'd painted some of the highlights in the clouds using a mix of titanium white with some burnt sienna. So it's just a little bit of burnt sienna in there, and I'm not using the lightest lights in the clouds just yet, so allowing some of the shadow areas to mix in. And then I also just added a little bit more shadows to some of these clouds. For the sky, I used a mix of ultramarine blue with some titanium white and just a little bit of phthalo green, so that's just going to add a green element to it. Ultramarine blue actually has a red undertone to it, so adding the phthalo green is just going to make the sky a bit more of a rich blue. But you've got to be careful to make sure that the sky is not too saturated either. The next thing I did was to paint the white water that's in light on the breaking wave as it's barreling over. Now let me explain something that's really important about creating convincing looking waves. The foam and white water is not completely white, in fact it's various shades of light grey in most cases. And if you want to avoid having a flat looking seascape, it's really important that we're not using our lightest value colours at this stage. We want to save those until the end. So it's best to keep the white water and just the painting overall tonally darker to begin with, and then we've got plenty of room to build up lighter layers of paint as we work through the painting. Now moving on to step number 3, and the blocking in stage was complete and the painting was dry. So we're beginning the next part, which is the modelling stage. Now this is where I'm starting to build up the details and work on individual zones in the painting. So for this particular painting session, I was working on the rocks and really beginning to define their shapes. Now rocks aren't always the easiest things to paint, so I just started off by identifying where, again, the darkest darks are, where the halftones are in the rocks, and where the highlights are. I'm also now using synthetic flat brushes, which produce a much more defined edge than compared with the bristle brushes. So when I start a painting, I normally just use bristle brushes so it's nice and loose, but if I want to start doing detail work, especially with things like rocks, then synthetic flat brushes work much better. Now with this painting, I didn't just get straight into it by copying photographs. I planned this whole painting, starting off with thumbnail sketches and then a main sketch to design the whole composition. Now having this plan for my paintings and following this process actually really skyrocketed my paintings in general. So if you'd like to learn how to do this and improve your paintings, then check out my free landscape painting blueprint where I detail my whole process for painting landscapes that you can apply to your own paintings. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. As I say, it's totally free. Enjoy. Now as part of the modelling process, I was working on the sky, so really starting to add more definition to those clouds. I really wanted to create a stormy sky in the background, and with these darker tones in the clouds, it's going to really add drama to the painting, especially when juxtaposed against the highlights that are in the breaking waves. Now once I'd finished detailing the clouds here, I then moved on to the main part of the ocean and the breaking wave, which is the main hero in the painting. One of the things I felt with this breaking wave is that the wave could be darker in value, so I decided to add another layer of paint. Just adding another layer was just darkening the value anyway, but I'm still using a mix of ultramarine blue with a little bit of yellow ochre, some titanium white and some phthalo green. So the phthalo green is really key to getting those turquoise tones in the ocean. But be careful not to use too much of it, it's a very powerful colour, so only a small amount is needed. Again, I'm just applying the paint here with some loose gestural brush marks using a bristle flat brush, and then just blending in some of those colours where the wave transitions into the more translucent area of the painting, and it's the translucency that's really going to grab the attention in this seascape. So right now I'm still modelling the paint here and just working on individual zones to create more depth within the painting. Now one of the things you can do to really make convincing looking breaking waves is to add foam patterns to them. So these are just tendrils of foam that you'll often find in breaking waves. They also help to communicate the wave barreling over as well. So this is something that I added here using my shadow mix, which is mainly ultramarine blue, a little burnt sienna to desaturate, some titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. Now this leads on to the fourth stage of the painting where I'm adding more details and just refining the painting. So this is the stage where I'm starting to see the finish line and thinking about getting the artwork finished, but there's still a lot to do. So in this case I'm adding more lighter tone to the white water, but I'm still not using pure titanium white just yet. My lightest tones, I'm slowly building up those lighter tones, and this is the real key to creating convincing looking seascapes that have got depth. If I was to use my lightest tones to begin with, the whole thing would just look flat. So even now, with the highlights that I'm adding to the white water and the swash zone in the painting, I'm still not using pure white here. Instead, I've added a little bit of ultramarine blue, some burnt sienna and a little bit of alizarin crimson. such a small amount just to darken the value, but making sure that the value is lighter than the previous layer that I've added, but not completely white, because that's my lightest tones and I'm going to be saving those until the end. Now, refining the painting includes sharpening up some of the forms that are within the painting, such as the breaking waves here in the swash zone, adding more of those shadows. It's just defining the edge of it here, so adding more of that shadow mix, for example. Then adding details to the rocks, further details, and just generally getting the painting ready so that I can add the last details, which comes right at the end. Next, working on the foreground here, and I was working on these foam patterns, and these are actually helping with the composition because they're helping to lead the eye towards the midground to where the breaking wave is. So we want to have these subtle elements within our composition that's just going to lead the eye to the main focal area. Once I'd finished working on the foreground here, I let the whole painting dry, and this allowed me to be able to add the final details, which is the last step in the whole painting process. So this is now where I'm adding my lightest layers of paint. In this case, just these few little highlights where the sun's catching the water directly. And for this I was using a mix of pure titanium white with just a little bit of yellow ochre. Now the yellow ochre is just going to warm up the white, and I was using a combination of brushes including synthetic and bristle brushes to create some varying brush marks and tones to communicate that wild sea. So to recap on the painting, it's really best to have a process to follow. So to begin with, I always start by painting my darks first, then I block in the rest of the painting using loose brush marks. I then started the modelling phase where I'm working on individual zones. I refined the painting and added some more details. And then finally I added the last details, which included the lightest values in the whole scene. I also changed up the foreground a little bit as I felt there was too much going on with the foam patterns there and it just needed a little bit of space, so I painted some clear water. Then after that the painting was complete. Are you struggling with stiff photographic landscapes that are just killing the life out of your paintings and also making them look flat? Well, in this video I'm going to show you how you can loosen up your brushwork by using the paint medium gouache, and I'm going to be painting a coastal scene. Now, what is gouache paint? Well, basically it's opaque watercolour, but you can get some really great results with it and some nice, vibrant, natural looking colours. And I'd like to preface that I'm mainly an oil painter, but I do sometimes paint with gouache, and I've actually found that it's helped with my oil painting process and to loosen up my brushwork. Now, I've only been painting with gouache for a few years, and as I say, I mainly paint with oils. But when I first saw some gouache paintings on Instagram, I was absolutely blown away, and to begin with I couldn't tell if they were oil paintings, and then I discovered that they were gouache. So as I say, you can get some really great results with them. So I'm painting this scene here of the southern coast on the island of Guernsey, and this was actually the island I was born in. And just like with my oil paintings, I start by painting the dark values and shadows first, and this sets the whole tonal dynamic for the scene, and it makes it much easier to paint the areas in light afterwards. The colours I'm using for the cliff shadows here includes ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, a little alizarin crimson and permanent white. So the permanent white's going to help to adjust the value of the shadows here, and value is how light or dark a subject is. The general rule of thumb is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So with the cliffs that are nearest to us, they're going to be a bit darker than the cliffs that are a bit more in the distance on the left side of the painting. I'm mainly using synthetic flat brushes to paint this scene. The brushes I'm using are made by Rosemary & Co, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. So here I'm painting the sky, and for this I'm using a mix of ultramarine blue with some permanent white and a little viridian. Now when I start a gouache painting, I usually start off quite loose and also have quite a bit of water mixed in with the gouache, so it's almost like a wash. And then once that's dry, I can then start working in some detail and add some thicker layers of paint. The cool thing about gouache is it dries quickly, so once it's dry then I can start working in those details. Now here I'm painting the sea and I'm getting in some real loose brushwork here, using a mix of ultramarine blue with a little yellow ochre, some viridian and some permanent white. So what I'm aiming to do is just to get the paper covered quickly by using a large brush in comparison to the size of the paper that I'm painting on, and lots of loose brushwork. Once I'd marked in the ocean, I then started painting the grass that's in the foreground in this scene, and I was using a mix of yellow ochre with a little cadmium yellow, some ultramarine blue and some permanent white. And this was the base of my green. And then I also mixed in a little bit of cadmium red and also some viridian. So the viridian's going to increase the saturation of the green and also add in some emerald tones to the grass. Once I painted the grass in the foreground, I then started to paint the grass that's in the midground on top of these cliffs and then also into the distance. Now it's really important to desaturate our greens as we paint those distant landforms. If I was to use green that's as saturated as it is in the foreground, then it's going to make the painting look flat because we're not going to get that recession of landforms. Green's definitely one of those colours that drops out over long distances, so we need to reflect this when we're mixing the colours. So what I did here was I still used the same colours that I used for the greens in the foreground, but as I worked on those greens in the distance, I started adding more titanium white, which lightens the value and also desaturates the colour, but then was using more colours such as yellow ochre and even alizarin crimson to help round off that green. So the red in the alizarin crimson is opposite to green on the colour wheel, and then when they're combined it has a desaturating effect. So this is always something useful to remember. If your colour's too saturated, think about its colour opposite and mix that in to your colour mix and it will desaturate the colour. And then also adding titanium white is going to help to desaturate the colour as well, but you have to keep in mind that it will lighten the value. Now at this point in the painting, I find this happens often with gouache paintings, but we're in the ugly phase where the painting almost looks a bit amateurish, but when you get to this point you just got to keep going. Basically I do have a solid base to work from here, and it's very easy to layer over colours on top of existing layers with gouache. And that's where its unique properties really shine here, is that you can do that with these colours. It's not like watercolour where you have to start off light and then work dark. With gouache you've got a lot more flexibility with it. Now as I say, one of the things I love about gouache is the nice painterly effects that you can get with it. And as I said, when I was scrolling through Instagram, when I first saw some gouache paintings, I couldn't tell whether they were oil paintings or gouache paintings. And that's what's really unique about this as well, is that you can create these beautiful looking paintings that almost look like oil paintings, except they're painting with gouache. Now, one of the things I like to do with gouache painting, and as I say, I probably don't paint with gouache enough, but I do enjoy painting them, but I use them for ideas for larger paintings. So it could be used as part of your planning process when you're painting. Now, normally I'll start off with some thumbnail sketches and then a final sketch, which is what I did with this painting. And then from here, I not only have a nice gouache painting, but I could actually use this as a study for a larger oil painting. So that's one of the cool things about gouache, is you can do quick little paintings with them and then use it to get some ideas down for some larger paintings. So sometimes I use gouache paintings as part of my planning process for larger oil paintings. Now here I've got the main bones of the painting down on the paper and it's dried already. Another thing you need to keep in mind with gouache is, like acrylics, they dry a bit darker than when they're wet, or at least some of the colours do, so that's something that you have to factor in. But now I'm working on individual zones in the painting, so painting the mid-ground vegetation. Also earlier I painted the rocks as well, so painting some of that reflected light in there. And then working on the background here, so painting in some of those lighter tones within the grass, keeping in mind that the green is a lot more desaturated than the grass in the midground and foreground. Now whenever I'm painting an artwork, I always think in terms of tonal values. And in this case I was painting and just making adjustments to those values as I was moving along with the painting. And then back toward the foreground here, I felt that the colour could be a lot more saturated. So I was using similar colours to what I was using just a moment ago. So a mix of cadmium yellow with ultramarine blue, a little yellow ochre, some permanent white, a little cadmium red and some viridian. Now another thing I do when I'm mixing my colours, and this works really well with gouache, is I don't mix the colours together thoroughly. So you can see some of that broken colour coming through. And in fact, I've been doing this, mixing this broken colour with my oil paintings, and I got the idea from gouache painting. Now just like with my oil paintings, I have a stage in the painting where I restate the dark values, and I also save my lightest values until the end of the painting, and that's what I'm doing here. There were some rocks in the foreground that are a bit darker. If you remember, we'll find our darkest darks in the foreground, so I painted those in. And whilst I was letting those rocks dry, I was starting to paint the highlights on the rocks in the cliffs in the midground. Now, if you're struggling with your landscape painting and you'd perhaps like to skyrocket your painting skills, perhaps you're having difficulty with composition, colour mixing and tonal values, I've found that these are the things that artists struggle with the most, including myself at one point, then let me help you. I'm giving away a free landscape painting blueprint that details my painting techniques and my painting process, and it will give you a plan and a structure that you can approach your landscape paintings. Now, although this ebook is demonstrated in oil paints, you could also apply this to acrylic painting and even gouache painting as well. As I say, the landscape painting blueprint is totally free. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Now back to the painting, and I'm starting to get into a lot more detail and just refining various zones within the painting. So certainly doing a lot more work to the cliffs in the midground and the background. Also adding some different colours in there just to get some warm tones and just to break up the green. There's also some cooler greens in the shadows, which I mainly used a mix of viridian with cadmium yellow, some ultramarine blue, a little permanent white and also some alizarin crimson. There's a bit of yellow ochre in there too. And then back to the ocean. So I wanted to increase the saturation of the water here and also get some more texture to communicate the moving water. So that's another thing about gouache painting and the types of brushes that I use. I'm mainly using flat brushes here to get those nice loose brush marks. So again with the water I was using the same colours that I was using earlier, but I just increased the saturation of those colours. And then in for some more finer detail and painting the highlights on these cliffs here. The rocks on the side of the cliffs are kind of salmon sandy colour. And for this I mainly used a varying mix of yellow ochre with some alizarin crimson, some permanent white and even a little bit of ultramarine blue if I needed to desaturate the colour. Then back to the foreground and I'm adding some darker darks here to create some shadows within the grass, and this was a mix of ultramarine blue with some yellow ochre, a little viridian and a little alizarin crimson. So having these dark shadows is just going to help to communicate a sense of scale in the painting and add interest to the foreground. I was really enjoying painting this artwork. It's actually been quite a while since I last visited Guernsey, but this particular view is one of my favourite views in the island. It's along the south coast, not too far from Ecart Point. So here I was starting to add the finishing touches to the painting so I can wrap up the whole thing and get it finished. So this included some reflected light in the side of these rocks in the cliffs. And for this I used a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, some permanent white and a little alizarin crimson. So adding the reflected light in the side of the cliffs here is just going to bulk it out more and make it look more three-dimensional and just add depth to it overall. So there was still some value readjustments to be made, especially as gouache tends to dry a little bit darker than when it's first applied. Next I started painting some of the white water around the rocks and some breaking waves as well. For this I used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little alizarin crimson and some permanent white. And then for the white water that's in the full sunlight I used a mix of permanent white with just a little bit of yellow ochre. And I'm applying the paint here with a number 2 rigger brush. So I was able to use that same rigger brush to apply some other finer details within the scene, particularly the grass in the foreground. I just used the brush there just to add a few little fine details, a few blades of grass that are sticking up in the foreground. And then I finished off the painting by adding a few seagulls, which just add some life to the scene, and also some secondary focal areas. Once I'd added in the seagulls, I then peeled off the masking tape to reveal the painting underneath. Are you an artist that's struggling with mixing greens, and perhaps your green landscapes, hills, trees, they just look flat and lifeless, or the colours look neon, artificial, and you're just really struggling with them? Well, after teaching hundreds of students to paint landscapes, I've noticed the same problems over and over with mixing greens, and it's not what you think.
In this video, I'm going to show you the fundamentals of mixing greens that are vibrant, organic and natural that you can apply to your own landscape paintings, and I'm going to demonstrate it with this painting that I did of some rolling green hills.
Now before we dive into mixing greens, first of all we've got to understand how greens behave in the landscape, especially when related to value, and value is how light or dark your subject is. This is super important no matter what colours you're painting in the landscape. And this is why I start my paintings with the darkest values first. Now the rule is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So when we're painting colours such as greens, then this is something we really need to take into account. Now, what are the general green things that we see in the landscape? Mainly grass and trees. I would say those are the main things. Now, in terms of values, the lights and darks, they have some rules to them as well. Trees tend to be the darkest values in the landscape, so this needs to be reflected when we're mixing greens. And as you can see with this tree in the foreground, it's a pretty dark tone. I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little yellow ochre and some burnt sienna. Now the other main green element in the landscape is usually the grass. Now grass tends to be one of the more lighter values in the landscape, and you can see that if you take a reference photo of some green fields and trees and switch it to black and white. So taking into account the value of the landscape, the trees, the grass, that's going to help us to mix the correct green and get the saturation of the green correct. Saturation being another word for chroma, or the intensity of the colour. So when I'm painting landscapes, I more think in terms of tonal value rather than colour, although thinking about colour is important and getting the saturation of the colour correct is also very important. But as long as you're getting your values correct, you can still achieve depth and distance in your paintings, even if the colour is not quite right. Now I'll just talk about some of the green mixes I've used so far in the painting. So I'm painting with oils, and the brand of paint I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. You could paint a subject like this in acrylics as well. Now I'm keeping in mind that trees are the darkest values in the landscape in general. Now this scene that I'm painting here I created from some photos I took in my local area in far north New Zealand where I live. And there's a lot of New Zealand native trees that are pretty dark in value. So for this tortora tree in the foreground, I use a combination of yellow ochre with some cadmium yellow, medium ultramarine blue, and then also a little bit of quinacridone magenta, phthalo green, and some titanium white. Now the red in the quinacridone magenta is going to help balance out the green because it's opposite to green on the colour wheel. So this is one of the ways that we can make the greens look more natural by having some kind of a red element in them. This doesn't have to be quinacridone magenta, it could be an alizarin crimson or a burnt sienna or cadmium red for example. Something that contains red is just going to help bring harmony to the greens. Now for those distant trees there on the hills, they're further away, so the green is going to be desaturated. Those green wavelengths drop out over a distance. So I can't use greens that are as saturated as they are in the foreground, otherwise it's going to bring it forward in the painting. So for this I use more yellow ochre in my mix, along with titanium white, a little bit of ultramarine blue, and also some cobalt teal and quinacridone magenta. Generally I've held off on the cadmium yellow as this increases the saturation a little too much. So then for the grass, well first of all let's think about the grass here. So if you remember I said that grass is generally one of the more lighter values in the landscape, so we have to take this into consideration, especially if we want to make those trees stand out. So they've got to be lighter than the trees. Now for the foreground greens here, I've used varying combinations of cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue, a little yellow ochre, some titanium white to lighten the value, but you also have to keep in mind that it will desaturate your green as well. And then I've also mixed in some phthalo green. Now what this does is this increases the saturation and it makes those nice rich emerald grass greens as well, so you can mix some really nice tasty greens with this colour. You'll only need a small amount of phthalo green as it has such a high tinting strength, but just a beautiful colour to mix in with an existing green. Now once you've mixed in this colour, you'll need to balance it out again with something that contains red. Usually for foreground greens I mix in a little bit of cadmium red light, but you could also use some burnt sienna or some quinacridone magenta. Now if you remember, I said that as the greens go into the distance, the colours tend to drop out, so they're nowhere near as intense. This also applies to yellows and reds as well in the landscape. But the intensity of the greens in the distance is not going to be as strong as it will be in the foreground, and we need to reflect this in the painting in order to make those greens sit back in the distance. So I've mixed a lower chroma green for those distant hills, pretty much using the same colours that I used in the foreground, however without the phthalo green and a lot more yellow ochre. Also some of those hills in the background had warmer tones in them because they had straw coloured grass, so I also painted that in the scene here. But for distant greens I usually start with yellow ochre, ultramarine blue and titanium white as my base, and then I'll increase the saturation by mixing in some cadmium yellow medium, cobalt teal and some quinacridone magenta, along with titanium white. If the greens are super far into the distance, then I'll literally just mix yellow ochre, ultramarine blue and titanium white and probably nothing else. That's to make sure that they really sit back in the distance. So overall, if your greens are looking a bit too artificial, a bit too neon, think about its colour opposite on the colour wheel. Think about where you want to put that green in the landscape. So if it's in the foreground, you're likely to have your most saturated greens. If it's in the distance, you'll need to desaturate it. So these are something to consider.
You can desaturate your green by mixing in a colour opposite, something that contains red, and also some titanium white. But keep in mind, when you mix in white, it's going to make the value lighter. Now, if you're still struggling with mixing greens, or perhaps you're struggling with landscape painting in general, perhaps you're having difficulty with compositions, creating the depth and distance in your paintings, or just colour mixing in general, then come and join me at my art school. Inside, I've got loads of painting tutorial videos. We do a weekly live painting class. We're constantly running courses there, including the full-length version of this painting as well. And you can check that out by clicking the link below. The aim of my art school is to help you by providing you with a system for painting so that you can produce repeatable results with your artwork every time. Also to help you improve your painting quickly so that they'll be good enough if you ever wanted to sell them, or just have something that you can be proud of to hang on your wall. If you'd like to join my art school, right now I'm giving away a 7-day free trial. Click the link below to join. Now then, back to the painting, and let's just talk a bit more about mixing the greens and just the painting overall. So if you remember, I started off by painting my darks first, and this allows me to create a tonal framework in the painting, and it makes it easier to then paint the areas in light. So we had our darkest darks, which was the tortura tree in the foreground, and this was a mix of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue, and a bit of burnt sienna. And then as I painted the other tree shadows and shadows in the grass into the distance, those shadows are getting lighter because they're further away. The grass shadows are going to be a bit lighter than the tree shadows because if you remember, the grass is a lighter value colour than the trees, so something to keep in mind there. Now, when I block in a painting, I use loose gestural brush marks and I don't think about detail at all. At this stage of the painting, I just want to get the main tonal framework down and the colours down, and then once it's dry, I can work from there. The other thing I do, and this is particularly important, is to keep the values generally a little darker so that I've got plenty of room to layer on lighter layers of paint afterwards once the painting's dry, and then I'll be building up those lighter tones as I work through the painting, and then I'll be saving my lightest values until the end of the painting, and this is what's going to really bring it to life and make the whole thing pop. So already I started off with the darker shadows in the grass, for example, and then once it was dry I was able to add lighter layers of paint, and it just builds up the depth in the painting, and it helps to make the painting look more lifelike. Now, this is particularly important when you're painting landscapes if you want to create some nice depth in your paintings, especially when you're mixing greens. Now, what I was doing at this stage of the painting was I was adding details, and this is a stage known as modelling, so I'm working on individual zones in the painting and starting to refine forms and shapes, things like that. But the main thing with the trees is that I kept them tonally darker, and this allowed me to add lighter layers of paint. So with the green mixes, I was generally using the same colours as I was to begin with, but I was just making them tonally a little lighter, so perhaps adding more titanium white and colours such as cadmium yellow medium. Now, cadmium yellow medium is a beautiful yellow to use, and it will help to increase the saturation of your greens, but keep in mind it will make your green more yellow. So if you want to green it up again, you can mix in something like a little phthalo green and some cobalt teal. But then after that you will need to balance it out with something that contains red. Now, when it comes to my painting style, I like loose gestural brushwork because I think it gives my paintings an aliveness and vitality. However, I do like a little bit of detail. On the other hand, I don't want my paintings to be overly detailed, so I like to imply detail without actually getting bogged down in the weeds with painting individual details. For example, grass. I don't want to be painting every single blade of grass, that would be a nightmare. So as you can see here, I'm just implying thick grass. Now I'm using lighter layers of paint here and I started off with those darker layers, but it's adding more depth to the scene overall. So this is why we start a little bit darker with our colours, and then we let it dry, and then we can layer on some lighter layers of paint. And that's what I'm doing here, because I'm thinking about my lightest values, which I'm saving towards the end. Now let's talk about some of the other elements within the landscape, especially when it comes to mixing green. Another thing that's adding depth to the grass here is some of the shadows. And for the shadows, I've mainly used mixes of ultramarine blue with a little yellow ochre. And then I've also added in colours such as cobalt teal, which creates a really nice cool green. And then I've mixed in a little bit of titanium white, just to make sure that those shadows are lighter than what they would be if they were the tree shadows. So if you remember, grass is a lighter value than trees in general. There are of course exceptions to the rule. Now if I need to increase the saturation of the greens even within the shadows, then I can mix in a little bit of cadmium yellow medium. But keep in mind that these shadows are most likely to be cool shadows, so you don't want to add too much. Now at this point in the painting, I was starting to think about getting it finished and beginning to add those last details. So using a number 0 rigger brush to paint a network of branches in the trees, especially the willow trees in the midground, the tortoise in the foreground, and the poplars that are in the background. It's an interesting landscape this, because we get a lot of rain up here in far north New Zealand, and we've got a whole mix of New Zealand native trees and European trees. So the European trees had lost all their leaves at this point, but then the red in the trees here is providing a nice colour complement to the greens as well, helping to provide more balance in the landscape. Now another way to imply thick grass in the landscape is to use a bristle dagger brush and just push the paint upwards in the direction that the grass is growing. I finished up the painting by adding the lightest values, some highlights on the grass and the trees, and with that it was complete. Most artists look at a forest scene like this and have no idea where to start. The foliage, the glowing greens, the water, the layers, it just feels overwhelming. I've been painting landscapes for over 20 years and taught thousands of students online, and one of the things that I've learned is this: if you understand the fundamentals, even a complex scene like this becomes surprisingly easier to paint. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to break down a busy forest scene like this into clear, manageable steps, how to approach all that foliage without getting lost, and how to paint those luminous greens that makes the whole scene come alive. So as I say, when you look at a scene like this, and if you look at the reference photo here, it looks pretty complex. But actually the easiest thing to do is to break it down in terms of value and shapes and masses to begin with. So first of all, I always start with the darkest values first. And I look for all the shadows in the scene. So in this case, those rocks in the foreground and also the shadows in the foliage. Now I'm using oil paints here. You could also paint this in acrylics, and the brand of paint I'm using is Blue Ridge oils, and if you want to get some, I'll put a link in the description box below. But those dark tones are mainly mixes of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna with alizarin crimson and a little titanium white. And for the shadows in those greens, I've started off with ultramarine blue and a little yellow ochre. That's going to create a really dark green. And then as I get into those green half tones there, I started mixing in more yellow ochre, but also some cadmium yellow medium to increase the saturation. And then I mixed in a little phthalo green and even cobalt teal, which is going to shift the hue of the green, so we get some rich emerald greens in there. I also balance out the mixture by adding in some kind of a red. That could either be alizarin crimson or burnt sienna or even cadmium red light. In this case, I mainly used alizarin crimson to start with. Now so far I've just been focusing on the shadows, and the reason for doing this is actually it sets up the whole tonal framework for the painting, and it makes it easier to paint the areas in light. But now I'm working my way forward and working on the water here. So there's
some light coming through here. There's some direct sunlight in the background that's coming through the trees, but there's a lot of diffuse light as well. So for the water, I used a simple combination of varying mixes of yellow ochre, burnt sienna, ultramarine blue and titanium white, and you can use this colour mix to create those organic tones that you get when you can see translucent water, especially if there's stones in the bottom. You can use those colours for painting mud and other colours such as that, and it just looks natural. Now then, I've been working into the background, and what I did was I increased the saturation of my greens and also lightened the value. So one of the things I added to my green mix was some titanium white, but when you add in titanium white, it's also going to reduce the chroma or saturation of those greens. So we need to increase the saturation again, and you can do this by adding in more cadmium yellow medium. So this green mix was mostly combinations of yellow ochre, cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue, which was the base of my green, then some titanium white to make the value lighter, and then I've mixed in phthalo green, and this really increases the saturation, and you get these beautiful grass green, emerald tones, really rich and really nice to look at. I also balance out the green by mixing in some burnt sienna, so that's just going to add a red element to it. Red is opposite to green on the colour wheel, and it just keeps the greens under control and makes them more organic and natural looking. So if you're painting greens and they look a bit neon, a bit artificial, unnatural, then balance it out with something that contains red. Now let's continue to talk about how you would simplify a complex scene like this. So if you remember, I said I start with the dark values and shadows first. Now the reason I do this is it sets up the whole tonal framework, and in my opinion makes it easier to paint the areas in light but also get the saturation of those colours correct. Now pretty much all of this scene is in the foreground, so we're going to be dealing with our full value range, so light lights and dark darks, but also our most saturated colour. So we've got some pretty saturated greens in the foreground, but it's easiest to start with your dark values first, and then it makes it easier to paint the areas in light afterwards. The other thing is as well is I use the biggest brushes I can get away with when I'm blocking in a painting. So I don't focus on detail. In fact, when you use big brushes, it stops you from painting detail. So we want to start off with big masses and big shapes first of all. We're going to get some nice painterly brushwork. Then once everything is dry, we can start refining things. We can start adding more detail. We can start using smaller brushes. And that's what I've done here. So in the blocking stage, I began with those dark shapes, so the shadows in those rocks and that cliff that's on the right side of the painting there, the darks in the background, and then worked my way forward and started painting the areas in light. Now the greens in there are a lot lighter, at least the ones that are in light, but it's also standing out in the painting because it's juxtaposed against those dark masses in the background. So we're creating contrast, which is going to create much more of an effect in the painting that's going to give it more of a wow factor, make it more engaging and just be visually more striking. The other thing you want to do when you're painting any type of landscape is start off darker, at least in the blocking stage. So you want to start everything off darker, then you start building up your lighter tones. You don't want to go too light to start with, because if you do that, you risk having a flat looking painting. So by starting off darker, you're just going to have more layers of depth to it. And again, the painting is going to be a lot more visually striking. Now then, if you'd like to learn more about landscape painting and you've been struggling with creating depth and distance in your paintings, struggling with tonal values, the lights and darks, struggling with colour mixing, or even how to break down a complex scene such as this, then let me help you. I'm giving away my free landscape painting blueprint, which just details my painting process, because one of the things that helped me to really improve my landscape painting and get repeatable results was having a system, a framework for painting, and this is what I detail in my free landscape painting blueprint. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Now then, back to the painting, and once you've got the foundations of the painting established, by painting your dark values first, using big brushes, blocking in those larger masses, once that's established, it makes it so much easier to then just start building up the painting. So keep everything simplified to begin with, then you can start adding the detail, and that's what I've been doing so far. So adding layers to the foliage. So starting off with darker layers and big brush marks, and then I'm able to start using smaller brushes and applying lighter layers of paint and building up the details. So these could be things like some trailing leaves and ferns, things like that. Also the rocks as well, and the boulders that are in the stream, they're not completely light because they're not in full sunlight, they're more in diffuse light, but I'm able to just work those tones there so that it's light enough but not too light, but we've also still got some pretty dark shadows. Then there's also the submerged stones beneath the water. I started defining them more by restating some of the shadows in those submerged stones and building up more detail. Then when it comes to painting the foliage, so as I said, I use big brushes to begin with and slightly darker. Then I'm able to layer on lighter layers of paint. I'm also using some synthetic brushes here. I'm still using combinations of the same greens that I mixed earlier. So yellow ochre with some cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue, titanium white and phthalo green. Also a little burnt sienna. And I'm using those in varying combinations. For those shadow leaves, I'm still pretty much using the same colours but with a lot more yellow ochre and ultramarine blue into the mix. Also some cobalt teal and phthalo green, and rounded off with some alizarin crimson to add a red element into it. When it comes to painting the leaves as well, I wanted the suggestion of floating leaves but without having to paint every single leaf. So I was using some small synthetic number 3 flat brushes and just painting the suggestion of leaves. And I'm keeping in mind the contrast as well, so that those leaves were juxtaposed against the darker background, which is really helping them to stand out. But really, once you've got the bones of the painting established, i.e. the lights and darks, and you start working through the painting, it's actually not too difficult to just keep adding to those layers, adding lighter layers of paint to the darker ones underneath, and just building up the detail in the painting. Such as here, where I'm just adding the suggestion of stones. There was tons of stones at the side of the water there, but I didn't want to paint every single one. That would just be a nightmare. It would make the painting look overworked and it wouldn't be that much fun to paint. So I just painted the suggestion of the half tones in there and some of the darker shadows, and just using synthetic flat brushes to do that. Now at this point in the painting, we're well into the modelling stage, which is where you're building up the details. And I'd let it dry, and I was starting to get to the point where I was thinking about getting this thing finished. There was still a lot to do at this point, but I was just beginning to add things like reflected light into some of these leaves in the shadows. So this is where there's still light, diffuse light, and it's reflecting on some of those glossy leaves there. So you can create more realism without the appearance of it being in direct light. Now there always comes a point in the painting where you'll need to restate your dark values. So this is just re-establishing some shadows just to help bring out the forms of the various elements in the painting a lot more. And those dark shadows are going to help to really convey that three-dimensional effect. So things like some of the dark accents in the rocks and in between the clumps of plants growing on the side of the cliff there, restating some of the stems and branches is really going to help to create realism. And then finally, the last thing I'll do in any of my paintings is I always save my lightest lights until the very end. So for example, some of the glossy leaves that are shimmering in the direct sunlight, and also this shimmering water as it flows over the rocks in the distance there. For this I just used titanium white with a little bit of yellow ochre, and I applied the paint with a rigger brush, just little dots of paint to convey that shimmering water. Now at this point the painting was pretty much finished, but I always find it a little bit difficult to know when the painting is truly finished, and I was just adding last little details, last little highlights, and even then I'll usually leave the painting a few days and just come back to it and just see if there's anything that I missed. But as I say, at this point the painting was complete. Do you ever struggle with composing or painting landscapes that feature buildings in them? Well, in this video I'm going to show you how I painted this autumn scene here that features a cottage, and give you some tips on how I arranged the elements within the scene, and I'll also show you how I mix some of those autumn colours. So to begin with, I'm painting on an 11" by 14" linen canvas panel, and these panels are made by Seascape, and if you want to get some I'll put a link in the description box below. Now the first thing I'm doing is I'm sketching out my composition, and I began with the cottage first of all, as this is the main focal area of the painting. Now I'm using oil paints here, and the brand of paints I'm using are Blue Ridge oils, and again if you want to get some I've put a link in the description box below. And I'm sketching out my composition with burnt sienna mixed with a little pale drying gel. So prior to beginning this painting I actually worked on the design of this in my sketchbook to arrange the elements in the scene, with the cottage being the main focal area, and I'll talk more about this during this video. But once I'd sketched out my composition, the first thing I do, and I do this with any of my paintings, is I identify where all the dark values are and the shadows, and I always paint my dark values first. Now the reason I do this is it makes it a lot easier, in my opinion, to then paint the areas in light and get the tonality of the painting correct, and also the saturation of the colours. Now I'll just go over some quick rules in landscape painting, and that's all to do with values. So values how light or dark your subject is, and generally we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So in this case our darkest darks are within the trees here and some of the shadows in the foreground. Now for the trees I used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little yellow ochre, and this creates a really dark tone, and it has a green cast to it, but very dark and very low chroma or saturation. Now trees are some of the darkest values in the landscape, especially conifer trees. Now as we recede into the distance and I'm painting some of those mountain shadows there, I used a combination of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. As many hills and mountains in the landscape, they tend to have a blue cast to them, or the shadows do, as they recede into the distance. So that's what I painted for the shadows in these distant mountains. Now this is quite a dramatic scene. It was autumn. The scene is inspired by a place called Arrowtown, which is in the South Island of New Zealand, and it was an autumn day and we'd had quite a bit of wind and rain, and the clouds were shrouding the mountains. Now the cool thing about painting these autumn scenes is you can create some really atmospheric paintings with lots of mood and drama. So great stuff. I love painting these types of landscapes. Anyway, once I'd marked in all my dark values, I then started from the furthest zone away. In this case, I don't always do this though, but I worked on the clouds first of all, after I blocked in my darks, and painted the highlights, and also painted a little bit of the sky which is just poking through at the top. Now the main part of it that I worked on after that was painting these rusty autumn tones, especially in the foreground here, and I was using combinations of yellow ochre, alizarin crimson, titanium white, ultramarine blue and burnt sienna. Now the other thing I was doing as well was using really loose brushwork, so I was using quite big brushes for the size of the painting, even number 8 bristle flat brushes, to get some broad gestural brush marks. So I'm not worrying about detail at this stage of the painting, I just want to establish the overall tonality of the painting, so your lights and darks. That's really important because that's what's going to give the painting depth, but also establish those base colours as well. Now, when adding your colours, it's important that you don't go too light to begin with. We want to hold off on our lightest tones, in fact save those until the end of the painting. And then we've got plenty of room to add lighter layers and build them up as we work through the painting. So keep your painting tonally darker during the blocking in stage. The other thing is, don't worry about detail either. We want a nice painterly artwork. So it's good to use big brushes, and then later on we can start building up the detail. Now the brand of brushes I'm using is Rosemary & Co, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. Now we've got a variety of different colours here in this scene, but one of the things we want to make sure that we're keeping on top of is the colour harmony in the painting. And colour harmony is just where the viewer can look at your painting and it just looks really nice, and the colours just all look like they're working with each other. And the way to do this is to use common colours throughout your painting. So for example, I've been using ultramarine blue and titanium white all throughout the painting. I've used it in the sky and the clouds, I've used it in the background mountains, I've used it in the trees and in the foreground. There's a lot of yellows in this painting as well, and I've used those in the foreground and in the background as well, even in those mountains. So by using all these colours, it's connecting the zones together, and as you can see on the screen here, I don't use a whole lot of colours. I've got 9 colours on my palette, so it's a relatively limited palette. So it means I'm more likely as well to be using all the colours that I do have on my palette throughout the painting. So it's just going to make everything a little more harmonious and connect all the zones together. Now then, if you're struggling with painting autumn colours, then I've made a free video which you can watch that explains how to mix general autumn colours that you'd find in the landscape. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Now then, back to the painting, and at this point I'd completed the blocking in stage and I was now working on the modelling stage, which is where you start working on individual zones in the painting and building up the detail. So I was working on these trees behind the cottage and just starting to build up their foliage. Now with trees, you don't want to try and paint every single leaf. It's better to treat them as masses, and then perhaps at the end or later on as you work on them, start painting the suggestion of a few leaves, but you don't want to be painting every single individual leaf. That would be a nightmare. But actually doing it this way is going to actually make your trees look a lot more realistic. Now let's just talk about the composition and the arrangement of this scene. So obviously the cottage is the main focal area here. Now the most important thing is we don't have our focal area in the middle. So I've placed the cottage to the right of the centre. Also there's a lower horizon line as well. So the cottage is in the lower part of the painting. So composition is really key with paintings, and it's one of those things that's often overlooked by a lot of artists. And I've seen many good paintings that have been spoilt by bad compositions. So there's a few things that we want to avoid in composition that could disrupt the whole painting. So we don't want anything in the middle. We don't want a centered object or anything in the middle of the composition. Also, we don't want our horizon line to be in the middle either. So you either want this higher or lower, and in this case, it's a lower horizon. Then the other thing we need to keep an eye out for is repeating shapes or masses, or repeating lines or vectors, or just general things that are going to be annoying in the composition. So as I say, the cottage is the main focal area, and I've placed the tree behind it as well, which is helping to again bring the eye towards the cottage. It's also creating some contrast as well, because the tree's pretty dark and it's juxtaposed against the cottage, which is light. Now because the cottage is one of the lightest elements in the landscape, it's going to stand out a lot more, especially when juxtaposed against some of the darker elements that are behind it. There are also some other things such as the trees, which are a lot lighter, and especially autumn trees when they've turned yellow tend to be a lot lighter in value. However,
This can be a really good thing because when you juxtapose light value trees against something dark, then they're really going to stand out. So I arranged the elements around the cottage. The other thing I tried to do was to make sure that the trees weren't all on the same line either, so just moved some of the trees a little bit forward, and it's just going to create a bit of variation and a bit more interest in the painting. Now, another one of the key areas in this painting is the grass in the foreground, and in general I kept the foreground relatively simple so that it kind of acts as a rest area in the painting, where you've got a lot of things going on in the middle of the painting with the cottage and the trees around it. So I didn't want the whole painting having tons of things going on there. We want some rest areas, and oftentimes the more simple the composition usually is a lot better. So it's often not about what you leave in but what you take out. So as I say, I kept the foreground more simple, and even when it came to painting the grass, well, the last thing I wanted to do was try and paint every single blade of grass. Again, that would just be a nightmare and it would make the painting look overworked. So I've gone sparingly with the detail in the foreground and just implied thick grass just with my flat brushes here. I also mixed up some different colours as well, so added patches of grass, green grass, as well as the straw coloured grass as well. But I kept everything darker at this stage because now, once this was dry, I was then saving my lightest lights until last. So I was painting these highlights on the grass here, and I was using a bristle dagger brush just to paint some highlights around the cottage and some of those other trees, which is going to help draw the viewer's eye towards the main focal area as this patch of light is illuminating the area around the cottage. Now at this point in the painting it was virtually finished, and I just added some more colours and textures to the foreground, but keeping in mind the values, so how light or dark it is. I wanted everything to be a bit more muted and darker in the foreground, but also with some pockets of more saturated colour, which I did with the green grass here. And then I also just restated some dark shadows in general. And with that, the painting was complete.
Watch what happens when I add this shimmering, sparkling effect to water in my painting. Suddenly it's alive with sunlight, and this is such a good effect that you can use to create water in your paintings that's really eye-catching, and in this video I'm going to show you how to do it. I'll also give you some general tips for painting landscapes. Now what we're painting today is one of my favourite mountain views in New Zealand. I've painted it many times and it just naturally forms a good composition. So I've based this painting off some reference photos I took in southern New Zealand, and I just love the way the clouds are shrouding the tops of the mountains, but the main thing is the lighting effect that's in the foreground that's causing that sparkling water, and this is such a great effect to use in paintings. So I'm using oil paints here, and I've sketched out my composition using burnt sienna with a little pale drying gel medium. And then once my composition's sketched out, the first thing I do is I paint my darkest darks first. So the general rule is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So if we paint the darks first, it makes it a lot easier to create a whole tonal structure in the painting. This is referred to as value, and value is how light or dark your subject is. And I think getting your values right is most important. I heard a saying that said values do the heavy lifting whilst colour gets all the glory, and I think it's so true. If your values look good, your painting's generally going to look pretty good, but if they're not working, then the painting's just going to look flat. Now as we go into the distance here, so I'm painting these mountains in the background, but there's some quite deep shadows in them, but as they're going into the distance they're getting lighter, so the darks as we go into the distance get lighter. And what I'm doing is I'm marking in these shadow tones with a number 6 bristle flat brush made by Rosemary & Co. And if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. And the brand of oil paints I'm using is Blue Ridge oils. I love using these. Really nice, vibrant colours. Again, if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. So I'm working in my shadows here, as I said, painting the darks first. And the colours I've used for this is mainly combinations of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, a little titanium white and alizarin crimson. So I've used a variety of different tones here, but with the same colour mix. And generally I've edged these mixes more on the blue side. Now when I say I paint my darks first, I do include lighter tones as well. So really I consider anything in shadow as my dark. So even these cloud shadows, which is actually very much lighter in value than some of the darks in the foreground here, but again I include this in my dark. So we're just setting this tonal range to begin with, and then once we've done that, it's just going to make everything so much easier for when you come to paint the areas in light. Now for the clouds here, I've pretty much used the same colours as what I've used in the mountains, only a lot more titanium white in the mix to make a lighter value. Then it came to painting the water. Now the water here is reflecting the sky and the clouds, mostly the clouds in this case. So I was actually able to use pretty much the same colours in my mix as I was in the mountains and the clouds. So this is one thing with water, the colours often determined by what it's reflecting, the surrounding elements as well. So it could be things like trees, but also the colour of the water itself. You know, is it murky water? Is it clear, transparent water? So these mountain streams are often quite blue because of the minerals that are washed down from the mountains. So I'd marked that in, and at this stage I'm not really worried about detail at all. In fact, I want something like loose and gestural and painterly, and that's how my artworks go in general. Now what I was doing here was I was just starting to mark out where some of that white water was going to go and where the sparkles will go later on in the painting. Now we're moving forward quite a bit here. Unfortunately, I lost some of the video footage, so apologies for that. But the main focus of this video is going to be on painting the water. So by this point I'd blocked in my painting and I'd used loose brushwork. I used a combination of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue, cadmium yellow, titanium white to start mixing those greens, and then I was adding in colours such as burnt sienna, alizarin crimson, cobalt teal or phthalo green, just to get the variety of tones in the vegetation that's in the foreground and also the beech tree forest that's in the midground. And then I began the modelling stage. So mainly I was working on this mountain that's in the midground, and again just paying attention to the values, so adding in some deeper tones there where a lot of those cracks are, adding the reflected light. So even though this is in cloud shadow, there's light around it that's reflecting onto the surface of the mountain. So we want to create texture here to make it look like a rugged, gnarled looking mountain. And I was just using varieties of different values of pretty much the same color and just working on creating that texture with my brushwork. Now, one of the things about painting these types of landscapes is you don't want to get bogged down in detail unless you're a photorealism painter, which I'm not. I consider myself a realism painter, but not necessarily a detail painter, although this painting has a little bit of detail in it. I kind of trying to find the balance between the two. But you can often imply details, such as restating some dark values, like in the side of the mountain in the midground, restating some rocky faces, for example, and just with the sweep of a brush mark. Then I was working on these clouds here. So the clouds were a mix of mainly titanium white with a bit of burnt sienna for the highlight, and then just combinations of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white and alizarin crimson for the cloud shadows. And then I was just using my brush here to rework them. For the sky mix, I used ultramarine blue, titanium white and some cobalt teal, and I can actually use the sky mix here to help form some of the clouds by painting around the negative spaces. So following painting the sky, the next thing I worked on was the water. So this is one of the main things we'll talk about in this painting. Now water can be complex to paint, so I like to just try and simplify it and identify where the darks are, where the mid-tones are and where the lights. So we've got quite a lot of light values here, and I was just going over some of the darker values that I'd painted underneath during the blocking stage, and unfortunately I lost the footage for that, so I really do apologise. But there wasn't really any kind of complex brushwork in the beginning stages anyway, so what I'm doing now is I started to paint the suggestion of ripples which are darker in value because they're not reflecting the sky, and that's just going to help to convey the moving water. And then once those darker ripples were painted, I was able to just go back over it again with some more highlight. So there's still going to be quite a bit more work done to the water, but I was just doing it in methodical stages and just letting each layer dry as I do it. So back to the painting, and I'd spent time working on the background and the water, and now it was time to work on the vegetation that's in the midground. So as the darks are already established, I then find it easier to paint the areas of the vegetation that's in light, and then I can later restate the dark values and even push some of that dark paint into the lighter values and just blend some of those colours on the canvas. So I'm using a variety of greens here to convey the different plants that are growing along the side of the river, but they're mainly varying combinations of yellow ochre with ultramarine blue, cadmium yellow medium and titanium white, and then again other mixtures or other colours including burnt sienna or a little alizarin crimson to add a red element to some of those plants. And then if I want to increase the saturation of the green, I can use something like a phthalo green or a cobalt teal. Now with a colour like phthalo green, you've got to be careful not to use too much of it, as it's a very saturated colour and it can quickly overpower your mixture if you're not careful. Now when I was painting this, I was adding lighter layers of paint, so lighter value colour. When I started my painting in the blocking stage, I kept everything tonally darker, and this is a good idea because then it allows you plenty of room to build up lighter layers of paint as you work through the painting, and then we're going to be saving our lightest values until the very end. So I was spending a bit of time just working the zones in the painting here, restating some dark values, adding some highlights to the vegetation, and generally conveying an abundance of different plants. One of the ways you can create the impression of tall grasses is to get a bristle brush. So it could be a bristle flat brush, or in this case I was using a bristle dagger brush. And I was just painting lighter layers of paint, also adding some yellow tones in there, and then pushing the paint upwards in the direction that the grass is growing in. I was then further adding lighter tones to some of this vegetation, but this time applying less paint. So this is how you can build out the three-dimensional forms of whatever you're painting, whether it's the grass and plants along the side of the riverbank or the canopies of the trees. We're just slowly adding highlights here or lighter layers of paint, but going more sparingly with the paint with each progressive layer. Now back to the water, and at this point I'd added a little bit more detail, some lighter layers of paint to show where that rapidly moving water is. But the next thing I did was to start painting some of the rocks that are at the edge of the riverbank and in the water itself. So I was using a synthetic flat brush to first of all paint the shadow areas, and then after that I painted the highlights. So when I'm painting this, I'm thinking about where the light source is coming from, which is coming from the right side of the painting. So we got highlight and then dark areas. I also earlier on had painted the suggestion of some other rocks in the water and some submerged stones. Now this is where the real fun part of painting this water is, and this is where you can create a striking sparkling effect, and it's really easy to do. So you can see where there's layers of white paint already, which I'd actually darkened with a bit of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, alizarin crimson, and that's just to make the tone of the white darker, so that when we add the highlights here with these sparkles, and I've just used a mix of titanium white with a little yellow ochre, but we're just painting the sparkles on top, and that's going to really make it look more realistic and make it stand out a lot more. And those sparkles really make that water come to life. Now this part takes a little bit of time because you've got to use quite thick paint here, because you want the light to be able to reflect off the paint, which is really going to add to that sparkling effect, especially under gallery lighting. Then finally I finish up the painting by adding some last highlights. So if you remember, we save our lightest lights until the end of the painting. Now, if you'd like to learn more about painting landscapes, perhaps you're having difficulty with getting the results you want with your paintings, maybe they look flat, you're struggling with colour mixing, creating depth in your painting, composition, then come and join me at my art school. Every week we go live and I run lots of painting courses. There's loads of pre-recorded painting tutorials and a community of like-minded artists that you can chat with and engage with. So if you want to accelerate your painting skills so that they're good enough to sell or hang on your wall and you're proud of them, then come and join me at my art school. I've put a link in the description box below. Do you find yourself obsessing over every single leaf when painting trees, only to end up with something that looks stiff and unnatural? I used to make the same mistakes when I painted trees until I discovered this approach. So in today's video, I'll show you how to paint these Lombardy poplar trees and how they can be captured with just a few deliberate brush strokes. So whether you're painting outdoors like I am, or you're in the studio, it's just as applicable. I'm going to show you a simple and easy way to paint trees. Okay, so I've just found this beautiful spot in a place called Dalefield, which is not far from Queenstown. Just show you the view all around. It's pretty incredible. But what I really like is these Lombardy poplar trees here, which are just starting to turn colour, and I'm going to paint these. Right, so I'm painting on a 10" by 12" linen canvas panel. This is from canvaspanels.com. If you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. And the colours I'm using is titanium white, burnt sienna, yellow ochre, cadmium yellow medium, cadmium red light, alizarin crimson, ultramarine blue, cobalt teal and phthalo green. So I'm using oil paint here. The brand of paint I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. So anyway, I'm just going to make a start on sketching out the composition here. One thing I really like is the pathway that's leading towards the trees, so we can put that in the scene up there. Make it also look like the pathway is also going uphill. So we'll get that in. That's my composition sketched out. So the next thing I'm going to do is paint the shadows in the tree. So we want to paint the dark values first, and then it doesn't matter that the light changes. So I'm just going to use a bit of liquid original here, and I'm going to get some yellow ochre and some ultramarine blue. So we're just going to make some shadows for the trees, and I'm going to use a little bit of alizarin crimson as well. So we just want to get some of those tree shadows in there to start with. So we'll start painting these in. And there's some yellow tones in there as well, so I'm going to start adding those in. Now, as I said, it's really important that I get the shadows in now, because the light's going to be moving pretty quickly. Already I can see it's moving. I want to get the highlights on the here and the beautiful lighting effect before that sun disappears behind the mountain. So I'm just getting my darks in as quickly as possible. Now, one of the rules for painting landscapes is that we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So we're going to find our darkest darks here. The mountain here is pretty close, so it'll be a bit lighter up here, but not that much. Now then, what I'm going to paint next is this section here, which is in shadow, and the shadow's actually quite dark as well, a bit darker than the trees, and that's because the trees' foliage is a little bit lighter now because it's turning colour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix some ultramarine blue and a bit of burnt sienna, fact, we could probably even use a little bit of yellow ochre and some alizarin crimson and just a tiny bit of titanium white, only a small amount. So it's still dark, but it's got more of a blue cast to it. There we go, and there's some of our tree shadows. Now later on I'm going to take advantage of the fact that the Liquin Original dries quickly, so I can add some more details and paint layers. Painting the clouds next, so I'm just painting the cloud shadows. So as I say, I paint my darks first, but I include the cloud shadows in there, even though they're a lot lighter in value, just because they are still in shadow. So I just want to get those in as well, and then I can start working on the areas in light. Alright, so I definitely want to get a move on here with painting these trees and painting the areas in light. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix some of those greens and yellows. So I'll start off with some yellow ochre, and I'm going to use some cadmium yellow medium. And actually, first of all, I'm going to get some of those autumn tones in there. I'm going to use a bit of alizarin crimson as well. And I just want to get some of those bright yellows in there to begin with. Now, one of the other things I'm doing is I'm painting a little bit darker to start with, and I'm going to add lighter layers of paint later on. So you should always save your lightest values until the end. And I'm hoping that the Liquin Original, which I'm using, will have started to dry a bit, so this speeds up the drying time of the oil paint. Let's get the other tree in the distance as well. Now the next thing is I want to paint some of these greens that are in the trees here. So let's get a load more of this cadmium yellow, get some more Liquin, a bit more yellow ochre, and we're going to get some ultramarine blue. And I'm going to use a little bit of phthalo green, so that's just going to help green it up a little bit. And then we're going to get some burnt sienna, and that's just going to help knock the green back a little bit, take some of the saturation out of it, make it look more natural. So we want to get some green tones in there, some half tones in there, and then the foliage that's in full light. So let's just see what it looks like. I'll just get some of my highlights in there, and then I'll paint in the half tones. So when you're painting trees, just think of them as massives. Don't worry about painting every single leaf. Just treat them as shapes, especially when you're painting outdoors. We can add the suggestion of detail maybe later on. We'll see how dry it is. Now then, there's some other trees in here that haven't really started turning colour yet, and they're still green, so I'm just marking those in right now. I'm working off this existing green mix, and I'm just adding in some cobalt teal, bit of ultramarine blue, some cadmium yellow medium, and some burnt sienna. There's a bit of titanium white in there as well. And now I'm just painting the trees in the background. These are a different colour. They're not as saturated as these trees here in the foreground. So I've just added more burnt sienna into the mix, also with a little bit of alizarin crimson and also some cobalt teal. Right, next I want to paint the grass in the foreground. So there's a mix of straw coloured grass and green grass. So I'm going to mix some greens here. So we'll get something a bit more saturated to start with. It's got a bit of phthalo green in there just to green it up a bit more. Some ultramarine blue, bit of cadmium yellow, and I'll just make a start on some of these greens in the foreground. And then what I'll do is I'll add some of the straw coloured grass in afterwards. I'm just trying to get the canvas covered as quickly as I possibly can at the moment, and then once I've done that I can start working in some detail, restate some of these dark values, and again I'll be saving my lightest tones until last. Now if you'd like to learn more about painting landscapes and trees, check out my free landscape painting blueprint. Just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Now the next thing I want to do is just paint some of these half tones in the trees here. So I'm using the same green mix that I was using there. So these are areas of colour that are not completely light but not completely dark either, so it's just going to add more depth to the tree overall. The other thing I need to do is actually paint the main stem in there as well, so I'll get onto that in a moment. I really am just trying to paint as quickly as I can right now, just because that sun is moving quickly. Now then, what I'm doing here is mixing the colour for the main tree trunks and stems, branches, so just using a combination of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson. There's titanium white in the mix already. We don't have to paint every single branch and twig in there either, we just want the suggestion of a couple of branches. Now then, I can start adding in some more shadows. So there's some shadows here that are being cast from the vegetation. So we'll just mark that in. It's just going to help to add more realism to the painting. Now one of the things you might be wondering is, why am I painting with my canvas away from the light, so the light behind it? Well, this is so that I'm not getting any glare off the canvas, and then also it means that my darks are less likely to come out too dark. So when I turn this around to the light later on, the painting should really pop. That's the plan anyway. Now then, here I'm just painting the shadows of the pathway. This is the same mix I used for there, I've just made it a little bit lighter. Now then, what I want to do now is work in some of the reflected light in the shadows in the trees. So I'm just using some ultramarine blue and some yellow ochre and a bit of this cadmium yellow medium, and I think we'll use a bit of cobalt teal as well. So I just want some reflected light, and we'll have a bit of alizarin crimson. Actually no, let's use a bit of burnt sienna. But anyway, it's got to be a pretty dark tone because it's in shadow. So we'll just start working in some of these marks in there. Now then, what I want to do here is just get the rest of some of these darks in with the trees right here. So just adding some shadow. So what I'm doing now is I'm just working in more detail into these trees here, more the highlights, and I'll be saving my lightest values until the end of the painting, but I just want to start building up some texture in these trees so that when I come to restate all the darks here, that it's really going to stand out. Right, so the next thing I'm going to do here is paint the sky. So I'm going to use some titanium white, some ultramarine blue, and just a little bit of cobalt teal, just a little bit. So just getting the sky worked in. Just want to get the canvas covered now, and then I can start just working on a bit of detail. And with any luck, some of the paint should have started to dry a little bit, at least just form enough of a tack that I can layer some more paint on top. Right, so I've pretty much got my canvas covered here, so I want to start getting in some details, getting in some highlights on some of these trees and things here. So now I'm getting out the synthetic flat brushes, so I'm going to get a bit more detail with these and some more defined marks. So I'll just start working in some highlights, and I'll certainly want to restate these dark values as well. But now what I'm doing here is I'm beginning to restate the dark values, the shadows in the trees in the background, and that first layer of paint that I added has started to dry a little bit, so I can add thicker paint, and you can see that it's now looking a lot darker. This isn't really that far away, so the shadows are still going to be pretty dark, but I'm going to get a nice contrast between the dark shadows here and this Lombardy poplar tree is here, which is going to make this stand out. Okay, so I want to start getting some detail in this painting. The wind's really started picking up, but I think I should be okay. You can see my easel shaking there. So the next thing I want to do now is start painting in some of these highlights in the poplar trees. So I reckon let's start off with the yellow parts again, so where the leaves have turned colour. So we'll use some cadmium yellow. Let's use a bit of cadmium red. I want to go for something a bit more saturated, so we'll use some cadmium red light here, and we'll use some titanium white. I'll just start with that and see how that goes. And now then, I'm going to mix some greens for the highlights. So let's get some more cadmium yellow. We'll get a little bit more liquid and some ultramarine blue. So I want a nice rich green here. I'm going to use some phthalo green. That's going to really boost the saturation here. I want a nice saturated green. And then I'm just going to use a little bit of burnt sienna just to knock it back a bit. Could probably actually use a bit of cadmium red. So red is opposite to green on the colour wheel, and when combined it helps to cancel it out, and we just get a more natural looking green. So what I want to do now is just start painting in some of these highlights in the tree here. Just start painting the suggestion of leaves. Right, next, so I'm really starting to think about getting this painting finished. So what I'm doing now is I'm restating the dark values in the poplar trees here in the foreground, so getting in some of those darker shadows, just painting the suggestion of leaves as well. For this I've just used a really dark mix of ultramarine blue with some yellow ochre. There's a tiny bit of alizarin crimson in there as well, and just a minute amount of phthalo green. But what I'm trying to do now is I'm just trying to get the contrast in here with these trees that are in shadow. So right here is where we're going to find our darkest darks. Right, working on these occlusion shadows here, so just adding more details to this tree. Using my synthetic flat brushes, which is just going to get a more defined mark. Now then, I'm working in more detail here, just painting just the suggestion of a few branches and some of these trees here. So I'm using a pretty dark tone, but I'm also allowing for the fact that the existing paint is going to mix in a little bit. I'm so close to having this painting finished, so I think what this tree needs now is some highlights. So I'm going to add those. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use some of this liquid impasto medium. So we're going to get some thicker marks. So I'm going to use some pretty thick paint here, and then I'm going to get some cadmium yellow and a load of titanium white. So I'm using an ivory synthetic dagger brush, and I'm just painting a few shimmering leaves here. So these are leaves that are reflecting the direct sunlight. It's getting windy again, so it's getting quite difficult to paint this. Might have to wait till the wind passes. So close to having this finished, so I just want to see if I can get a bit of highlight in the main stem here. And I just want to add some more of these shimmering leaves here. So I'm using this number 0 ivory rigger brush. So now I'm just adding some more of these shimmering leaves in. And now I'm just going to add a bit of highlight to this tree in the background. So close to having this painting finished now. Now then, one of the things I'm going to do here is just add some sky holes. So use my sky mix, just tidy up the edges of these trees. There it is. I think this is finished. Let's turn it around to the light and see what it looks like. And there we go. It's always good to see what it actually looks like when you turn it around to the light.
Many artists struggle with painting clouds, including myself a while ago. They can end up looking like blobs, they can be too dark or too flat, or they pop forward instead of fading into the distance. Now, I've been painting landscapes for over 20 years and clouds used to drive me crazy too, until I learned this more simple approach that completely changed the way I paint clouds. So in this video I'm going to show you the exact method I used to paint clouds, starting with the shadows, shaping the clouds with the sky, and saving the lightest part of the clouds until last, so that your clouds can look soft and natural and realistic. I'm also going to give you some general tips for painting landscapes as well. And the trick that makes the distant clouds instantly recede, I'll show you that part as well when we get there. Now, although the main focus of this video is on the clouds, we still have to put it in the context of the whole landscape. Now, once I'd sketched out the composition here, which I did using burnt sienna, the first thing I did was start focusing on all the shadows in the landscape, so painting the dark values first. This makes it a lot easier to paint the areas in light afterwards. Now, the thing about clouds and skies is there's some of the more lighter values in the landscape, and I'm painting the shadows here first of all, using a mix of ultramarine blue with a little burnt sienna, some titanium white and alizarin crimson. So that's going to create those nice grey blue shadows there that have a violet tint to them. Now, clouds, they need to be relatively light in value in order for them to sit back in the landscape. So it's really important that we don't make the cloud shadows too dark to begin with. So I started off with the cloud shadows, and then I started painting the areas of the cloud that's in light using titanium white with a little burnt sienna. And I was allowing the highlight mix to mix in with the shadow mix because I'm keeping the clouds tonally darker to begin with, and then once it's dry later on, when I work more on the clouds, I'll be saving my lightest lights until the end, so those highlights on the clouds. Now then, the other thing we can do to shape our clouds here is by filling in the negative spaces around them with the sky mix. So we can soften the edges of those clouds and just feather some of those clouds as well with the sky mix. I'm blocking in the painting in general using big brushes compared with the size of the canvas. So this is an 11" by 14" linen panel made by Source Tech at canvaspanels.com, and if you want to get some, I'll put a link in the description box below. And I'm using pretty big brushes for the size of the canvas, so
This was a number 10 bristle flat brush, and I use Rosemary & Co brushes. Again, if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. And I've started off with broad gestural brush marks with the sky and clouds. So I was able to build that structure of the clouds pretty quickly. I'm painting in oils as well, and the brand of oil paints I'm using is Blue Ridge oils, and if you want to get some of those, I've put a link in the description box below. So the thing with clouds is we have a real opportunity to paint loosely, and it works really well with clouds. So using a bristle flat brush, for example, we can start getting in those cloud shapes, and then as we're using oil paints here, we've got plenty of time to blend those colours. So it's important that the bases of the clouds for this type of cloud scene, which you can see here in the reference photo, this is inspired by a place in far north New Zealand, and I was just really captivated by these clouds on the day that I took this photo. But they're those characteristic fluffy cumulus clouds, but with a little rain in the distance as well, which is adding more interest in the landscape in general. So already at this point, the painting was dry, and I was beginning to work in some more of the highlights in the clouds itself. So I started off with lighter layers of cloud mix, and that's because I mixed in a lot of the shadow into the highlight mix. But now I'm just adding some more highlights, just using a mix of titanium white with a little burnt sienna. So one of the tricks to painting more realistic clouds is to start everything off darker. So darker shadows in the clouds, and then even the highlight areas where the direct sunlight is on the clouds, then also make those a bit darker. So you can use your cloud shadow mix to do this, or just get some titanium white and just mix in a little bit of ultramarine blue, a bit of burnt sienna, and a bit of alizarin crimson. Now, if you look at the light areas in the clouds, they're not always completely white, and if you look at the edges of clouds, they're often a little bit darker than the main body of the clouds. So we want to keep everything a bit darker as we work through the painting, and then build up lighter layers, and that's going to add to more of the bulk and fluffiness of the clouds, and just make them look more realistic with more depth. But as you can see so far, the cloud shadows are fading out into the distance, along with our distant landforms. They're also a pretty similar value. So the general rule with value, which is how light or dark your subject is we'll find our darkest darks in the foreground, and as well as our lightest lights. But then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So even the highlights in the clouds, or those light areas in the very distant clouds, I've actually made them a bit darker by mixing in a bit of burnt sienna into the distant highlights of those clouds, and that's pushing that back into the distance. See, if the clouds are completely white, like straight titanium white from the tube, it's going to come forward in the painting and you'll end up with flat looking clouds. So in order to push some of those clouds in the distance, we have to make the cloud highlights a little bit darker, and that's where burnt sienna is going to help you to do that. Now the bases of the clouds, which are often in shadow, are going to be darker the further forward they are in the landscape. There are some exceptions to the rule, especially if you're painting stormy clouds, but in general, when you're painting these fluffy cumulus clouds, generally the more further forward they are, or closer to you, they're going to be darker, the shadows that is, and then the shadows are going to get lighter as you go into the distance. So that's how we can make our clouds recede. Now there comes a point in the painting where you can restate your dark values, and I certainly did that with the clouds, just restating the cloud shadows just to bring some of those clouds a little further forward. Now then, if you want a more deep dive into painting landscapes and want to come and join me for some live painting classes, we originally painted this scene live, and if you want to go and watch the full version of this painting tutorial, then you should definitely come and join me at my art school. I've put a link in the description box below. Now then, at this point in the painting, the clouds are almost complete. There was just a few highlights to be added to the clouds, which I saved towards the end, and in the meantime I was working on the rest of the landscape. So I'll just talk a little bit about the composition, because really it's a pretty simple composition and a simple painting, because I wanted the clouds to be the main focus, but also I've used a spotlighting effect there in the midground to draw the eye towards this area, as this was one of the main focal points of the painting. So it's more an area of interest. There isn't a strong focal area, but it's to help keep balance in the painting and just keep the viewer's eye around the middle of the painting. And then also the clouds themselves are a feature of the painting. Now, using a spotlighting effect such as this in a landscape painting is a really good way of creating drama and interest, and also helping to focus the eye on a particular area, because we've got areas in light that are on the grass there, but it's surrounded by much darker values, so we've got that contrast there that's making it a lot more striking and dramatic in the painting. Now here I was adding my last highlights to the clouds, and this was just a mix of titanium white with a little yellow ochre, and that's going to warm up the white there. So I was sparingly adding the highlights. Also, I was just making some final adjustments to the sky. So the sky is getting lighter as we go into the distance. I've also painted a little bit of distant rain, and I was just adding more brush marks there to add some texture to the sky and just make a transition with the sky itself, making it darker as you go further up. So at this point I was getting close to having the painting finished, and one of the things that was in the reference photo was a load of cows in the foreground. So here I was just painting the suggestion of cows. The painting is relatively small, so I was more just going for the general cow shapes, just marking in the shapes of the cows with a dark mix of ultramarine blue and burnt sienna, and just painting a few of them in the field, but also positioning the cows so that they're facing the sunlit areas. So if you look on the left of the painting, the cows are facing towards the sunlit area, and then the cows on the right side of the painting are also facing the sunlit area but in the opposite direction. So it's just helping to provide a bit more subtle direction to the highlights in the midground there. And then last of all, I was just adding a few little details, so things like restating some dark values in these trees. The foreground's in shadow anyway, so I was using dark mixes of ultramarine blue with yellow ochre, cadmium yellow to mix my base green there. Also a little bit of titanium white, but also some phthalo green and some alizarin crimson, so keeping the value of that grass pretty dark. Now overall, the landscape here in this painting is pretty simple, and I wanted a more simple landscape. In fact, often the more simple landscapes make for the best paintings in my opinion, but I really wanted to feature the clouds and the spotlighting area as well. At this point the painting was complete and I was pretty happy with it. Have you ever seen those magical moments when sunlight pierces through dark clouds? Well, this cloud painting technique is about to blow your mind. So if you're struggling with painting clouds, then let me show you this. It will be a way that you can capture these beautiful light effects in your clouds. And it's so simple that I've been teaching this to my students as well, and they're getting great results. Recently I've been taking inspiration from historical 19th century painters like Albert Bierstadt and William Trost Richards, who painted these dramatic skies and clouds in their landscape paintings. Following this, I was out in my local area where I often like to go plein air painting, and I saw this beautiful cloudscape with the sun coming through and the light rays across the rolling hills in the distance. And after taking these photos, I thought I've got to paint this. So this is what I'm doing right now. So I'm painting in oils, but you could just as easily paint this in acrylics, and the brand of paint I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. Now I've just sketched out the composition using burnt sienna mixed with a little bit of pale drying gel, which is a non-toxic medium that speeds up the drying time. Now the first thing I'll do is I paint the dark values first. If you've watched any of my other videos, you will know that I talk about this pretty much in most of my landscape painting videos. But painting the dark values first allows me to quickly establish the whole tonal range in the painting, and then it makes it much easier to paint the areas in light afterwards and also get the right saturation of the colours. So I think this is just an easier way of doing things. The general rule is we'll find our darkest darks in the foreground as well as our lightest lights, and as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. Now I include clouds in my shadows, even though clouds and skies are generally some of the more lighter values in the landscape. But in this case I'm painting darker clouds because I want to communicate the contrast. So this is the painting trick with the clouds that we're going to do here, and it starts off right at the beginning in the blocking in stage. So I'm just getting colour down and using the biggest brushes I can get away with, and this is a number 5 bristle flat brush made by Rosemary & Co. And if you want to get some of them, again I'll put a link in the description box below. I'm painting on a 10" by 12" linen panel here, and this is made by Seascape, and again if you want to get some, there's a link in the description box below. So back to the clouds here, and I've used a mix of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, some titanium white to make the value lighter, and a little bit of alizarin crimson, and I want to edge the mixture more on the blue side. Now the clouds as we go into the distance are going to be lighter in value, so if you remember, the darks aren't as dark as we go into the distance. So that's really important to make those clouds recede. Now once I'd marked in the cloud shadows, I then immediately went to the highlights in the clouds. Now I'm not going to be using my lightest lights just yet, I'm going to save that until the end. So I want to build up those lighter values as I work through the painting. So I've just used for the moment a mix of titanium white with a little bit of burnt sienna, and just marked around the edges of the clouds, which are the cloud highlights, because I want to communicate that bright sun coming through. The other thing I'm doing here straight away is I'm painting in some of the sun rays that are coming through the clouds. Now I'm using titanium white here, which is an opaque oil colour, and I'm not using any semi-transparent white paint at all. So I generally don't do glazes, and most of my oil colours are opaque, so I've got to factor this in when I come to paint those light rays. So I'm starting now in the blocking in stage. Just some subtle hints of those rays coming through. Other than that, for the moment, I'm painting the light around the edges of the clouds. This is where we're going to communicate the bright sunlight, and then just also painting in some of the halftones and blending in some of the colours on the canvas here. So the way to capture this lighting effect in the clouds is to paint some quite dark shadows, but I've got to make sure that they're not too dark, otherwise it's going to look unnatural with the rest of the painting. But they've got to be dark enough, and I keep in mind that clouds and skies are generally the lighter values in the landscape. But it's going to be contrasted against the highlights in the clouds, and that's what's really going to make the impact in this landscape, especially when I paint the spotlighting effects on the fields below. So just to recap, this cloud painting trick, if you'd like to call it that, starts right here in the block-in stage, and just getting those values correct. Now next, what I'm doing here is I'm painting the sky, and this is a mix of ultramarine blue with a little bit of cobalt teal, some titanium white, and also a dash of yellow ochre, mainly around where the sunlight is. The blue of the sky isn't completely blue around this area. Now just focusing again on the cloud highlights, I haven't used my lightest lights just yet, so really it's kind of a warm grey, almost an orangey tone. But the reason for this is so that when I apply my lightest values towards the end of the painting, those clouds are really going to pop. So it's all about the contrast. We don't want to use our lightest lights just yet, we want to hold off on them and wait towards the end of the painting. So next, what I'm doing now is I'm painting the landscape below. Now, as I paint the distant landforms, I need to keep in mind that the green wavelengths really don't travel that well over long distances, and the green is going to drop out in terms of saturation, so we need to use really desaturated colour here. I'm using a combination of ultramarine blue with some yellow ochre and just a little bit of cadmium yellow medium, and this is serving as the base of my green, and then I desaturate the colour further and also lighten the value by mixing in some titanium white. I've also mixed in colours such as alizarin crimson or burnt sienna as well to add a red element to the green, because red is opposite to green on the colour wheel, so it just helps to make those greens look a lot more natural and organic. Now here is where my spotlighting effect is going to occur, so I'm using a much lighter green, and I've also increased the saturation of the green as well. So I've used the same colours in this green as I have with the shadows, but I've also added a little bit of cobalt teal, which is adding some emerald tones within the green. Now next here I'm painting the foreground, and I need to keep this darker, so this is going to help with the overall lighting effect. The whole foreground in this painting is in shadow. One of the things I need to keep in mind is grass is one of the more lighter values in the landscape. So I need to keep the value light enough that it stands out against the trees that are in the foreground. The trees are the darkest values in this landscape, but also dark enough to really communicate the cloud shadow that's above. For this I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with yellow ochre. This is serving as the base of my green, and then a little bit of cadmium yellow medium. I've also used some phthalo green and some cadmium red light as well. So the cadmium red light, again adding that red element to the green that's just going to help keep it more harmonious and natural looking. And then also some titanium white just to get the value that I want. Now when it comes to painting grass, I'm not keen on trying to paint every single blade of grass. I think it can make your paintings look laboured and overworked. So I just more paint the texture of the grass. So I use loose brushwork here, and then what I'll do is I'll do some horizontal brush marks and then vertical brush marks to communicate the way the grass is growing, so painting the grass in the direction that it's growing in. So it's more the suggestion and the texture of the grass that I think helps to communicate more realistic looking grass. I've also added some shadows in there as well, just to create a bit of interest. Now at this point I'd got my main colours down in the painting, and then I just started to restate some of the dark values and just emphasise some of the main areas in the composition, and it's really just setting a kind of roadmap to work from, so that once this painting's dry I can then start working in some details. Now if you're struggling with your landscape paintings, or you'd like to learn more, perhaps you're having difficulty creating the paintings that you'd imagined and you're struggling with colour mixing, tonal values and composition, well let me help you with that. What I've found with my painting is having a system to work towards really improved what I was doing, and actually just skyrocketed my painting techniques. So I'm demonstrating my painting techniques and my process in my free landscape painting blueprint. I show you everything from gathering my photos, the sketching process, and then the actual painting process itself. I give you tips on oil paints to use, mediums, brushes, and also there's a painting demonstration at the end. Now if you'd like to get my free landscape painting blueprint, just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. Enjoy. Now then, back to the painting, and at this point it was completely dry, so I was able to make some tonal readjustments here, and I decided to make the clouds in the upper part of the painting a bit darker because I really want to emphasize the bright sunlight coming through and having that contrast. So this was an easy fix, and actually was adding more to the clouds anyway, and I'm using the same colours that I was using in the blocking stage, so a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, titanium white and alizarin crimson, and I've actually found that these colours are brilliant for clouds in general and also shadows within the landscape. Now one of the things also to consider when you're painting landscapes is the colour harmony, and we can achieve this by using common colours throughout the painting. This is part of the reason that I don't use that many colours. As you can see on my palette I have 9 there. Now, colour harmony, this is where the viewer will look at your painting and see it and think, wow, that looks really nice and the colours look nice, and they probably don't even know why it looks so appealing, but it's often due to the colour harmony in the painting. So we want everything working together. Now then, once I'd painted the darker clouds in the scene here, so making that value readjustment, I then decided to paint the highlights in the clouds, and this is where I'm using my lightest lights because I decided to finish the cloud section in this particular session. I spent about 4 painting sessions on this in total, so 2 sessions on the clouds and 2 sessions on the fields and trees below. And as I said, I've used my lightest lights in the clouds here to create the highlights and the bright sun coming through. And for this I was mostly using titanium white with just a little bit of yellow ochre. So the value is much lighter. I also sparingly added the colour here. I painted these light rays coming through using titanium white with a little bit of yellow ochre and some alizarin crimson, just gently brushing over the top. I also keep in mind that the paint is opaque as well, so I didn't want to go too heavy with the paint layers. And then once I'd finished with the sky and clouds, it was back to finishing up the landscape below, so adding some highlights to the spotlighting effect in the fields. This is where the sun's coming through, and again I've used a mix of cadmium yellow medium with ultramarine blue, a little yellow ochre and titanium white, and then also some alizarin crimson and a little cobalt teal. I'm even painting the highlights here on some of the trees to communicate the sun just shining on the tops of the canopies here. So this makes for some great lighting effects. Now, as I reflect upon this painting, I just love painting these types of landscape scenes. I just love green, it's one of my favourite colours, and I just love the rich greens that you get in these Northland, New Zealand landscapes here. And as I said, I'm inspired by artists such as Albert Bierstadt and William Tross Richards, the way they painted their sky and clouds, but also I'm inspired by the Australian painter Arthur Streeton, who painted some landscapes with some grand vistas of fields and trees in the distance. So these historical painters really influence my work. There's another thing as well about this particular location that I'm painting, because it's actually only just down the road from where I live, and I often go painting outdoors here, so this landscape really speaks to me. I always feel a real great sense of peace and tranquility whenever I come painting here, and it's often very quiet and you can just hear the sounds of nature. Now, I finished up this painting by just adding more to the grass in the foreground, painting things such as the suggestion of flowers and also a few cows that are grazing in the foreground. And with that, the painting was complete. Have you ever noticed how autumn trees can look magical in real life but can turn into a muddy mess on your canvas? Well, you can stop struggling with brown lifeless trees, because I'm about to show you how to capture those glowing yellows and golds that make autumn paintings pop, and yes, even beginners can do this. I'm painting on an 11" by 14" linen canvas panel made by SourceTech at canvaspanels.com. And if you want to get some of those, I'll put a link in the description box below. And I'm using Blue Ridge oil paints. And again, if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. Now, I've sketched out my composition here on the canvas using burnt sienna mixed with a little bit of pale drying gel medium. And the first thing I'm going to do is paint all my dark values first. So value refers to how light or dark your subject is, and we'll find the darkest darks in the foreground and the lightest lights, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So I'm just marking in these dark shadows in the tree trunks and stems, and this was a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson. And then next I was painting the shadows in the leaves of the trees, and for this I used a mix of yellow ochre with some alizarin crimson, some ultramarine blue and a little titanium white. Now, in order to create convincing looking shadows, that don't look muddy. We need to keep in mind that the autumn foliage, because the trees are yellow, that yellow is in fact a light value colour, which means the shadows are likely to be lighter in value as well. And in order to prevent the colours from being muddy, we need to use yellow ochre with alizarin crimson and just use the ultramarine blue to desaturate the colour. So that means to reduce the intensity of the colour out of it. The other thing about painting leaves on trees is we don't want to be painting every single leaf, especially not in the beginning stages. So I treat the tree canopies as masses, and I use broad gestural brush marks using a number 6 bristle flat brush. I use a similar sized brush for the hill in the background, and here I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna, a little alizarin crimson and some titanium white. So it's kind of a violet blue, and that's going to be a nice complementary colour opposite to the yellow in the leaves. I painted the areas of the tree trunks that are in light using the same colours that I've used in the shadows, but with more titanium white in the mix and perhaps a little bit more burnt sienna. And then I painted the areas of leaves that are in the sunlight using a mix of yellow ochre, some cadmium yellow medium, some cadmium red light and some titanium white. And this makes a nice organic golden yellow colour that you can use in your trees. So I've used it here for this poplar tree that's on the right side of the painting. For the willow trees in the midground, I've gone for a lower chroma yellow, and I've still used yellow ochre and cadmium yellow medium, but I've used alizarin crimson and some titanium white. The inspiration for this painting came from some photos I took in Arrowtown in southern New Zealand in autumn. There's loads of willows and poplars and other deciduous trees, and they're all turning colour. So that's what inspired me to paint this artwork. Now, as I'm still in the beginning phases of this painting, known as the blocking in stage, I'm just using loose gestural brush marks. I don't want any detail here at all. I just want the main forms in the painting, colours and values to be established. Next I'm painting the sky, and this is a mix of ultramarine blue with a little cobalt teal and some titanium white. I decided not to paint any clouds in it because there's already quite a lot going on in the foreground and the midground, so I didn't want to overcomplicate the painting, so the sky is a bit of a rest area. Now, following this, I started working on the foreground and the pathway here. And this is a light value colour, and again I've used ultramarine blue with a little burnt sienna, some titanium white and a little bit of alizarin crimson, but the burnt sienna and titanium white are the most dominant colours in the mix. So it's a pretty light value, and then I can use the same colours here for the shadows, only the mix is a lot darker and there's a lot more blue in the mix. So whenever I paint landscapes, I'm always thinking in terms of value, i.e. how light or dark the area of the painting is. And what's really going to work with this painting is we're dealing with light value colours of the yellow leaves, because yellow is a light value colour, and then I'm able to contrast it against some of these dark shadows and the dark shadows of the hills in the background. Now when it comes to painting the grass in the foreground, there was a lot of straw coloured grass, and for this I used similar colours that I've used for the trees. So a mix of yellow ochre with some alizarin crimson, some titanium white and some ultramarine blue to desaturate. I also keep in mind that grass is one of the more lighter value colours in the landscape. And then I've mixed in some greens as well. There's some grass growing along there and also some other plants. There's also some trees there that are still green and some green bushes. In fact, some of the trees in the midground still had some of their green leaves on it, and only half had turned colour. So this is going to add more interest into the painting. Now what I'm doing here is I'm just adding some more highlight to the trees, just forming the shape of the tree canopy, because by now I've got the canvas covered with paint, so I'm just starting to refine a few of these areas just whilst the paint is still wet, and I'm just getting the whole painting set up so that I can then, once it's dry, start beginning to add details to the painting and refining the various zones within the painting. Now, as I said earlier, when I paint, I'm always thinking about value, the lights and darks in the scene. And overall, to begin with, when I'm blocking in a painting, I keep my painting tonally darker so that I've got plenty of room to add my lighter areas as I work through the painting. And then I'll be saving my lightest value colours until the very end. So these will be things like the lightest lights in the leaves. Some of the leaves are shimmering in the full sun, so I'll be adding those there. Now, as the painting was completely dry at this point, I was then working on building out the forms of the trees, so making them look much more realistic and three-dimensional, and just building up more depth within them. So one of the things I did was to add more shadow areas to the willow trees in the midground, using a mix of yellow ochre with some alizarin crimson, titanium white and some ultramarine blue to desaturate. I'm also starting to use some more precision marks here with my brush, so I'm using some of these synthetic flat brushes. So the brush hairs are synthetic and you can get a much more precision edge with them. So perfect for adding a bit of detail. And as I say, I'm just building up the form of the tree canopies. So one of the things we want to do with trees is we don't want to be painting every single leaf. We just want to treat the canopy as masses, and then we can paint the suggestion of a few leaves, which will help to communicate loads of detail in the painting without it being overly detailed. Now another thing I was doing was adding a bit more shadow area to the poplar tree, and again using the same colours as before, so yellow ochre with some alizarin crimson, some ultramarine blue and a little titanium white. Now another secret to creating more clean looking colour, especially when you're painting autumn leaves, is to try and use less colours. So here my main colours are just yellow ochre with alizarin crimson and ultramarine blue to desaturate, and then just titanium white just to get the value that I want. Now what I was doing here was I was adding another layer of paint to the hill in the background, and I was also just softening the edges of the mountain. So one of the things we have to think about is the lines in the scene that we're painting, and often things like hills and mountains can have hard edges. So we want to try and soften those a bit because the hard edges can have such eye-carrying power. We want to try and keep the eye on the picture, so in this case the path is leading towards the willow tree in the midground, so that's helping to focus your direction. And then the poplar tree on the right and the willow tree on the left is helping to keep the eye in the picture and not going off the canvas. Now prior to starting this painting, I actually sat down with my sketchbook to design the composition, and I recommend that you do this for any studio painting that you do. Begin planning your paintings. I start off with thumbnail sketches and then I do a final pencil sketch, and I use this as my blueprint for my painting, so I've got something to refer to when I start, and it means that I know the road ahead. I'm not just going into a painting blind. In fact, I used to just start a painting from scratch without doing any prior planning, and I'd always end up running into problems and very often would have to give up on a painting, which was extremely frustrating. Now here I'm starting to build out the tree canopy, and I want to create the illusion of some leaves that are just draping down from the tree, and I'm using the same colours that I was using in the blocking stage, so a mix of yellow ochre with some cadmium yellow medium, some cadmium red light and some titanium white, but I've made the value just a little bit lighter, so I'm building up those layers of depth. It's going to help make the tree canopy more rounded. And then I'm just going back over the shadow areas just to refine the tree canopy. Now once again at this point the painting was dry, and the next thing I decided to do was to start building out the detail within the willow trees in the midground, and that means painting the stems and branches of the trees. Now they're pretty dark, and I used a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson, and then if I need to I can add some titanium white just to lighten the value a little bit. But I'm using a synthetic flat brush here to start painting in that network of stems and branches. Now if you're someone that's struggling with your landscape painting, perhaps you
can't seem to paint the pictures that you imagined, or you're coming out with muddy colours every time you paint trees, or you're just having difficulty with compositions and tonal values, probably what you really need is a system to work towards. I've found that this improved my painting greatly, having an actual process to work to. And I demonstrate this in my free landscape painting blueprint. So this will help you with your landscape painting, and it will help you to take your painting to the next level as I show you my process for creating paintings. Now, if you'd like to get my free landscape painting blueprint, all you need to do is just click the link below and I'll send it over to you. And as I say, it's totally free. Enjoy. Back to the painting, and I decided to leave the midground for the moment and work on the foreground as it needs a lot more detail adding to it. So one of the things I did was carry on painting the straw coloured grass, again using a mix of yellow ochre with some burnt sienna, some titanium white and a little ultramarine blue to desaturate. And then I started to paint more of the plants that are growing along where the grass is, and some of the grass as well that's still green. And for this I've used yellow ochre with some cadmium yellow medium, some ultramarine blue, and this is forming the base of my greens. And then with any type of green, you really want to add some kind of a red element to it, as this helps to make the green look a lot more natural. So if you're getting nasty looking greens, quite often they're often overly saturated and perhaps not got enough red in them. So what I have mixed here is just a little bit of cadmium red light, and that just helps to tame the green, just helps to calm it down a bit and make it look natural. And then I can add titanium white, so this lightens the value but also helps to desaturate the green as well. If I want to increase the saturation of the green, I mix in some phthalo green or some cobalt teal, and that just shifts the hue of the green, so we can get some nice emerald tones there and some nice grass greens with that mix. So phthalo green's the only pre-mixed green that I ever use, and it's one of those colours that just kicks up the saturation, so you only need a small amount of it. It's a very powerful colour. And next I was working on the pathway here, so I'm just starting to refine the shadows here and just making sure that it all makes sense. Now, one of the things, as I said, that I do within paintings is I hold off on my lightest values until later on in the painting. So for example, when I painted these initial tree trunks and stems here, I applied a darker tone, so they're half tones that are in these tree trunks, and now I can add some lighter value paint that's really going to create that more 3D effect in these tree trunks. Now I use the same colours that I used early on in the painting, so a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna, some titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. And the burnt sienna and titanium white are the more dominant colours in the mix. So all the while with my paintings in general, I start off darker and then I'm slowly building up lighter tone, and as I say, I save my lightest lights until the end. And if you follow this principle, your paintings will have so much more depth to them. So that's it for the tree trunks on the poplar tree on the right side of the painting. The next thing to do was to start building out the network of stems and branches in this willow tree in the foreground. So again, I was just using a dark mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna and some alizarin crimson, and was beginning to paint that network of branches, and I was using a synthetic flat brush. Now at this point in the painting, everything was completely dry again, and this was the last session that I had on this painting. Now that everything was dry, I was able to add the last details, so I'm saving my fine details towards the end as well as the lightest value colours. So I painted a few highlights on the sides of these willow stems. They're not really that bright because the willow stems are quite dark in value. And I also painted some reflected light on it, so I created some cool tones here using a mix of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, some alizarin crimson and a little titanium white, and I edged the mixture more on the blue side. Now because I've used these colours for the light areas on these tree stems and use these colours elsewhere in the painting, it helps to maintain the colour harmony. So we'll create nice harmonious paintings by using common colours throughout your painting. So try and think about that. That's another reason I use fewer colours on my palette as well, because it means I'm more likely to use the colours that I do have on my palette throughout the painting. And it will help tie all the zones together so that the colours are more harmonious. Now what I'm doing here is I'm adding these last details to this poplar tree, so just tidying up some of these shadow areas. And then also painting the leaves on this willow tree that's on the left side. Now with the poplar tree on the right side of the painting, I've finished painting the foliage by adding my lightest lights. And again, this was the same colours as before, so cadmium yellow medium, a little cadmium red light and some titanium white. And making sure that the value is lighter than the previous layers that I've added. So this is where I was saving my lightest lights, and I was applying the leaves, or the suggestion of some of these leaves, as if they're hanging down with a number 3 synthetic flat brush. Now the last thing to do in this painting was to add the final details, so I'm saving the most detailed parts to the end. So this was things like painting more of the grass that's in the foreground, and I mainly used a 3/8 of an inch bristle dagger brush for this, and I was painting the grass in the direction that it's growing in. I also painted things like the suggestion of fallen leaves on the ground, using different varying colour mixes that were mostly around yellow ochre, burnt sienna, alizarin crimson, ultramarine blue and titanium white. And then one of the last things that I did was to tidy up this mountain in the background. I wasn't happy with the shape of it, and just generally just add some final details and refinements to the painting overall. So look, I know a lot of you are struggling to create depth and distance in your paintings, but you're having trouble making those distant hills and mountains look like they're in the distance. Well, if that's you, then listen very closely, because in today's video I'm going to show you how you can create depth and distance in your landscape paintings with this really simple method, so you can transform your artworks literally with your next painting. Now I'm going to show you how to do this with this painting I created of Milford Sound in New Zealand. I'm painting on some loose Belgian linen which I've taped to a board, and the painting size roughly measures 22 centimeters by 40 centimeters. I'm also using oil paints here, and the brand of paint I'm using is Blue Ridge Oils, and if you'd like to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. Now the first thing I'm doing is sketching out my composition, and I'm using burnt sienna mixed with liquid original, and the liquid original is going to help to thin the paint and speed up the drying time. Now in order to make your distant hills or mountains look like they're in the distance, we first of all need to talk about tonal values, and this is how light or dark your subject is. And the general rule is, in landscapes, that we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, but then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So what I'm doing here, in order to begin creating depth and distance in my paintings, is I start painting the shadow areas first, as these are, for the most part, the darkest areas in the painting. So I started off with one of these distant mountains here, and I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna to desaturate the colour, some titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. So we've got a mid-tone here, and then the mountain in front of it, which is called the Lion, is a bit darker, so I've used less titanium white in the mix. So if I was to use my darkest darks, which I'd find in the foreground here in the distance, there just wouldn't be any depth in it. It would mean that the mountains would come forward in the painting. So we have to think about the fact that the shadows are going to be much lighter in the distance here than they would be in the foreground. So the mountain on the left, which is called Mitre Peak, the shadow areas are a bit darker than the other mountain behind it. Now next I'm painting the clouds, and even though the clouds are often some of the more lighter values in the landscape, because there's a lot of shadows in them, I include these in my darks, and I've used the same mixture of paint that I've used for these mountains. However, I've used more titanium white. So I'm also thinking about the colour harmony in my painting, and this is where I'm going to be using common colours throughout my painting. So for example, these shadows I've used in the distant mountains, I've used the same colours in the clouds, and I'll be using a lot of these colours for my shadows as I work forward in the painting. So here, this next mountain that's on the right is getting closer, so I'm using some darker tone here. I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with some yellow ochre and a little bit of titanium white. Now because I used ultramarine blue and titanium white in the other shadow areas, including the mountains and clouds, it's got something in common with these zones, so it's going to tie it together and make the colours look more harmonious. Now for the very foreground here, I used pretty much ultramarine blue and yellow ochre, so this is where the darkest darks are going to be in the painting. So this is something to remember when you start a landscape painting. Paint your darks first, i.e. paint the shadows first, and this sets a framework for the whole painting. And then when you start to paint the areas in light, which I'm doing here, I'm painting some of the vegetation on the side of this mountain, it makes it much easier to get your colours and values correct, and the saturation of the colour, because when you start marking in your paint next to the shadows, you'll be able to easily see whether your colours are too dark or too light, or too saturated or not saturated enough. So painting the darks first really is like the skeleton of the whole painting. It just creates the framework for it and just makes it much easier to paint the areas in light afterwards. And that's what I'm doing here now. Milford Sound is one of the wettest places in New Zealand, so there's lots of greens there, lots of vegetation and trees growing on the side of the mountains, and lots of greenery along the banks of the water. This place is a natural field, so the mountains literally are coming out of the sea. So for all these greens I've created, I've been using varying mixes of yellow ochre with cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue and titanium white. So this is serving as the base of my greens, and then I've been adding other colours such as phthalo green and alizarin crimson. Now when I started this painting, I'm not worried about details, so I was actually using the biggest brushes I could get away with, and this is known as the blocking in stage. So really this is where we want to establish the main composition in the painting and establish those colours and tonal values as well, so we can instantly create depth and distance in the painting and we can see what it's going to look like. Then after that we let it dry, and then we can start building up some details. So I was doing things like working on the clouds, and for those cloud highlights I was using titanium white with some burnt sienna mixed in, but also was allowing some of the shadow mix to mix in with it as well. So I was able to blend some of the colours on the actual canvas itself. So at this point in the painting, I'd blocked it in, it was dry, and what I was doing next was beginning to add detail and refine certain areas, which is known as modelling. So I was modelling the paint here and just starting to work on individual zones in the painting. Now, as I'd started off by painting all my dark values first, I was able to easily establish a framework in the painting that's already creating depth. But one of the other things I've done is I've kept quite a lot of my colours, especially my shadows, but also my light areas as well, just a bit tonally darker. So this is going to allow me to build up lighter layers of paint as I work through the painting, and then I'll be saving my lightest value colours until the very end of the painting, and this is what will really make it pop. Now if I was to use all my lightest lights in the beginning, then my painting could risk looking flat because I will have used up all my tonal range and I'd have nowhere else to go. So the lightest we can go is using white, so I don't want to be using pure titanium white in the early stages of the painting. If I am going to be using this, it's going to come at the end of the painting, and you'll see this in a moment. So right now I'm just building up the form of these trees and bushes here, and I'm starting to use some smaller brushes. This is a number 3 bristle flat brush, and I'm using a mix of yellow ochre with some ultramarine blue, a little bit of cadmium yellow, some titanium white, and just a little bit of alizarin crimson. Now when painting these greens, it's really important to keep in mind the saturation of the colours, and greens are definitely one of those really tricky colours. If you get your greens correct, they can look absolutely amazing in landscape painting, but if you get them wrong, they literally look horrible. So it's really important that the saturation of the green is appropriate for the area in the painting that you're creating. So for example, if your green's going to be saturated, you're probably going to be using that in the foreground. This is where we're going to find our most saturated colours. However, if you were to use a similar green that's that saturated way into the distance, then it's just not going to work. It's just going to pull it forward in the painting and you won't get any depth. The other thing is it's very easy to mix gnarly looking greens that just don't look good, and often it's just because there's too much green in it and it's too saturated. And often a way that you can tame your greens and make them look more natural is to add a colour opposite in your mix. So this could be something like a cadmium red or an alizarin crimson or a burnt sienna. These colours contain red, and red is opposite to green on the colour wheel, so it helps to desaturate the colour. So as I said, we can use our most saturated greens in the foreground, but as the greens go into the distance, we need to desaturate them, and that's going to help them sit back in the landscape. Now here I was adding the reflective water in the foreground, and it's reflecting the sky and the mountains. So again, I was able to use the same colour mix as I was for those mountains and clouds. This was ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna to desaturate. And the reason this desaturates the blue is because burnt sienna is actually a dark orange, and orange is opposite to blue on the colour wheel. And then of course there's some titanium white in the mix to get the value that I want, and then there's also a little bit of alizarin crimson which helps to give it a violet tint. Now here I was starting to add more detail and to the vegetation on the side of this mountain. Now what I wanted to create in this painting was a bit of a spotlighting effect where there's some sunlight coming through the clouds and just illuminating this part of the mountain and the area here in the midground. So it's going to help to create an area of interest. One of the things about Milford Sound is it's a very iconic location in New Zealand, so it's a little bit more difficult to play around with the composition just because it's such a recognisable place. And it's why a scene like this is more suited to a longer landscape canvas here. Now what I'm doing now is I'm starting to add more detail. With my paintings in general, I like the combination of loose brushwork but a bit of detail here and there. So I'm just painting the suggestion of some of these strap-like leaves and these flax plants, of which there are many around the shores of Milford Sound. It's a very common, iconic New Zealand plant. And then painting some of these grasses and reeds. There are lots of different colours there. Some of them are a straw yellow or a rusty red. And I'm applying the paint here with a bristle dagger brush and just painting it in vertical brush marks in the way that the direction of these grasses and reeds are growing. I've worked off my original green mix, but I've added a lot more yellow ochre into the mix and titanium white just to lighten the value, but also to create those straw tones in there. And then I was able to add colours such as alizarin crimson just to add a red element into it and just give it that rusty yellow green look. Now whenever I paint landscapes, I'm always thinking in terms of values, the lights and darks, more so than the actual colours that I'm using, although the colour mixing is important. So for example, in the right side of this painting, especially in the foreground, it's more in shadow, so I'm using some darker tones here, and then just keeping an eye on that spotlighted area in the left midground side of the painting.
Now I hope you're enjoying this video so far and you're finding it helpful. If you'd like to see the full version of this video where I show you how to paint this artwork from start to finish and show you how to mix all the colours which I demonstrate on my palette, then I'm actually giving this video away for free. All you need to do is just click the link below and I'll send it over to you, and as I say, it's completely free. Enjoy! Now then, back to the painting, and I'm starting to think about getting it finished. So one of the things I'm doing now, which I normally do when I'm thinking about wrapping up the painting, is restating the dark values. So what this does is it helps to define shapes, things like adding shadows in the plants here. So certainly with plants and vegetation, you often get a lot of occlusion shadows, which is why things like trees and plants in general are some of the darkest values in the landscape, especially trees. And you can see it here with these trees that I'm painting in the midground. So as I say, I'm just restating the dark values here. For this, I'm using a combination of ultramarine blue with a little bit of yellow ochre. Also some titanium white if I need to lighten the values slightly. Now what I'm doing here after restating a lot of these dark values was I was just starting to paint the suggestion of these rocks and pebbles that are in the water. I'm keeping in mind the value because I've got to make sure that it's not too light, because otherwise it will look a bit strange in the painting, but I'm just using some low chroma colours to paint those rocks. And then the next thing to do was just paint the little bit of subtle highlight that was on the top of Mitre Peak here, just exposing some of the rocky faces in the sun. For this I just use a low chroma mix of burnt sienna with a little yellow ochre, some titanium white. There's also a tiny bit of alizarin crimson and some ultramarine blue in there to desaturate. So really this is the only kind of part of the mountain, with the exception of the snow as well, that's illuminated in the sun. And then I'm also adding more highlight to some of these clouds here, just to create a nice lighting effect in the painting. After I'd finished working on the clouds, the next thing to do was to paint some more of the snow that's at the tops of these mountains. And as a lot of the snow is under the cloud shadow, I was using a slightly darker mix of ultramarine blue with titanium white, and just a dash of alizarin crimson and a small amount of burnt sienna to desaturate. So very similar colours to what I've used in the clouds and also the mountain shadows. So I've got to make sure that it's not too light, otherwise it's going to come forward in the painting. It just needs to sit back in the landscape. Now there was a tiny bit of snow on the top of Mitre Peak that was in the full sunlight, and for this I used a mix of titanium white with just a little bit of yellow ochre, so that's just going to warm up the white. And as I'm coming to the end of the painting, this is where I've saved my lightest values, saving them till last, and it was just painting a few highlights and sparkles in the water here that just gives it a nice ethereal look and just some extra depth in the painting. It really helps to make the painting pop. Now I was applying the paint here with a No. 0 synthetic pointed round brush and just painting little dots of paint to communicate those sparkles. There's also things like tidying up the edges of the water, as there's some reflections there and some sparkles from the sun, and then just adding some last little details on some of these rocks and pebbles. Again, I'm using the same type of brush, a No. 0 synthetic pointed round, so this helps to get some really fine detail. I can also use this brush for painting things like the main stem of this tree that's in the midground. I finished up this painting by just adding some last little bits of detail to the vegetation and also the water in the foreground. So even for the vegetation, this is where I've saved some of my lightest greens, primarily a mix of cadmium yellow with ultramarine blue, titanium white, a little phthalo green and a little bit of alizarin crimson. There's even a few little highlights to be added to some of these flax plants in the foreground. And with that, the painting was complete. Also, one of the last things I did to this painting was to peel off the masking tape so I could truly see what the painting looks like.
Most people don't know how to paint sparkling water in rivers or streams like this, or these paintings. So in this video, I'm going to show you how.
This painting begins with me outlining the composition on the canvas. The canvas I'm painting on is a 10" by 12" linen panel made by canvaspanels.com, so if you want to get some, there's a link in the description box below. I'm using oil paints here, and the colours that I'm using includes titanium white, burnt sienna, yellow ochre, cadmium yellow, cadmium red light, alizarin crimson, ultramarine blue and phthalo green. And these paints are made by Blue Ridge Oils. They're an artist quality oil, and again, if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. Now, I've loosely marked out my composition using burnt sienna mixed with a medium called pale drying gel. It's an alternative to Liquid Original, which is what I was using before, but it's a non-toxic alternative. So it does speed up the drying time a little bit, not as much as Liquid does, but I'm just trying to reduce the amount of toxic mediums that I use in my studio. Now, we'll talk about painting the stream and the sparkling water in a minute, but first of all, I just want to give you an overview of how to approach a landscape painting. At least this is how I do it. So what I do is I paint the darkest darks first. So the dark values first. Value is how light or dark a subject is. We'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground. Then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So here I'm painting the darkest occlusion shadows in the rocks, also the dark values in the trees on the right side of the painting. There's also some grass shadows there. I'm using a mix of ultramarine blue and yellow ochre, so you can get a pretty dark mix with that, and then I can add some titanium white for the shadows as the trees and vegetation recedes into the distance. Now, having got my darkest darks established on the canvas, it means I can gauge it off the white surface there. So I know where my darkest darks are and my lightest lights, and now I can start filling in all the mid-tones, all the shadows there in the mid-ground mountains and the shadows in the background mountains. Now, for those rocks in the foreground, I used a mix of ultramarine blue, some burnt sienna and a little alizarin crimson, and you can create a very dark mix with that, almost a black. Then for those other shadows in the mid-ground mountain there and in the background, I just added titanium white and a bit more ultramarine blue, so the mixes have an overall blue cast to them. So you can see how much lighter those shadows are that I'm marking in at the moment are compared with the shadows in the foreground. So really dark shadows in the foreground, then those shadows get lighter as we progressively work into the distance. And in general, lots of shadows that you'll find in landscapes often have a blue cast to them, especially in New Zealand. A lot of colours drop out, like greens and yellows, for example. The wavelengths just don't travel well over long distances, so many shadows will have a blue cast to them as you go into the distance. I also include my cloud shadows amongst my darks, even though clouds and skies in general are some of the more lighter values that you'll find in the landscape. Regardless, I still include these in my shadows. The other thing about my brushwork here is I'm not worried about detail at all. I want some loose painterly marks here, so I'm using some number 5 and number 6 bristle flat brushes here. Nice gestural marks. The brushes I'm using are made by Rosemary & Co. So if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. Now at this point here, I got pretty much all my dark values established, at least the main areas of the dark values. So actually I got to work right away on the water, because the water was largely reflecting the sky, so I could use a lot of that shadow mix in the water. It's kind of a pale low chroma blue, but a nice organic natural looking blue colour. So this is where painting the water begins and how we can ultimately make it look realistic. Again, I'm just using these loose gestural brush marks with a number 5 bristle flat brush and using a mix of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, titanium white and alizarin crimson. Now the burnt sienna really serves to desaturate the blue, and obviously the more we use burnt sienna into the mix, we're going to create more of a grey colour, and then of course if we use even more burnt sienna, then we can start creating some rusty colours or some kind of pale pinkish orange tones in there as well. You can actually see that on the left side of the painting where some of these rocks are going to go. Because the other thing I'm going to communicate in this water is some submerged rocks as well, which you'll see in just a moment. But anyway, I'm getting to work on the rocks here. Just painting the suggestion of reflected light as well. There's going to be plenty of opportunity later on in the painting to really add more detail. Now, one of the things that you really need to pay attention to when you're painting large bodies of rocks here, large masses of rocks, is you want to try and vary the shape and form and size of them. One of the errors that I've seen a lot of artists make when painting rocks is they often end up painting them in patterns. They're a similar size and similar mass, and there's just repeating shapes and masses. And it starts to look predictable and boring and can be a bit of a distraction in the composition. So we really want to vary the size of these rocks here. I'm also painting the suggestion of some submerged rocks as well. So the blue in this rock mix is going to have quite a bit of influence. Now let me just talk about the inspiration behind this painting. It's inspired by a place in New Zealand near a village called Glenorchy in the South Island, and it's just such a beautiful place to paint. I've done a lot of plein air painting there. It's characterised by really high mountains, and actually in this location, as you can see, this is the reference photo that I used. But I actually took these photos on the day that I went plein air painting here, so I have some great memories of this place. It's just really epic landscape. Now once I'd established the main body of the water and got some of the rocks painted in, at least the rock shadows, I then painted some of the grassy areas along the banks of the river, and then I just worked my way back in the painting. Now as I said a moment ago, the reason I like to establish my dark values first is, for me, it makes it easier to paint the rest of the areas within the painting to create depth in it, get that recession of landforms, but it also helps me to get the saturation of the colours correct when I paint them next to the dark values. Like here, for example, where I'm painting the greenery in the lower half of the mountain, which is a forest of native beech trees and other native New Zealand trees that are growing in the lower half of the mountain. And they're pretty far away, so that green colour's dropped out, so it's some really low chroma colours here. And that's generally what we're using in the mountain. But having painted all those dark values first, or at least the main areas of them, just makes it easier to mix all those other colours and just make sure that the saturation and the value of those colours is correct as well. Now you could start off by painting the sky and working your way forward, and lots of artists do it that way. I'm not criticising it at all, but there is a danger that you could paint your sky too dark, and then so you paint that mountain in the background too dark, and then by the time you got to the midground you might have used up all your value range and you can't go any darker for the foreground. So that is the danger of starting with the sky and working forward. So I found that painting the dark values first makes things easier. I've also learnt this through plein air painting outdoors. And for this reason as well, the reason you'd want to do this is because the light is always changing, and quite often it can cloud over, especially if you're painting in New Zealand. So again, if you've got the dark values established first of all, it makes it much easier to paint the areas in light. So here I'm just painting the clouds and skies. As I said, the clouds and skies are some of the more lighter values to be found in the landscape. And for this, I used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little phthalo green and titanium white. As I paint the snow on the mountains here, I want to make the value of the snow a bit darker. So I don't want to use straight titanium white from the tube. I want to make it a bit darker so that once it's dry I can layer over some lighter tone. So I'll be saving my lightest values until the end of the painting, and this is what's really going to make your painting pop, especially when you're painting sparkling water, which you'll see in a moment. So for this part of the painting, we're just trying to get all the main areas of lights and darks down, and the main colours, just establishing the tonal range in the painting, getting those colours down, and then after that we can just make sure that the whole thing is working, and I'll be letting it dry, and then after that I can start the modelling process where I can start adding detail and refining areas, and then just building up everything by adding more details and saving those lightest values until the end. So here I'm painting a few highlights on the rocks, and I'm using a mix of burnt sienna with a little ultramarine blue, some yellow ochre and titanium white. So it's kind of a warm white really. I say a warm white, it's obviously a bit darker, but these stones are generally quite light in value and also quite pale, and there's a mix of these metallic looking colours but also some creamy coloured rocks as well, and this is forming part of the stream as well. So we want to have lots of rocks in this painting because the stream, or this river, we want this turbulent water there. There's a lot of turbulent water and it's creating that sparkling effect as the sun's reflecting off it. So the rocks are going to help to tell that story. Now in reality there was a lot more rocks there, especially on the sides of the riverbank, but I decided to simplify the scene, mainly to make things easier for myself when it comes to painting. But if you're just going to go and paint every tiny little stone on there, it could start to upset the composition because you can have too much detail and it could risk making your painting look laboured and overworked, and perhaps maybe you'd start losing some of the life and vitality out of it. So I prefer to simplify things like this. So there is quite still a mass of rocks there on the right side of the painting, but I did simplify it a bit more. I made some of those rocks bigger. I reduced the amount of rocks that are in the scene. And now I'm just painting the reflected light, getting some colours in there, keeping in mind the value as well. So I've got to be careful that I don't go too light in these shadow areas.
So I hope you're enjoying the video so far. Now, are you struggling with your landscape paintings? Perhaps you're not able to paint the artworks that you'd imagined in your head, or you're struggling with composition, tonal values and colour mixing. Well, let me help you. Download my free Landscape Painter's Blueprint. What this does is it provides you with a solid methodology for painting that's going to give you predictable results with your artworks. Inside, I explain my process of how I select photos, do sketches, design composition, so I'll give you some composition ideas in there, then also colour mixing, understanding tonal values, and then there's also a painting demonstration at the end of it. So if you'd like that free guide, the Landscape Painting Blueprint, just click the link below. As I say, it's there for you for free.
So at this point in the painting it was well underway, and for the rest of the video I just want to focus on painting the water and how we can make that sparkling water come to life. So here I was painting some more of these rocks which are semi-submerged under the water and just the surface is just above it. So the colour here is a bit more saturated, and I was using a mix of yellow ochre with burnt sienna, some alizarin crimson and titanium white. And I was just creating some different tones in these rocks here, some creamy coloured rocks and rusty tones there. The thing about these submerged rocks is they're going to be much more pale in chroma or saturation, and they're going to have more blue influence in it, the influence of the blue in the water. So that's something to keep in mind when painting these submerged rocks. I added more highlights to these existing rocks that I've already painted. And even though I'd painted the highlights already, I kept it tonally darker so that I had room to add even lighter layers of paint, and that's just going to contribute to the overall three-dimensional form of the rocks and communicate the bright sun. Now next I want to start painting the suggestions or the beginning stages of this turbulent looking water. There's kind of like rapidly moving water, especially past the rocks, and it's sparkling in the sun. So what I did was I used a mix of titanium white but also added some burnt sienna, a little ultramarine blue and a little alizarin crimson, so just keeping that water slightly darker, those areas of white water in this stream. I'm applying the paint here with a number 2 bristle flat brush, so just marking in some of these areas. Now another thing to note about this painting is you can see in the background, although the mountain isn't finished, I've kept the detail to a minimum, so I've also gone for a little bit of an impressionistic, more loose brush mark look because I think it creates an aliveness in the painting, and really reserve the detail more for the foreground. If I was to use loads and loads of detail in the mountain in the background and the midground, it could start causing a displeasing static in the painting where you've just got too much going on, too much information, could be a little bit confusing on the eye, and it might spoil the fluidity and expressiveness of your painting. So I still like to maintain some expressive brushwork here. Something that I've learnt through plein air painting, painting outdoors. The main body of the river was dry at this point, so I was able to add some fresh layers of paint just to re-emphasize some of the blue of the water and just paint around some of those rocks, and then I began the process of adding these sparkles to the water. Now the way I do this is I use a number 0 synthetic rigger brush. So this has long bristles on it, and I've used a mix of titanium white with just a tiny amount of cadmium yellow, and that's just going to warm up the white so it's not a cold white that's straight from the tube. I'm using pretty thick paint here, and I was using some impasto medium as well. And then I just start marking lots of little dots which communicates the sparkles in the water, and this takes a bit of time. Now this works better when the water is darker because you'll really see the contrast between the white value of the sparkles and then the darker water underneath. The water here is quite light, but this still worked with this painting. When painting the sparkles, I was clustering some of them in groups, but then also randomly painting sparkles across the water. But specifically also around the rocks, like these rocks here where they're just poking out the water, because it's communicating that there's water rushing around it, and so it's sparkling in the sun. Now, as I say, painting all these sparkles took a little bit of time, but I find this a really enjoyable part of the painting because you know that the painting's almost complete and you're on the final home stretch. I just really love this effect in water, the way it looks like it's shimmering in the sun. And once I'd finished painting the water, I just added the last few finishing touches to the painting, so just making some value adjustments, perhaps adding some darker tone, just making sure that it looks realistic. So as I said, I've really gone for more detail in the foreground and gone sparingly with the detail in the background, so I still wanted to maintain a bit of a loose brushwork and perhaps a little bit of an impressionist look, but also with some detail mixed in. That's the way I like it. I'm trying to find the balance between the two. Now when you're trying to finish a painting like this, sometimes it's best to just finish up, leave it for a few days, come back to it and see if anything needs changing, see if there's any compositional errors that you've missed that might need sorting out. But other than that, I decided that this painting was complete. One of the colours that artists struggle with the most is mixing greens, and maybe you're one of those artists where you just can't quite seem to get the greens that you want and they just come out looking garish or neon and unnatural, and they just don't work in your paintings. Well, I used to have this trouble as well, and then I figured out
how I could mix greens in a simple way and just understand them better. So in this video I'm going to show you how to do that. And we're going to do it in the context of this landscape painting inspired by the Scottish Highlands. So this is not going to be one of these videos where I'm just mixing lots of different greens on my palette. I thought it would be better to do it in the context of a landscape painting that's got a lot of greens in it. Now I started this artwork by painting my dark values first. And I used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little bit of yellow ochre. So this is like a super dark green, but also low chroma as well. Now why paint the dark values first? Well, it helps to set up the whole tonal framework for the painting. The general rule is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. So if we paint these first, it's going to make it much easier to paint the areas in light afterwards, especially if we're painting greens, because greens can be a pretty tricky colour to paint. And one of the main difficulties that artists have with green is how to desaturate them or make the chroma of the colour lower so that it doesn't jump forward in the landscape. We can use our most saturated greens in the foreground, but certainly not in the distance. So if we paint our darks first, then we've got something to measure it against when it comes to painting our greens. So as I work into the distance, the darks there aren't as dark and they're getting lighter, plus they're getting a blue cast to them as well. And for this I've used a mix of ultramarine blue with a little burnt sienna, some titanium white and a little bit of alizarin crimson. Now when it came to mixing the first lot of greens, I started off with that hill in the background, and I used a mix of yellow ochre, some ultramarine blue, some titanium white, and this formed the base of my green. And then I increased the saturation by mixing in a small amount of cadmium yellow and cobalt teal. Also rounded it off with some alizarin crimson. I could even use some phthalo green as well, although you need to be careful not to use too much of this colour as it can quickly overpower your mixture. But the important thing is here is the colour can't be too high in saturation, otherwise it's going to come forward in the painting. But then as we move forward in the painting here, then we can increase the saturation, so we can use more colours such as cadmium yellow for example, and cobalt teal and phthalo green. That's just going to increase the saturation of the green. Now I'm using oil paints here to paint this artwork, and I'm using a fairly limited palette, so not that many colours. The brand of oil paint I'm using is Blue Ridge oils, and if you want to get some, I've put a link in the description box below. They're really nice paints to work with. Now I'm painting on an 11" by 14" linen canvas panel here that's made by SourceTech at canvaspanels.com, and I'm using Rosemary & Co brushes. So I'm trying to cover ground quickly here by using number 5 and number 6 bristle flat brushes. And when I paint these greens, I'm just thinking about values, so how light or dark the subject is. And actually there's some rules for painting greens in the landscape, because it's often generally one of the more lighter value colours, depending on whether it's in light or in shadow. But in general, the ground planes of the scene that you're painting, often covered in grass, is one of the more lighter values to be found in the landscape, and John Carlson said this in his book Carlson's Guide to Landscape Painting. So as I say, when I'm painting these greens, I'm thinking about the value of them. Now I wanted to have the greens mainly in shadow, but with this mountain in the midground here, or more towards the background actually, but have that in light as well, so it's creating a focal area in the painting. Now with these greens I mixed, I started off with the background greens first of all, and then as I worked my way forward I increased the saturation of the greens. And I did this by adding more cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue, and colours such as cobalt teal or phthalo green. But it's always important to round off these colours with a colour that contains red, because red is opposite to green on the colour wheel. So I can use something like an alizarin crimson or even a burnt sienna, which actually I'd use more, likely to be using more in the distance of a landscape painting. However, for the foreground of a painting, I'd mix in something like a cadmium red light. Now at this stage I'm blocking in my painting here, so I'm getting down all the main colours and values
and just forming a base to work from, so that once it's dry it will be easier for me to start adding details to it. Now normally I try and do the block-in session of the painting in one go, but in this case I did it over 2 sessions because I actually painted this live with my art students. And the way this landscape composition came about was actually from multiple different photos from one of the students in my group. She went on a trip to Scotland and we thought it would be a cool thing to paint, and a cool example of how you don't need to copy photographs exactly but actually use them as a guide. And through the sketching process in the beginning we were able to design this composition. So in real life it doesn't exist like this at all, but we took lots of elements from different photographs and constructed this composition. Now once I'd painted the floodplain that's in the midground along with the river, I then worked my way to the foreground, and this is where some of my most saturated or high chroma greens are in the painting. So again, for this I used a base green mix of yellow ochre with some ultramarine blue and some cadmium yellow medium, and then I mixed in some titanium white. I also used colours such as phthalo green to increase the saturation, and also some cadmium red light. And then I add variations to these mixtures, so maybe a bit more titanium white here and a bit more cadmium yellow there, if that makes sense. Just adjusting the colour mixes to create some different tones. But really, the secret to mixing greens is really thinking more about the value, which is how light or dark your green is, and how saturated it is. So we'll find our most saturated greens in the foreground, but then as the landforms recede, the greens are going to become more desaturated and lower in chroma. The green wavelengths don't tend to travel well over a long distance, so the intensity of the green will start to be lost the further away you go into the distance. Now adding some kind of a red element into your greens is really important towards keeping your greens in check. So making sure that they're not garish looking or just really unnatural. So the red helps to make it look more organic. So as I say, using things like cadmium red light, which I'd only really use in the foreground, I don't tend to use it for distant greens, but certainly colours like alizarin crimson or burnt sienna, as I say, just going to help to make that green look more organic and natural. The other thing about blocking in a painting is, as I say, it serves a kind of map for you to work from, a base for you to work from. But the other thing is you want to keep the colours tonally darker to start with, and then you've got plenty of room to add your lighter layers of paint as you work through the painting. And that's what I've done here. So all up, I'm keeping an eye on my tonal values, the lights and darks, and this is really important. And if you're unsure of the values in the landscape, just take your photograph and switch it to black and white, and then take your own painting, take a photo of it and switch it to black and white, and you can match up the values just to make sure that it's working properly. In fact, when we painted this with my students, we even did a value study first before we got into this painting here. And we just used 3 colours, ultramarine blue with a little bit of burnt sienna and some titanium white. So we could just get an idea of where all the lights and darks are in the scene. Also, just by using these 3 colours, if you're struggling with colour mixing, it's a soft introduction into colour mixing, because I often use these colours for my shadows, and it just helps overall as I use these colours as part of my main palette. But anyway, at this point I'd finished the blocking in stage, and then what I did was I let the painting dry so that I could begin the next stage of the painting, which is modelling and adding details. So this is where I'm starting to work on individual zones and just refine areas, begin building up some details and just adjusting shapes and forms. So I started off by working on the clouds in the background. I darkened the mountain in the background. Initially the green that I added I felt was a little bit too saturated and was bringing the mountain in the background forward a bit, and I wanted to actually make it sit back further in the landscape, also make it look like it was raining and wet. But anyway, I carried on working in the background and finishing off that background mountain later on. But now I'm just starting to build up details, and I'm switching up my brushes here. So I'm using some synthetic flat brushes, mainly number 3 synthetic flat brushes. I'm using the Ivory range from Rosemary & Co, and also their Eclipse brushes, which you can get some quite decent marks with them. Both are quite different. So here I was working on the exposed rock faces of this mountain. It's the only part in the painting mainly that's in the full sunlight, so there's going to be some warmer tones here. And actually for the rocks I'm using similar colours to what I was using for the shadows, so mainly burnt sienna with ultramarine blue, titanium white and alizarin crimson, and there's even a dash of yellow ochre in there just for some warmer tones. Then following that I was just restating some of these dark shadows, again using the mix that I used to begin with, ultramarine blue, a little burnt sienna, a little titanium white and alizarin crimson. And I was making sure that that mountain was well underway with the details, so that all that was left to do afterwards was to just perhaps add a few last highlights and some other details within the side of the mountain. Then I was working away to the other side of the midground, just getting some different green tones, and as I said, the greens really centre around a mix of yellow ochre, ultramarine blue and titanium white to start with, which is going to create a low chroma green, and then I can increase the chroma or saturation by mixing in some cadmium yellow medium, also colours such as cobalt teal or phthalo green, and then making sure that I'm adding some kind of a red in there, even if it's only in a small amount, something like an alizarin crimson or a burnt sienna, or if I'm mixing greens for the foreground using cadmium red light. And then when I come to work at the greens in the foreground, I'm just using much less yellow ochre in the mix and more cadmium yellow medium. Now if you're struggling with your colour mixing or your compositions or tonal values in the landscape, perhaps you just can't seem to get that depth or distance in your paintings, or you just not being able to paint the artworks that you'd imagined and that you could be truly proud of, then let me help you. I'm giving away a free landscape painting blueprint that details my painting process and how you can approach a painting in a structured manner that's going to give you way better results and also the next step in your landscape painting journey. So if you'd like this free ebook, Landscape Painting Blueprint, just click the link below. I've put it in the description box, and as I say, it's totally free. Now then, back to the painting here, and what I'm doing is I'm just starting to add details, things such as these rocks that are in the midground here, so the shadows in the rocks and then the areas that are in light. I'm keeping in mind that this whole area is in cloud shadow, so there's not going to be any strong highlights here or anything, but just getting a bit of detail in, and I'm using some synthetic flat brushes in order to paint this. There's also more details in the rocks in the background as well, so just adding some details there and just bits of detail here and there that's just going to break up that green and just add interest to the landscape overall. And then the next thing to do is to add some lighter tone to these mid-ground areas. So I'm still keeping in mind that the value is reasonably dark, so I've got to make sure these aren't too light, but just painting some highlight on these areas, and it's going to help to give more depth and definition to these folding hills at the base of these mountains. Now going back to these greens here, they're reasonably saturated, but I've desaturated them slightly so it pushes them back into the distance a little bit. But as I'm coming forward into the painting, I'm increasing the saturation of the greens. And again, it's still a mix of yellow ochre with some cadmium yellow medium, ultramarine blue, titanium white, and then the greens I've cooled off by using either some phthalo green or cobalt teal, and then rounded it off with either some cadmium yellow light or alizarin crimson, and I'm just continually making adjustments. If I feel that the green is too warm, I can just cool it down by mixing in some ultramarine blue or even a little bit of cobalt teal. Now at this point in the painting, I'd worked quite a few sessions on it and I was thinking about getting it finished, and once more I decided to let the painting dry so that I could then add the last details to the painting. Now, one of the things that was really bothering me about this painting was I wasn't really happy with the mountain that was in the background, and I decided to change it completely. I decided to just mute those colours in there and just push it back further into the distance. So those initial greens that I painted to begin with, I decided to pretty much get rid of them, and I used my shadow mix, the same colours that I've used for the clouds and some of the other shadows in the scene, and made the value quite a bit lighter than the landforms that are in front of it. And again, I used the same colours, so a mix of ultramarine blue with a little bit of burnt sienna to desaturate, titanium white and some alizarin crimson. Now, burnt sienna is a dark orange, and orange is opposite to blue on the colour wheel, so it combines really well with ultramarine blue and is great for desaturating it. And then with the addition of some alizarin crimson, it just helps to give it a violet tint. Now, one of the effects I wanted to make in these distant mountains was distant rainfall. It's a very cloudy, wet day and just some sun passing through to create the spotlighting effect on the mid-ground mountain here. But what I did was I created some more of the cloud shadow mix, which was the same colours as the background mountain there, but I've used more titanium white in the mix to make the value lighter. And then I just did some vertical downwards brush marks in those clouds, just to haze it out in the distance. One of the last things I'm doing in this painting is adding details to the foreground and painting the grasses and other plants that are growing there. And I'm using this 3/8 of an inch bristle dagger brush called the Tish Dagger, invented by Andrew Tischler. It's really useful for painting grass. And what I'm doing next here is I'm just re-establishing some of the dark tones and also adding some lighter value colour to the tops of these grasses and sedges and other plants that are growing here. I can even use my number 0 rigger brush to paint the suggestion of some blades of grass. When it comes to fine detail, I tend to save this more towards the end of the painting, along with my lightest value colour, depending on what area of the painting that I'm working on. So last of all, I just finish up the painting by just adding a few details here and there and just tidying up areas. And I'm using a number 3 synthetic flat brush. So when it comes to painting greens or any colour, I more think in terms of value, i.e. the lights and darks, and how saturated the colours are. Generally we'll find our most saturated greens in the foreground, and then as the greens go into the distance they become more desaturated.
Have you ever started working on a painting and you've gotten a little ways into it and then you realise that your painting is just not working? Well, this has happened to me quite a lot. So what do you do in this situation? Well, actually, I can show you with this Seascape painting that I created, because I had this exact same problem. I got into the painting, I'd finished the blocking in part, and then I was looking at it and there was something I just really wasn't happy with. It was mainly the sky. But anyway, I'll show you what happened and how I was able to fix this painting. So I'm painting here on a 20" by 20" linen canvas on a stretcher. And the first thing I do is I block in all the dark values and shadows first. So the reason I do this is it helps to create a tonal dynamic in the painting. So it makes it much easier to paint the areas in light afterwards. And the general rule of thumb is we'll find our darkest darks and our lightest lights in the foreground, and then as landforms recede, the darks aren't as dark and the lights are not as light. So by painting the dark values first, as I said, it makes it much easier to then paint the areas in light. So that's what I did here. So I sketched out the composition on the canvas with burnt sienna. I'm also using a product called Liquid, which helps to speed up the drying time as I'm using oil paint. And then I just started by painting the rocks first, so the dark shadows in there, using mainly a mix of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna,
alizarin crimson and a little titanium white. Then as I was working into the distance, into the midground, I was painting the shadows in the white water of the breaking waves, and this was mostly ultramarine blue with a little bit of burnt sienna to desaturate, titanium white and a little alizarin crimson. And then the other main areas of shadows in this scene were the clouds in the background, and what I'd done with this was I'd pretty much used the cloud reference that was in the photos, which later on I changed, which you'll see in a moment. So once I painted my dark values, I got to work painting the sky and the clouds in the background, then working my way forward with the ocean, painting that translucent area of the breaking waves. So this is like the main focal area of the painting. So to paint that translucent area, I used a mix of yellow ochre with titanium white, a little phthalo green, and then as I worked my way down to the lower part of the breaking wave, I started introducing ultramarine blue. So that's how I paint that glow in the wave. And then the other areas of the white water are just varying combinations, again, of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna, titanium white and alizarin crimson. Now, because burnt sienna is a dark orange, orange is opposite to blue on the colour wheel, so it helps to desaturate the blue, and it's really good for creating neutral greys that you'll find in nature when you combine the mix with titanium white. So I was marking in the main colours in the scene, just using real loose brushwork, as I do when I'm blocking in a painting. I wasn't worrying about detail. And one of the things I will say was, before I got into this painting, I did a load of prior planning beforehand. Now, usually when I do a studio painting, I never just go straight into the painting. I'll always do some prior planning, and that usually starts in my sketchbook. So I'll do a load of thumbnail sketches, then I'll do like a final reference sketch that I can refer to. And then if I'm going to do a larger painting, like this one here, for example, is a 20-inch by 20-inch painting, I'll do a smaller version of it first. So a colour study, which is a small version of the painting. And that's what I did with this one. Now, in this case, I didn't sketch it out in my sketchbook. I actually designed the composition using Procreate, which is a digital drawing program. I don't often do digital sketches, but in this case I did. And I used that as reference for my colour study that I did. And I painted the colour study and I thought it looked pretty good, and I was all happy with it. And then I came to do the final painting. Now, after I blocked in the painting, I started to notice a real problem with the sky and clouds. The first problem was there's this one major vector running across the canvas in the upper part of the picture, and it was really distracting. I really started to notice it after I blocked in this painting, and I don't know why I didn't notice it during the planning stage, and even when I did the colour study, it's just something that I didn't really notice too much. And sometimes even with our best planning and designing your composition in your sketchbook, sometimes it's not until you get to the big painting and then suddenly you'll realise a huge compositional error, and it does happen sometimes. So what do you do in this situation? Well, usually if you've done a load of planning prior to this happening, or something like this happening, it's usually a lot easier to fix. The one thing I would not recommend is just going straight into a painting and copying from a photograph, because that is a recipe for running into problems. So it's fine to use photographs. I use loads of them for when I do paintings, but I take the best bits out of them and I design a composition from that. Because at the end of the day, we're artists, so we're trying to create a painting. We're not trying to create a photograph. But anyway, the other main issue I was having with the sky here was it just looked boring. We got quite dramatic breaking waves and rocks and spills and crashing water and all that in the midground and foreground, but just the sky in the background, it just really looked uninteresting. So I left this painting for a while, and actually just time went by and I kept looking at it and thinking, I need to do something with the sky here, I need to work on this painting. But it was just like one of those things, the longer I left the painting the more difficult it got for me to get back into it again.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying the video so far. Now, let me ask you something. Are you struggling with your paintings? Are your compositions, tonal values or colour mixing holding you back from creating beautiful paintings that you'd imagined? Also, do you want to sell your art but you're not able to get to that standard where you'd be able to sell them? Well, I've been in that situation myself where I was just floundering with my art for years and struggling and couldn't seem to get to the next level. And luckily in the end I was able to get some help. Now I'd like to help you and inspire you by giving you access to some free full-length painting tutorial videos. Not only that, also a free landscape painting success masterclass and a landscape painting blueprint ebook, plus loads of other free content. So if you'd like to get access to that, then just click the link below.
After a year, I literally left this painting for a year, and I was like, I really got in, I've really got to get back into this painting, got to get it finished. And I decided that I would photograph the painting and then just use Procreate again to try and change the background in the sky. And that's what I did. I also went through my photo reference and look for some really dramatic clouds, because I felt that given that it was a stormy scene, that some stormy clouds in the background would really bring this painting to life and make it look a lot more dramatic. So there were some photos I took in Australia, because the original Seascape reference that I took there was taken when I was visiting the island of Guernsey, which is actually the island that I was born on, so got quite a connection to the island. The cool thing about clouds is generally you can pretty much use cloud reference from anywhere really. So found some really good cloud reference, and then what I did was I used Procreate to sketch out the sky and just redesign the sky. I also made a few adjustments to the overall composition, just changed some of those rocks a little bit as well to bring them out more in the scene. I definitely had quite a bit more time to then think about it. So then after that, I went back to my painting and then just re-sketched out the sky with burnt sienna mixed with a little bit of liquid, and sketched out the areas of the rocks that I was going to repaint, and then just went to work on painting the sky, just repainting the sky. Now then, once the sky was all dry, I was then able to start working on the rest of the painting and just building up the details. And I worked on this painting over quite a few sessions. Generally with a lot of this painting, and especially a painting this size, I was having to wait in between layers so that it could dry, and then I can come back and work layers over the top. But overall I didn't want an overly detailed painting either. I wanted to have some of it sort of relatively loose and painterly, but regardless, once you start doing bigger paintings they take longer to complete. But as I was working through the painting, I was just building up the detail in the ocean, the breaking wave, painting those foam patterns for example. Another thing I wanted to do with this painting was really emphasize the light on the breaking wave. So one of the ways we can do that to really make it pop is to hold off on the tones and save your lightest tones until the end of the painting. So when I'm painting the light on the ocean, I'm actually keeping it a bit tonally darker to start with. And I can do this by mixing in a little bit of ultramarine blue with burnt sienna and a little bit of alizarin crimson, and just keep the white darker. And then as I add progressive layers, I can add lighter layers of paint. And I did this across the board really with the whole painting, so that in the end I'm saving my lightest values until the very end of the painting. And this is where I added my final highlights, not only to the breaking waves and the white water in the foreground, but also the rocks as well, adding things like little details, like just areas of the rocks that are wet, they've been splashed with water, so some of the corners of those rocks are glistening in the direct sunlight. So things like that, there's all these little effects that we can do. So we're starting darker and then we're saving our lightest lights until the end of the painting. There's also some other cool effects you can do with seascapes, such as painting the illusion of mist and spray coming off the tops of the breaking waves. That always looks really good in paintings. But anyway, the point being, at the end of this painting, I was really happy with it, and I was able to salvage this painting by just taking it back to the drawing board. And this is the cool thing about modern technology. I was able to just take a photo of it and bring it into Procreate and just be able to draw over it. Now, if you don't have Procreate,
what you need to do is you probably just need to re-sketch out the whole thing in a sketchbook, which can be a little bit laborious, but if it needs to be done, it'll be worth it in the end if you've created a painting that you're happy with. So one of the main things you want to do to try and minimize this problem of having to rework a painting is always start your painting in your sketchbook. So 15-minute small thumbnail sketches to plan out a composition, then do a final reference sketch that you can refer to. If you're going to do a bigger painting, do a colour study. So this is just a small painting, and it's not a waste doing a colour study because you'll be able to see the road ahead. Also, colour studies make great little paintings as well, and I've sold loads of mine. They're little paintings in their own right. Then once you've done that, you can then get into your final painting. And if you've done all the planning, if you do run into a problem like I did here, it's usually a lot easier to sort out than if you just went straight into a painting, just copying a photograph, and then find that you run into a load of problems because you didn't design your composition. And actually I was guilty of this in the past before I got some art mentoring. I had a lot of paintings with very bad compositions, or paintings I ended up having to give up on. So it's really frustrating. It's best to do your sketching and planning in your sketchbook to start with, and you'll actually save yourself loads of time with failed paintings. So I hope this helped, and I hope it gives you some inspiration on how you can fix a painting that's not working. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one.